Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com. Fly Racing, Decal Works, coming at you. It's Monday, March 18th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching and or listening. Super appreciate it, man. A lot of fun. A lot to get into tonight. We had an Indianapolis Triple Crown, and that East Coast 250 guys are heating up. And the 450 class, well, shit. We saw what happened, and it just might be more of that coming in as we go forward. 702-586-7857. That's the number to call if you got a question, comment, or concern. Speaking of Indianapolis Triple Crown, yeah, Jett Lawrence. The guy went 1-1-1. He's going to join us on the phone tonight from Florida. The Jet will be calling in. We have Max Anstie as well from the Firepower Honda team, and a show favorite, a friend of the show, the Nick Wey as well. Maybe a couple other surprise guests as we roll in. We're working on a couple things. But again, thank you for watching and listening. Thanks for supporting the sponsors. PulpMXShow.com. And then all the codes are there to save. And whether it's Guts Racing, whether it's Atlas Neck Brace, W, MTX Braking, Ethica, all of it. All the codes to save are there. And we appreciate if you support the show with the codes. And that's how we are able to fly people in like we do almost every single week as a co-host. I want to thank motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin, Renthal, Race Tech, Acherbys, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, ORW, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Weisco Piston, LiftedTrucksForSale.com, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica, Troll Training, all on board with us. Speaking of our guys at Works Connection, PulpMX20 is the code to save with those guys. But also in honor of Jett winning and in honor of Jett coming on, we are giving away a Works Connection Pro Launch Start Device, the Purple Edition. So you can get these Purple Edition for any kind of model. They're limited time. There's a whole purple kit they sell as well. Oil filter plugs, oil filter covers, and Pro Launch Start devices in purple. So PulpMX20, the code to save at Works Connection, and we are going to give one of those away tonight. We'll tell you how to do it later on as well. And again, Jett Lawrence, Max Anstie, Nick Wey, all in the show tonight. And 702-586-7857 if you want to chat about Indy or whatever. Let's do it. Sitting here in studio as my co-host, he's from Orange Brigade. He's from Main Event Moto. He's from a lot of things. Big media mogul / amateur motocross expert, the Daniel Blair. What's up, DB?
What's happening, Steven? How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
We have something special to talk about with Jett.
We do.
Yes.
We have something really, really cool to talk about, and I'm wiped, dude. East Coast, early flight this morning out of Charlotte, but I'm here. I'm excited.
Thank you.
Let's talk dirt bikes, bro.
Yeah, let's do it. Lots to get into tonight. We're going to talk to you about my LCQ challenge as well.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to come up with a new idea for that. Tickets are available on PulpMX.com. It's $30. All the money goes to the riders in the LCQ race, where we've got 5 rounds to go before we set the points and the field. So it's tightening up a little bit. You can win a 2024 Yamaha YZ450F or one of like 19 other sweet-ass prizes. So thank you for that, and go to the link and support the riders. We appreciate it. Daniel, you'll be there in Denver.
Yeah. And excited too. I heard on the review show that there was an idea forming around your race and something you wanted to do. I asked you about it when I got here, and I am so stoked about it. I can't even believe it. I give it an A+.
Thank you.
A+.
So we'll talk about that in a little bit. We got some phone lines open still, and looking forward to having a great time. Indianapolis, we did a live show on Friday night. David Luongo got brought on stage by Davey Coombs, and Justin Brayton was our guest. If you were there, thank you. And we uploaded the show. There's a little bit of skipping with it, but it's the best we can do. Sorry. It's right from the mixing board, so not much we can do about that, I guess.
I haven't heard it yet. I'll listen to it tomorrow, but I did hear it was a good time. And again, based on your conversation on the review show, it sounds like Davey had a good time
too.
Davey
was great. He was on fire.
That's awesome.
It was greit. So fantastic. Working the cameras over there. Working on the app as we speak, working on the LCQ wild card donation page, working on PulpMX.com email problems, working on the fantasy stuff, working on it all. The Travis Marks. Hi, Marks.
You know, when you lay it all out there like that, I'm really reconsidering my compensation package right now.
You are fine.
We're going to talk about this later.
We're fine. You're fine. You do half the work on Thursdays.
I'm just going to ride the high that I got an apology from you pre-show.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let that, overcome everything you just said.
Hey, how come nothing has been worked on and finished and everything's working on?
Yes.
Does anything get done?
Nothing's ever finished, DB.
Nothing's
ever
curious
done.
if anything's been worked.
Nothing's ever done.
We got the voicemails later on. We got a Race Tech Rant, X-Brand Goggle tear-off questions, and the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon. Speaking of Tallon, what's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, Steve?
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I brought you a Decal Works rear number plate graphic. For your
Ooh,
bike.
nice.
Not
yes.
rear number plate, rear fender.
Yeah,
graphic.
rear fender, right. Rear number plate. That's like the old
That's
Cowies.
a new one.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Decal Works. Speaking of Decal Works, they're bringing you Daniel Blair tonight. PulpMX 24 is the code to save. Ron, Sean, and everybody there in Illinois doing great things. Red Bull KTM uses them. Husqvarna Off-Road as well. Decal Works is a great guys, and they can custom make your sponsors and graphics and numbers and all of that. And PulpMX 24 will save you on that. They are a great graphic company, and they're bringing you Daniel Blair. From Orange Brigade or Main Event Moto, what would you like me to say first?
I mean, it's a little bit of everything right now, so whatever you'd like. Your intros are solid, so I'll take what you got.
Decal Works bring you Daniel Blair on the show. All right, we got some phone calls. We're going to get to that in a second. All right, Indy Triple Crown track was treacherous, and there was a lot of mistakes being made by everybody, but the number 18 seemed to kind of hold it together pretty well. Great starts. 1-1-1. He didn't even have to win that third one. But I think he was like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to ask him about it. But I think he was like, yeah, you know what? I think I can win this. And he did.
It was really impressive, especially for a guy who is, Triple Crown goofy. It's what we've talked about the last couple of years. He seems to have an issue with those, but he put that to rest. Mm-hmm. And you talk about his starts. If you actually look back on the night, I think his best move of the entire night was the first race. He didn't have a good start halfway down. I'm like, oh, okay, there you go. Let's see what you could do in the mess. And he ended up just sneaking through. He's got some pretty good vision and got into second by the second corner, man.
That's what these elite guys do. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Chad, Ricky, James not get starts and then work their way through.
Dude.
His dive to the inside in the third one was impressive. I think it was the third one. It was just like, oh, wait, I'm going a bit wide. What? Right inside.
He's got great vision and some good instincts, man. When I remember for me going in the first corner, it was a lot of hope. A lot of hope like, and he goes in, and I swear it's like the whole thing slowed down for him. And he did it at Birmingham, too. Think about that main event. He shoots under, gets to the lead. And, that was impressive. And then, of course, the management, race 3 was – he turned it up when he had to in that one.
Sexton was great. Sexton was coming on until he clanked the rhythm. Sexton rode really well. He wasn't stoked after the race as much as I thought. I will talk to you about that later on. But 21-point lead now for the kid, the rookie.
Yeah. 2
rookies have won 450 Supercross in their first year. McGrath and Dunge. Dunge got a little help. James and Chad got hurt, but he did win it. Full credit to him. He was tied with Villo when Villo got hurt too. So no asterisks on Dunge's title, but a few things to know about.
Yeah.
McGrath didn't need any asterisks. He just beat Bradshaw, Stanton, Kardowski, everybody.
Yep.
And now this kid is looking like, 21 points, Daniel.
And we're still, we got 7 more to go.
Yeah.
So it's getting a little out of hand. And it could be way more out of hand, if we're being honest, because those first couple were goofy. He won Anaheim 1. It was like, uh-oh. Mm-hmm. And then he had a couple goofy ones.
Mud.
The whole Jason. The mud. And then the Jason thing. And it was... Then the Triple Crown, remember, he's crashing all over in that. So it looked a little like, he's just going to be kind of a wild kid in here. Yeah. And now it's not looking like that anymore. So
I picked Sexton for the title because what I said was Jett is going to be Chase of last year, where he's going to be the fastest guy, but he's going to make mistakes. That's what's going to happen. He will be the fastest guy, but Sexton will use consistency to win. Well, he's not really making those mistakes. He did in Dallas. Mm-hmm. Okay. But yeah.
He seems to learn from things really fast, and that's the scary part too. And I was thinking about this on the way here. You're looking at his trajectory, and if he's going to go on and win this thing as a rookie, that's impressive and scary. But he's only 20 years old. He's still a half a decade away from peak. You know what I mean? So if I know it seems like he's already maybe tapped out and like, oh my God, he's so good. What else is there? But the scary part is I think there's more from him, and he can even be better and smarter, and that's more the scary part for me. It's not this year. It's more what does next year and the next year and the next year look like as he's getting better. So
I don't know, man. Look, I'm old as shit. I was around when Carmichael and McGrath won every single races, and we just, like literally outdoors in Carmichael's era, he would just grab the lead, and then he would go by you, and you're like, okay, 6-7 seconds. All right, cool, man. Look at this battle for second. And it was just we just accepted it.
So let me ask you then, because at that time, Jeremy and Ricky, during those times, I was young racer. I didn't look at the sport the same way. I was like a kid coming up racing, so I didn't cover it. What was the coverage like during Jeremy and Ricky? How was the sport covered when you had a guy that was doing that? Like, because we're going into uncharted territories because no one's done that. It's been this chaos. Think about it. No one's even been able to defend the title since Dungey. That's where it's been, and now we're looking at a guy who might end up being just a runaway. How are we going to cover this?
It's different because we didn't have social media back then, right?
Yeah.
We didn't have all these people weighing in and all these shows and all these media sources and everything else.
But like cycling, what were the cycle news articles like back then? You just copy paste the same thing every week?
Well, yeah, you did. And then like Jeremy and Ricky, they would be available for interviews. They would always talk. I'm not saying Jett doesn't, but they would kind of say the same shit and just talk about, whatever. Once in a while, there'd be some controversies with Ricky, a little bit here and there. But yeah, dude, it was basically like, yep, all right, cool, man. And then you look at second place or third place and look for stories there,
If you do that right now, I mean, I don't know what the points are right in front of me, but take Jett out of this thing, and it's a pretty cool 450 championship between Webb and Chase.
Yeah.
And
so let me ask you this, and I said this on the review show, like, what percent worse is Chase and Eli from last year? I mean, you agree that they're not the same, do you? Let's start with that.
Yeah.
They're
not the same, no.
So what I said 10. JT didn't really give a percent. Then he said 5. His typical waffles. We each said 5. Like, what do you think?
Same, 5 to 10, and it's crazy because Eli is, in my opinion, a step back, and I saw that at Anaheim. I mean, I was on this show after Anaheim won, and I remember we talked about Section 511. I was up there watching. I got a chance to see Eli that night, and it looked different to me. It didn't look like a weirdo night. It looked more of I don't know if we're there right now, and it really hasn't come around all the way. So it's kind of a bummer because I would like to see Jett have to go against the best of Eli from, say, last year or the year before. That would have been fun, but we're not getting that. Chase, to me, looks like someone who has really put the focus on being smarter and more solid and kind of given up on that top-end speed. Maybe it's because of comfort or maybe by design.
I don't know if he's given up. I think he can't get there.
Or maybe it's that. But he, to me, seems more now like the Webb type or the Tomac type, where he's going to go and get the championship for being smart. But the problem is now he's dealing with someone like him from last year who's not really making this mistake. So that's the problem.
There's been very little, if not none, of Sexton flash. He's just, like you said, steady, consistent. He's great. But when you look at things that he did before where you were like, holy shit, and I just think he's not comfortable.
Those holy shit things, though, cost him. And that's the thing is he did end up being the champion because of what I believe is, I mean, he said it in one of his post-race press conferences, durability. I mean, he takes hits and he takes them pretty well. He's a pretty strong guy. Yeah. But he looks to me, and I said this coming into the season, that the formula might work if he just goes Dungey on these guys and just be a podium dude and
just goes Dungey.
Just go podium, and let Jett fall apart all over. And that could have worked, but not when the guy you're racing starts stringing him. Dungey's model didn't work against Villapoto because Villapoto could string off a bunch of wins, but it worked against everyone else. And that's his issue. Is I think the model he's racing under would work against everybody else in the class except for Jett.
Here's the scary part. And look, I don't want to – it's motocross. As we saw in Denver, anything can happen. And he's only got 21 points, so it's not like he's got over a race lead on everybody. But we touched on this also. Like, so Chase is in his prime still.
Yep.
Who else is in his prime? So these dudes are retiring soon.
Yeah.
Eli, Anderson, Barsha, Webb's up there a little bit.
Kenny and Webb will be behind that maybe a couple years.
Maybe a couple years, but they're getting out. They're exiting their prime.
They're getting to 30s.
Yep. Who's coming?
I mean, I'll make
Deegs?
I'll make half you stoked, and I'm going to piss half you off. But Deegan's got all the ingredients to be there. He's just got to go through a lot of things first, but he's got the mentality, and that's kind of.
So you think Deegs is that special?
Yeah, I do.
See, I don't.
Oh, I do. Okay. I do. I think there's some growing pains. There's some learning that has to be done.
Maybe I should listen to you when it comes to special riders, though.
I've called a few out, but I've also I will admit when I'm way off, and I thought
the
Webb
Jett
was.
Thing is. You've played well with the Jett thing.
Hey, I got that one really, really right. And I'll tell you what, I did say one more thing on that interview about Jett that still may be proven to be true. I said that he will win until he's bored. And that's my one concern for Jett is what does he do in 2 to 3 years if this just keeps happening and he's winning and winning and winning? Does he look for a bigger challenge? And I know this sounds psychotic, but MotoGP, I mean, Bale did it. This kid could probably go and do that. So my one concern for Jett, and it's probably good for all the fans, is he might win a lot and get bored and get over it.
No, I'm not. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just throwing it out there as a maybe. I'm not saying it's gonna, but I could see that happening. But
Sure.
I think Deegan has the mentality to eventually give Jett problems if everything else can catch up because his riding is not there. I mean, he's going to have to change as a rider. The whole rev limiter banging, I mean, the Bam Bam 250 style works on a 250, doesn't work on a 450. So he's got to grow up a lot, but he's got things about him that I think could long-term maybe
I'm here for the podium speeches.
Which ones?
Last week he was out for blood, and it's a war.
Yeah.
This week, thank God, and I'm humble, and one race at a time. Like I'm here for the wrestling type of podium speeches.
Yeah, we'll see what the next one brings. But no, he's got a lot to learn. But there are traits there that scream champion to me, and it's all in the mentality. And if everything else carves around it well, he could be.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right.
Just throw out a maybe.
Jett Lawrence coming up here. Daniel Blair on the show. I want to talk to you to the East. I think we're down to 3. Maybe you differ.
No,
so,
I'm 3.
Yeah, okay. So we're down to 3 on that one, I think.
On both coasts, too.
And we're coming back to the West this weekend, which Kitchen has the red plate? Yes, Kitchen has the red plate when we left.
Hey, PC Cowie has both.
I know, right?
Mitch has got to be stoked.
That guy in the chair, man, he's got to be happy.
He's had a rough decade, man.
He has been. I talked to him a long time this weekend. I can't get enough talking to Mitch Payton. I want to talk to you about Arena Cross as well. They've got one more round to go.
Coming
and
here.
If there's anybody who knows Arena Cross, it's Daniel Blair. So we'll talk to you about that as well. And Jett Lawrence coming up, of course. All right, let's get some phone calls. Phone lines are smashed, and 3 is Boo. What's up, Boo?
Hey, what's happening?
Good. What's going on?
So, I have a great idea for the LCQ Privateer Challenge.
Okay.
I am a vet rider and always been a 125 guy, and I love how I don't use a start device, never have, can pull hole shot on guys that have 450s. Now, I know it sounds rare, but it does happen. Here's the deal. Let's have the Privateer Challenge, no start devices, sponsored by the Works Connection Pro Launch Start Device Company.
Okay. All right.
I like that.
That's
Okay,
that's
now
what,
here's the deal.
That's Eric at Works Connection. That's his retirement policy is these start devices. So he doesn't like when we talk
Yeah,
about
I know
taking
they
these
are,
things away.
and I need one. I just switched to 250F because I about killed myself on a 125. I'm 59 years old.
But Boo,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna first of all, can these dudes even start without a start device, Daniel?
That's the thing. We need a chaos.
And who's gonna police this?
You.
So
At this race or
here's the deal.
forever?
yeah. No,
Well,
he's talking about my
if they
race.
start with a If they start with a start device, they go back 5 places.
Okay.
All right, a penalty.
All right. I'm gonna run that by my privateer text group, Boo, and see what they say.
Okay.
They're gonna hate it.
All right.
I know, but I'm gonna ask.
But here's the deal.
Yeah.
I need a pro launch start device myself because I switched to a 250F, and I cannot start for the life of me on this thing because it's just got too much torque. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm using a shit ton of clutch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting in second gear.
So you want me to give you one, even though you want me to ban them?
Well, if you've got one available, I'll take it because I need it, and I need so here's the deal.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give you it's purple though.
He sounds like one of the racers. He wants it because he knows he needs it.
250F. I'm
Okay.
Blue Crew.
All right.
I'm Blue Crew.
I like the Blue Crew part of it.
So,
Yep. All right, stay on hold. We'll get you the information, and we'll get you one. All right.
Wait, but let's do the no start device.
I'm gonna talk to the boys about it. Okay.
Please do.
All right. Thanks
Right
for stay on hold.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I think Tits is probably disgusted in me. Jason, what's up, man?
Hey, I just wanted to let you know I was at the live show on Friday. And
Thank
that was
you.
really cool.
It was fun.
David Luongo up there. That was
Yeah,
really cool to
yeah.
hear that.
Yep.
I got to meet you finally. I was the one that had the couple of the old school pictures when I was a little guy at the
Oh
track.
yeah. I sent one to Skip. He loved it. I sent that to Skip.
Yeah. And then on Saturday, my good friend Jordan is Kevin Moranz's mechanic, so he got me a paddock pass, and I got to hang out with him and see how their day goes, and they even put me in a headset. I got
nice.
to help him with some of that stuff. Yeah, I can't ride anymore. I got hurt a couple years ago pretty bad, so it's really cool for me to be able to go and be a part of that stuff still. So this
that's
weekend
cool.
was really cool for me, and I just want to let you guys know that it's really cool what you guys all do, everybody from the media to the riders and everybody, and I just think
Wow, thanks, buddy.
sport's really fucking cool.
Yeah, thanks for coming into the live show, man. Appreciate that. Those are a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Daniel,
hopefully
you've done that before with me.
Yeah, I think Indy last year, but it was a different place, maybe?
No, same place.
That theater?
Well, hopefully you keep doing them because I like to come to more of them. That was really cool.
All right, man. Thanks for the call.
Good deal. Have a good show. Thanks.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Are those hard to pull off for you?
Yeah.
Because they are cool. I mean,
yeah, there's a lot of ins and outs and renting the theater and finding the theater and finding the date, and it's a lot.
Gotta hire someone to just do all that because they're cool, man. You could do them all 17, Steve.
Darren, what's up, man? Thanks for calling.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, thanks a lot for being on Monday nights. Love you guys' show. Everybody in the studio, Mr. Blair, thanks a lot. Listen, as one of your old guy listeners, retiree here, I don't want to steal too much of your time because you got to service those young guys for all this other stuff. Hey, on the MTX brake pads, I'm a kind of a mature, bigger guy like you are on the e-mountain bikes, and I'm wearing brake pads out right and left. Are you running the red or the gold MTX pads on your e-mountain bike?
I run the red ones, which will wear a little quicker, but they work better, man. The reds, I feel like the red ones work better. So, but I've gone through. I'm a whole year, and I still have the same pair in. So,
oh, wow. Yeah, we must have got a bad batch from the original equipment manufacturer.
Oh.
And the last few pads we've gone through, just going through them right and left, even my wife, too. So we're going to give those a try. But you're recommending the red.
Red, yes. And use the code to save, PulpMX at MTX Braking.
Yeah, I'm going to use your code. We'll do that. Listen, thanks a million for your time. I appreciate the help here.
No problem. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, MTX Braking, PulpMX code to save, red and gold compounds. Check them out. All right, we have this gentleman on 6. Caller, go ahead.
Am I on the line or what?
You're on the line.
All right. So how's it going? Daniel suggested I give a call in. I don't know why, but he saw him yesterday at Next Level. He wanted me to call in. So maybe he's got something he wants to share with me. I don't know.
I don't know. Who is this? Is this Robbie Green's friend?
yeah, exactly. It's Robbie Green's friend. You know, actually, I was going to say boo on boo because I could use a start device. I'm kind of bummed that you already give that thing away. It'd be nice to have.
Sir, you know people. You can get one.
That's right. Hey, Randy, he did good at the Loretta qualifier this weekend at Next Level. Randy raced.
Randy raced?
He raced the Loretta Lynn's area qualifier.
Oh.
On the high
Revin? Or
he
no?
won one class, and what'd you get in the other one?
I went 4.6 for 6th overall and plus 40, and I went 1.1 and plus 50.
Oh,
and,
nice.
I'm Kiefer's got me inspired. I'm on the road to Loretta Lynn's. I'm actually going to try.
Are you actually going to do it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'll go to the regional in June. And
what'd you ride?
What'd
you ride?
I rode my little Husqvarna TC 150, which I'm certainly going to need more than that at a regional.
I don't know. Sure. I watched Jeff Emig win. No problem on what was he on a 250? What was he on?
Yeah, 250. I think it was on. Yeah, that's also Jeff Emig.
That's Jeff Emig for sure. There's a big difference. He's he'll never be the fastest man in Piedmont, but he is quite accomplished in the sport.
Did you get that ramp back yet, Randy?
Well, you know what? When Daniel asked me to call in, I told him that's something that I would not bring up. So I'd rather not discuss that. I just want to talk about, me being, on the road to Loretta's. I've gotten on the ramp and gotten on the road, and I'm on the road to Loretta's, which is cool. I'm going to ramp up my training and get serious about it. So I don't want to bring up that other thing.
I'll put the ramp thing to rest. It's mine now. Simple as that. I didn't borrow it. It's mine. I wrote my name on it. I even have a sticker on it, and it's mine. So everyone keeps asking me when I'm going to give it back. I'm not. It's my property. There's like a rule in South Carolina. After a year, you just own it. So
possession's 9/10, right?
That's right. So that is my ramp, but I'll let you borrow it if you need it.
Yeah, I like it.
But it's mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a great time at Next Level over the weekend. Jessica and Eddie had the track prep perfect. Like I said, I had great success in the plus 50 class. I did go 1-1, and I wanted to tell everyone in the post race interviews, welcome to the senior zone, baby.
Yeah.
But I stayed humble. I chose to stay humble and
Out for blood. I'm Randy Richardson. I'm out for blood.
I'm out for blood. Mike Brown, I'm out for blood. Mike Brown.
War.
Welcome to
Yeah.
the senior zone,
Actually,
baby. Yeah.
you're out for blood. The blood in my knee that's swelling up right now as we speak.
Yeah. I need to get out the blood. Get
Yeah,
out the blood,
I need to get out the blood. I'm coming. Hey, Randy, by the way, I got not the new, but I put a new Michelin DH front tire on my bike, so I'm trying that out tomorrow. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Michelin mountain bike
we've got-
tires. Got some new ones coming
Yeah,
out?
thank you. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. We had a great press launch recently with Cam Zink that was in studio back in October, the Red Bull Rampage winner. So we had him and Kyle Strait and Rachel Strait, some others come out and ride mountain bikes with us in North Carolina as part of our press launch, and that was a great event to have them there. So yeah, I'll get you some new stuff coming soon, and then also I want to mention so with Michelin we currently have a great promotion going on for the entire month of March, where you can purchase a set of Michelin motorcycle tires and earn up to $80 back, and that's like on our cruiser tires and things like that. I
$80
purchased
back.
yeah, and 60 on some street tires, and then 40 on our Starcross 6, which is what I purchased for the Loretta Lynn's qualifier. Purchase a set, so I'll get my $40 back from Michelin soon. And
rebates on ramps?
So.
You got any rebates on ramps or anything?
No, nothing like that. But you know what? I was thinking about now that I'm a serious racer, I'm gonna have to start hitting up everyone in the industry just for free stuff, right? Isn't that what you do if you're a racer in the industry? You just start hitting up people.
What? Where's your regional at?
It's at Ichikani, so down there at Matt Walker's track. Hopefully the dirt will be decent.
It's sandy.
He never really takes much pride in it, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's sandy. Yeah, Matt Walker doesn't take pride in his dirt for sure.
Right.
So I'm going. If only I knew someone at Husqvarna who maybe could give me some type of a sponsorship deal.
Yeah.
If I find out who, I'll let you know. My program's full. Even though we did lose Brownie.
You lost Brownie?
You did?
Well, I mean, I think.
Oh, he just won't call you back, so.
Well, I mean, he doesn't. He works for Triumph, right?
No, he's riding a KTM right now.
He is?
Yeah, he's not a Triumph guy.
Oh, then we still got Brownie. So never mind. Yeah, we're good. Sorry, Randy. Nope. We're full.
Okay, all right. In all seriousness, Husqvarna did send me a Husqvarna 701 to ride on and enjoy, and so I'll certainly do that. And I'm so thankful for the brand that I'm going Friday to look at a good used 2022 TC 250. So I'm going to go 252 stroke for the regional and see how that goes. So.
All right.
I think you
Facebook
got
Marketplace, man. I'm like David Villeman, Facebook Marketplace. That's how I'm going racing. So
fantastic. Thanks, Randy. Thanks for calling in, and good luck with the ramp.
No worries.
Yeah.
Hey,
good
thank
luck.
you so much. And listen, there's a better chance of life swap happening or me qualifying in plus 40 than there is me ever getting that ramp back. So it's all good.
Daniel just
Damn
agreed,
straight.
just nodded. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Later, guys. Have a
Later,
good
bro.
show, man.
That's Randy Richardson from Michelin, everybody. Please check out Michelin tires, and really appreciate that. So I tried to call Benny Bloss about the start device question because I can't ask the actual privateer guys in my group text because they'll say no, right? They're biased.
Yeah.
But Benny's on an airplane. He did red button, right? And then I yelled at him, and then he says it's on an airplane. So we'll ask Jett.
Okay.
Ask Jett?
Yeah. All right. Let him decide and get all the privateers mad at him. Good idea.
Well, that might, good point.
Yeah, maybe that's what we need to do.
Well,
Let's get everyone mad at
honestly,
Jett.
Cade could maybe make it happen.
I mean, he's good at that.
I want to talk about to you about that because you've been lapped and you've lapped people. So
Been
I do
lapped
get
more
into
than
that.
been lapped. I'll tell you a quick story about that. You
Yeah.
guys can go back in time, but 2009 Phoenix Supercross, I made the 450 main that night, and I deliberately waited up and got lapped right before the finish line so I could go off the checkered flag with, I think it was Chad and James, and I went right off with them. It was 100% planned, waiting for him, found him, got him, and then I let him by, and then I could barely hang on the last couple corners. But go back and watch it.
Okay.
I know what it's like to get lapped and get on TV.
Yeah, absolutely. I used to tell Red Dog, hey, line up next to Ricky. We'll get on TV.
That's right. That's how you do it.
Absolutely. So we'll do that. All right, everybody. I want to thank the folks at Renthal. Jett Lawrence using Renthal. Red Bull KTM, Renthal. Factory Kawasaki, Renthal. A fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters. It all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. They got the Works Fit tool, which is the best place to learn and determine which bend you are looking for. They got all new inventory locator as well. USA only from the product page. Check it out. You can buy at your local store on there. And championships, they got more than all the other brands combined. Fantastic to get Renthal on board with the show. And they are, but it's chains, sprockets, bars, 7/8 bar. The old 7/8 bar still rocking. And, of course, Fat Bar 36, Twin Wall Bar, all of it, renthal.com. Thank you to those guys, universally regarded as the most trusted brand in the pro paddock. And we'll get to our first guest of the night. This man has got a 21-point lead in Supercross Series. He just swept all 3 Triple Crown races in Indianapolis. He's a rookie. Life's good right now for Jett Lawrence. Jetson, welcome to the show. Thank you.
How we doing, Steve?
We're good. Daniel, I'll let you start. This is big news for Jetson here.
I got some big news for you, buddy. By the way, how are you, Jett?
I'm doing good, Daniel. How about yourself, mate?
I'm doing great. I got something really exciting to tell you. So,
Okay,
Well,
hit me
actually,
with it.
I don't think he's going to get that excited, but it's fine.
I am excited.
Okay.
He
I
might
am
not give
too.
a, yeah, he
I am
might
too.
not give a shit whatsoever, but I am excited. And your dad was excited. So, do you remember back at Daytona when you were doing the burnout, the Daytona burnout? You're in the moment, right?
Yes.
Do you remember the guy that reached over and grabbed the goggles off of your head and stole your goggles?
Yeah.
I got the goggles back. They're at my
You got
house.
the goggles back?
I got them back. How?
How'd you get them back?
I would never, ever reveal how I work my magic, but they're in my house right now, dude. So right off the top of this interview, my question is how much money you got and how much you want to spend on getting these memorable. This is the Daytona. I mean, you beat Eli Tomac at Daytona.
You think Jett wants to buy these from you?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
How
all right.
much, Jett?
Hey, Blair, I think I have something that's a little more valuable than that, and that's probably the Daytona trophy. So I'm good with, you can keep the goggles if you want to keep
Oh, okay. All
you
right.
want to auction them off. I'm pretty good with the Daytona trophy. I'm happy enough with that.
All right.
So yeah.
Okay.
But no, I do have a plan for the goggles. I'll keep that under wraps for now. We got something exciting. Your inner circle knows about it, but I did get them back from the guy, and I just got to tell you all, he was extremely apologetic. He did not mean to steal them. He's very upset, and he said there was a misunderstanding, and he thought that you said it was okay, like you nodded. Do you remember this moment? Like, take me through this, because I just want to confirm what the guy said. He didn't steal them. He quickly gave them back. But do you remember nodding and giving him the okay?
Well, I do remember nodding, but I never really saw him. Well, obviously, first of all, I can't really hear him asking for it because I do
Mike's
have
wide
a
open.
450 on a rev limiter, and he probably got confused because I was nodding my head like as you do, like yelling like
Yeah.
yeah and stuff.
Right,
So I was
right.
like nodding your head like yeah, you're digging the burnout, but maybe he took it as yeah, take my goggles. So this little miscommunication you could probably put that down to.
That's what he said. He said it was a misunderstanding. He was very upset. He reached out and he sent them to me.
Yeah.
So I got him right now, and I got a cool little plan for him. So just stay tuned, y'all.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
Well, good job, Daniel. Way to track that down. And yeah, I didn't think Jett would want them back. So
I'll tell you what. I thought that was all really funny. A lot of people were upset. Jett, I don't know if you were upset or didn't care at all, but a lot of people were super pissed about it. And I thought it was just funny because it was just like you're doing the burnout, and honestly, there's no way you could stop him. Like you couldn't take your hand off and fight him off.
No.
So he caught you in the perfect moment. So I thought the whole thing was hilarious, but then people flipped, and I was like, you know what? Let me get these things back. That'll settle it down, and then we have a cool thing we're doing with them. So
no, I was gonna throw the goggles anyways, but the guy, quick thinking, I guess.
yeah.
They had the opportunity, he took it. So, yeah.
Well, I got him. So.
Jetson, I got another question for you. So we do this privateer race Friday at Denver. I think you've seen it, I talked to you about it last year.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So we're doing it again. We've got a few requests, but we got another one tonight. But I've got a few DMs from people who said that I should not allow start devices for the riders, on the grate, which I don't think is a bad idea. But what do you think? Should I let these guys use start devices or not?
I think the only thing is from a rider's perspective, I would say let them use it still because the poor guys they're going to probably practice doing mesh starts if they have mesh skates.
They probably
without
don't.
a whole shot button,
Yeah.
and then the next night they got to go back to a whole shot button and try and learn that. So
Okay.
from a rider's perspective, I would say let them use it so it doesn't mess up their muscle memory with starts and have a terrible night on Saturday night. So
Okay. All right.
I'd say let him use it.
Jett just doesn't want all the privateers mad at him. We got
Because, well, I know personally if I got told to use no whole shot button, I'd be pretty pissed.
at the person who recommended.
Yeah. Watch all the privateers be like, "Thanks, Jetson," as they send their bike into you.
Yeah, they might not
Saturday. Hey man, great race at Indy. Congrats. That's cool. Sweeping a Triple Crown. And I just feel, and Daniel, we talked about this, you're just hey, he only wins when he starts out front. No, he can't win at Daytona. No. He's no good at Triple Crowns. No. Jett, you're just knocking these things down here. You got to be pretty stoked with that ride.
No, for sure. I'm definitely, you got to be happy at those things. Kind of, they're slowly improving on kind of more my weakness side of things, or not so much weakness as kind of mistakes in the past. And yeah, obviously, I don't ever really need to get a start to win and that stuff, but it obviously helps. I'd rather start up front because it just makes it an easier night for me, sort of thing, instead of trying to put myself at more risk, being around more riders in a rhythm lane on the first. Because obviously, you guys seen how quickly, and especially in ruts too, this weekend of getting cross-rut and that stuff, how quickly bad it can go. Look at Paul Cooper just with a lap of getting cross-rutted. Guy had the worst luck with that. So it's you imagine that with another 4 bikes around you in the same rhythm lane on a start. So, yeah. I much prefer to be at the front on a start. Definitely helps the percentage of succeeding a lot more.
Now, I got a theory about the third one, and maybe I'm out to lunch and I'm wrong, which happens a lot. But I was thinking to myself, okay, he doesn't need to get Kenny. He's fine. He's got the overall. He probably knows that. But Sexton was coming on. He was quicker than you, I think, 3 laps in a row. Not by much, but he was coming on in third. And you were like, oh, fuck this. Here comes Chase. I got to get Kenny. And then you did. Am I right? Or was it just you didn't notice any of this and you just passed Kenny when he gave you an opportunity?
No, I would say you're pretty spot on.
Okay.
I was pretty happy with second.
Yep.
I kind of all right, Kenny was going to do what he does and kind of sprint off those first few laps. And I was kind of getting into my pace kind of thing. And all right, I know I have the overall. I don't need to go over my head and kind of win all 3. It'd be a cool accomplishment, but I have the overall.
Yep.
The points don't change from me winning the last one or getting second. I still get the overall win. And then Chase was riding really well and put those 3 really good laps together and got right on the back of me. And I'm like, oh, we're gonna have to step it up now.
I gotta go.
Yeah, I go, okay. It looks like I can't just relax here. So I ended up stepping it up. I had to step it up a gear. And it ended up just kind of, it was more so trying to step it up just to try and stay in front of Chase. But, the kind of opportunity to get to pass Kenny kind of came, not quickly, but it just kind of came up. And I'm like, well, if I have an opportunity to pass him, I'm not going to take it. I'm going to take it. It's not like I'm not going to take it. So, end up taking and kind of end up getting around him. I had to fight for it for sure for a good few turns. But, which was definitely fun. But once I got around him, it was just kind of, okay, let's just hit our marks and try and get a good gap.
Talk about that, launching that wall into that whoops. That was impressive. We saw a few people do it. It maybe weren't as beat up as when you were doing it. There wasn't much room for error there, but nice job on that. That was cool.
And both sides, too. That's what was crazy.
That's true, too.
You were right and then you were left, but that was pretty sweet.
Yeah, no, I found it was pretty fun. I've seen, I didn't really think of doing it at all, really, but Kenny did it in front of me in the first main. And I just kind of followed because he obviously was gaining from me because skimming wasn't really the fastest option through these whoops this weekend. It was jumping, and that kind of just helped keep that momentum up. And I just kind of started doing it. And obviously the first main was in the middle of the whoops. The second main, there was pretty deep ruts in the middle. I didn't think of going to the left, so I was jumping further because that wall jump was kind of on an angle compared to to the whoop. So like the starter whoop on the left side was obviously way closer than the right. So I had to change speed and hit it a little harder in the second main to go to the right. Then obviously the last main I switched to the left, which my mechanic kind of suggested, hey, we heard the left side of the whoops are kind of not as rutted and a little bit more kind of laid down. So and the first few laps I didn't quite do it, but I ended up getting comfortable enough and knowing that I could do it, and just kind of decided slowly going further and further. Like I know it was the third lap. I think I kind of third or second lap, I kind of half jumped it a little bit. And then, next lap just went a little bit further. I ended up kind of getting to the starter whip, and then, ended up kind of just getting a really good flow of it.
Daniel, it's so cool to see someone like Jett. I saw Kenny doing the race, and I can do that. Watching it, it's just
must be nice.
Right, must be nice.
Jett, I got one for you. So that third race was pretty cool when you and Kenny did get to go at it there for almost like a half a lap, probably a third of a lap or so. I know you've been in the moments before, the crowd's cheering, so you're used to that noise, but I know Indy's loud, and those fans are probably some of the best in the series. Was it pretty cool for you? I mean, obviously you're in the moment, so you're having to focus on the past, but is it cool when the crowd gets loose, corner after corner, on the tabletops, you guys were side by side? I mean, I don't think there was more than an inch. It was pretty tight. What was it like in that battle, but also having that crowd get pretty noisy during that type of a moment, more of not a victory type moment, but an exchange type moment? What was that like?
You know, it might sound crazy, but I can't quite remember how loud the crowd was, to be honest. I was so focused on making sure I hit my lines because, I mean, the first thing, I didn't want to get cross right off balance and go into Kenny because, I mean, Kenny and I think we almost hit each other, or I almost landed on him in that first rhythm lane right after the start. He kind of got cross right and went a little left, and I was on the left of him, so we're close there. And then on the tabletops, I kind of went to go hit the right, and then my front didn't turn before the right. Then I slid into it. I went further left, so we're close. I was too busy focused on my racing, but watching footage back and kind of rewatching the race, you definitely could hear it through the TV. It's definitely wild and cool to have that.
Yeah, it's cool to see you guys race like that, and I mean, I don't know, I didn't talk to Kenny after the race, but I think he was none of these guys want to get caught and passed, but I think when you're Kenny, you can I gave it my all. The kid beat me, but that was really fun.
And had some cool moments.
And I had some cool moments. I think Kenny was probably okay with second, as much as you can be for a guy like Roxon. Yeah. That was cool,
Yeah, no, for sure. Always, when you have a good battle like that and it's kind of you're going that close and you're not having any contact, it's definitely, I thrive more for those than kind of coming in and hitting someone, I think that's more exciting for me when it lasts a good few turns or a few laps where you pass him here, but then he gets back, and obviously Kenny's really, really good at kind of having those attacks after he just gets past. So obviously that's another thing I had to really focus on this track was make sure you get him and make sure you execute those next rhythms, because otherwise Kenny would be right back there because he has that really good sprint. So, but no, it was a really cool, and it's nice because I feel pretty safe going next to Kenny on those rhythms because he's such a good technical rider, and his balance is obviously unbelievable. So it's definitely comfortable to go through those rhythms next to him that close.
Jetson brought to you by Renthal, by the way, renthal.com for more information. Same sprockets and bars that Jett Lawrence uses, Hunter as well, Chance Hymas, Joe Schmoda. Jett, we're 10 rounds in. We've had 1 week off, so it's. I know you did the motocross series last year, but there was more weeks off. You haven't done a full series in 450s. Is this a grind? Are you sometimes being what? We got to race again. We got to get on a plane again. How's the grind for you 10 weeks in of your first 450 Supercross series?
It's definitely gnarly for sure. I missed the 250 kind of 3-week break, 6-week break. It's definitely, you can't complain. It's definitely nice, but no, it's. I think the biggest thing is just trying to get the sleep pattern down, really, because obviously the time changes is the most difficult thing. We're trying to get on the sleeping time and that stuff, and obviously Saturday nights is late, and then you're kind of waking up kind of early for the next morning. So yeah, it's kind of the struggle part is just the sleeping side of things and always being recovered. But so far so good. I'm lucky that I'm fairly young. I still have the kid energy if I need to kind of pull it out.
Sure.
But no, it's a struggle, but I think it's a cool struggle, you know. It's a learning.
Yeah, that's what Phil says. Phil says that he would beat you, but he doesn't have the kid energy. Phil thinks that he could go that speed. He's just too old. This is what he told me.
That's it.
So yeah, that's what Phil said.
Yeah, Phil says a lot of things that he for sure.
Dude, no.
All right, we got some phone calls for you. Nick's on too.
Phil is there.
Oh, that's just a sound drop of Phil. He's not in.
God
okay.
bless.
I thought it was there.
No, he's in next week. He's after St. Louis. Phil's in studio. All right, Nick, you're on the line with Jett Lawrence. What do you want to ask him?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Jett, my question for you is, I know you hear this stuff in the media all the time. What's the one thing that's been said that you're like, you know what, screw you guys, I'm fixing to show you why you're wrong?
As he thinks about Daniel and Mathis, probably.
Yeah, it's like, what did these two clowns say?
These two idiots.
I mean, we can just go off of Daniel's thing last weekend saying to deport me. I mean, I was like, all right, well, I guess I better find an American broad and quickly get a green card. But
yeah.
No, honestly, I nothing comes to my mind right now. Sorry. It's normally it's been pretty okay, I would say.
Yeah. All right, Nick. Thanks, man.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
Thanks, guys.
I said
Thanks for the call.
last week
what
on
did
my
you say?
show, I said that we need to deport Jett.
Oh, deport him?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sure some of the 450 class wants to do that.
Yeah, I was speaking on their behalf.
Hey, Jett, we were going to talk later on in this show. I'm interested to get your opinion a little bit because there are different opinions about this. We saw Cade, our buddy Cade, get sideways. Coop hit him. Coop goes down. It really changed Coop's night. Wasn't happy. Cade felt bad. It was nothing that he meant to do on purpose. But you lapped these guys a lot. The track was brutal. Like, how much of that is on Cade? And Cade and Chiz were battling, and Coop jumped. It's Cade's fault. I'm not trying to put the blame on Coop at all. But how much of that? Like, what do you do in that situation, Jett?
It's dude, it's such a just being in the wrong place at the wrong time kind of thing. It's so hard. Like, I mean, it's not like Cade really kind of was like, all right, this lap I want to mess up this
right.
Premeditated.
While Coop's behind me, like, it's just been it's so hard to navigate these navigate the lappers because they're obviously going hard because they got their own race. Not like they're just kind of out there for you. So it's hard. I mean, it's always been a thing in our sport, the lappers and that stuff, and having incidents. But I mean, dude, it's hard. You can't really blame the guy because it is just such a hard track, especially with all the ruts and that stuff and how soft it was. And I mean, I can understand Coop's frustration. It's like, oh gosh, and that's a bad gate pick for the next one, and it's going to have a bad, and it kind of is a snowball effect. But it's a thing you kind of just go, oh gosh, it was just unlucky, shrug your shoulders and kind of move on. It's a sucky thing. You can't really do much about it, really.
So when you're doing it this weekend, you're lapping guys. Are there times that you're like, okay, I'm gonna let this guy go, or I gotta get by him right now, or like how much of a game of Frogger?
Yeah,
you probably don't know what Frogger is, but how much of a game of Frogger is it, Jetson, to get by these dudes? Are you thinking about it, or are you just riding your speed and whatever happens, or do you kind of mentally like, okay, now wait, stop, go, like all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, you obviously mentally got to prepare for kind of, like, obviously look ahead and see where they're at, and I obviously try and give them a little extra room just in case something like that happens, especially on that type of track too. But yeah, you're obviously trying to look ahead and, all right, if I can get him here, that'll help, or because obviously there's sometimes, like, I mean, a worst spot was after the whoops because everyone was going to that one inside rut.
Yeah.
So that was a kind of terrible part. So it's like, oh, this is hope you don't catch him there and that stuff. But it's kind of, you just got to stay at your pace. Obviously, you don't want to give up too much time to the person behind you. So it's a very big chess game for sure. It's just kind of getting it best through them and safely through them kind of thing without trying to lose too much time. But then obviously you can give up maybe a couple attempts every now and then, kind of doing either a different rhythm or having a slot to go on a certain side of the rhythm.
You doing anything fun right now? Or, I mean, are you just all the way locked in, or golf, anything this time of year?
I've been pretty lazy on the golfing side of things. Lately I've just been kind of a kid and just playing video games really, because every time we get back with done with training, it's kind of getting close to dark. I mean, recently obviously the time change, it's a lot lighter later, but I mean recently, it's just kind of getting home and relaxing and stuff. But lately I've just been watching TV shows and playing video games.
What video games?
Crazy.
What games?
I've been playing the normal ones, the kind of popular ones. I play F1 every now and then, Fortnite and Call of Duty, just all those, just the popular ones, really.
True or false, Michael Byrne was beating you on the starts last week?
That is last week, no. In a certain week of last year, yes.
Okay, all right, okay. Burner coming out of retirement.
Just for starts?
Yeah, just for starts, right?
It was wild, and it was very humbling.
What bike was he on?
He's got a 450 Honda.
He was on a stock 450 Honda. I was on my factory one, so it was even more humbling. And this is going into outdoors too. I don't know if it was during outdoors last year or something, but it was okay. Yeah, that's we got to work on that.
Take the whole shot devices off.
Yeah, there we go. I was talking Jetson to one of the Honda guys, and he was telling me that generally speaking, the younger riders, you guys don't make great test riders because you just don't have much experience as some of the older guys. But the Honda person I was talking to was telling me that you are very good at look, I don't know what you should do to the bike, but this is what it's doing, and this is what I want to do. So make it that way. And they go, okay. And so you're very good on the feel of the bike. You let them figure out what to do.
Yeah.
But the guy I was talking to was telling me that you're really good at being like, hey, it's doing this over here, and I don't like it. Do you agree with that? Where you're just just fix it however, but this is what I want to do.
Yeah, I would say so. Obviously with testing, I can only do so many laps. I don't do any more than 2 or 3 laps just because I don't mean to do it, but I naturally kind of adjust to whatever the bike's doing. If it's dropping more, in the front, I'll just stay a bit further back so the front doesn't drop or I'll be a bit lighter. So it's been a learning curve, but I feel like through my hands and my feet I have very good feeling, and I'm still learning the bike. I don't know exactly what fixes stuff like that, so I'm just I just kind of tell them, I'm having this feeling where the front kind of drops quickly through my, kind of at the beginning and it's riding low, or it feels harsh and low, which the forks are too soft, or that's kind of very hard and rigid at the top and my hands feel up high in the turn. So obviously either two things, the forks will be dropping low and coming up fast and it has a crust on top, or that is not going down enough for you to turn. So it's I'm learning. Hunter's really good on kind of, I think he would be a better test than I am with feel. But it's definitely I'm learning for sure.
Cool. Yeah, I kind of hear this. Guys are happy with the feedback you give them.
Well, he's in the sweet spot where he can tell them what he's feeling, but isn't telling them what to do. Because that's usually when it starts spiraling. When he's like, you know what? Once you go out a couple clicks of rebound, that's usually when you start going the wrong way. So stick with where you're at and just tell them what you feel.
Luckily, it's just parts. We're going to try this part to see if do you like the characteristic of it? Do you know? Is it not? And it's kind of I like how it does this, but it kind of affects this a lot. So it's kind of, lately it's been a little easier, kind of just doing more so big parts. And if you like the characteristic of it, then sweet. If not, take it off.
Yeah, exactly. Jett Lawrence on the PulpMX show, brought to you by Rent. Before we let you go, Jetson, your VIP thing you're doing, I'm buddies with Truman, so I talk to him a lot. And, look, you guys are busy. You're superstars of the sport. There's a lot of shit going on. And I said to Dan, I'm like, hey, are these guys actually doing this thing? Are they coming by? Are they hanging out? And Dan was, look, I can say this publicly because he didn't throw you under the bus. He's like, no. On Fridays, there's a Friday VIP, there's a Saturday VIP. Obviously, Saturday is busy, but he's like, dude, they just hang out. There's nothing going on. They hang out with these people. They sign autographs. They take pictures. They talk to them. And, it seems like the VIP thing's been working out well. And so I guess, Jetson, talk about it from your point of view of, hanging out with fans that, get all these prizes for joining up and signing up, and there's food and drinks, and have you been enjoying meeting these people?
Yeah, so far this year I've got to meet some really awesome awesome people, like a guy who kind of had a part of making the Oculus kind of MetaQuest VR goggles.
Okay.
The guys being military guys or ex-pilots, and it's a cool way to meet new people. And I think for people who are listening, and I mean, we still have open spots for the upcoming races, and it's like Friday, I feel like for a fan kind of thing, it's best.
Yep.
Saturday's obviously nice just to have it also too, because you have like a little bit more access and that stuff. Like, but we kind of drop in for a little bit and kind of sign some stuff quickly and take some photos, because obviously we're in such a short breaks and that stuff. So we obviously are still there for that one main job of racing. But Friday, I mean, yeah, we kind of, if we have press, after press, we'll go over and we literally sit there and kind of hang out for an hour and a half. We'll talk, we'll sign stuff. We do, we'll play games with them. Like, obviously the one popular one is the foosball table.
Yep.
I mean, we play, the fans play a lot, but I think the most who plays it is our girlfriends. Obviously my girlfriend and my brother's wife, those two go ham at it. But it's a fun experience. I think the Friday's definitely the best one, I would say, because you get to get to talk to us personally. We have conversations, and it's kind of you get to know a different side of us that you don't see in front of a camera, because you don't have that kind of pressure to mess up, like, kind of thing. And it's just normal. It's a lot easier to talk because you're just talking about just regular daily stuff of stuff you like, and kind of you get to know us more as people. So I think for the people in the upcoming races, for sure, we have open slots, and heaps of open slots still for people to come on Fridays and hang out and chat. You get like cool boxes with a watch from Movement that I'm sponsored by.
Little jerseys.
We got little replica jerseys that are the same fabric, and obviously printed exactly the same. So it's all made, each jersey singular, with the kind of our designs printed into it. And it's the same fabric that we use in outdoor summer. It's very thin, very stretchy. So it's get a little plate, some little kind of, I think it's, what do they call it, like little card things with Hunter and me on it. So it's definitely worth your time to, if you want to kind of get to know us personally, I would say.
Yeah, it seems cool. I come by and grab coffee and food every now and then, by the way, so hopefully you guys
don't have coffee and food.
Yeah,
so.
Don't bill me on that. Feldexperiences.com or Dan Truman's Instagram. Check it out. Spots open for St. Louis. The last few rounds, Dan wanted to let me know about that. But it is cool. My buddy Mike did it for Anaheim and said both you and Hunter were awesome to him and his little kid. So that's good to hear. It's cool experience. So check it out, everybody. All right.
I got one thing.
Oh, you got one more? Okay.
How's my guy? How's Jacob?
Hey?
Jacob.
Oh, Jacob.
Yeah, you guys are working him too hard, dude. I don't even get to talk to him that much anymore.
He moved to Florida.
I know he's closer to me now, and I talk to him less. What do you got him doing over there?
Dude, honestly, it's been great since he's been here. He's been coming on. Dude, he's like a part-time athlete, to be honest. He comes on cycles with us always. He comes out of the track. He's loving life. He loves it here.
Yeah.
Daniel should do the same.
I'm on the East Coast, bro.
Yeah.
Tell him to call me. Tell him he has my number.
Yeah, but are we in Florida? Like, are we in like around Tampa?
No,
he is not.
No.
Then that is your problem.
Well, there's these things. They're called cell phones. There's these little numbers and digits. You press them, you can call your buddies. So just let them know that I'm over here. I'm just
Daniel,
waiting for a call.
you're living too much like our generation. You need to go old school. You have stuff to do, man. Obviously it means you're not busy enough during the day.
Yeah.
Do I need to hit him up on TikTok or something?
Do you need some extra work?
Do I need to DM him on TikTok?
Maybe. I don't know if he has. Yeah, he's got TikTok. Go give it a go. TikTok is the new thing.
All right. Well, just let him know that his best man from his wedding. Would love to hear from him once you guys let him off the clock.
And me too.
I'll probably see him tomorrow, so I'll make sure to let him know that. All right.
Cool. Thanks. Appreciate
how's
that.
How's the Canadian champ looking on the cycles? Do you look over on the outdoor track and wish you could go that quick? Do you?
Dude, I just wish I could look as good as him.
He's like a 6-time Canadian champion. He's a legend. So
it's awesome. He also comes on our cycles.
Yep.
Dylan's been looking good. I can't wait to get in the outdoors and to ride with him. We had the same last year, kind of prepping into it. I was riding with him a lot, so it was it's cool. He puts in the work. He's a hard working man for sure.
He is.
He's always covered in sand out there in the heat. Like, he just goes and grabs his gas tank and just kind of fuel can, just goes and takes it out and puts it in the middle of the track he's a wild man.
Yeah, I heard we had a little fuel problem last week or the week before, but
Yeah, he kept running out of gas. His gas tank wasn't big enough. But we got a bigger one now, so we lost the moto. So
good.
That's why he took the gas can out, because he was running out of fuel, so he'd pull in quickly, fill up, and then keep going. So,
Let's get his last couple laps in.
Well,
yeah, get the last couple laps in. So, he's an awesome dude.
Good.
I mean, an awesome racer, too. I mean, you can see from the results, too, from in Canada.
Canadian legend. Good luck keeping up with him, Jetson.
Yeah.
I will, Steve. I will.
All right. Thank you for the time. Always appreciate it. Good luck. And you're fucking killing it. So what else can we say? Good luck, man. Good job.
Thanks heaps, Steve. Thanks for letting me come on. It's been a while, so thanks heaps, mate. We'll be seeing you at the upcoming races. All right, have a good one. Okay,
right.
You too, Daniel. I'll
All
make sure I tell Jacob. Okay.
All right, I'll see you soon, buddy.
See you, Jet. Thank you.
Will do. Have a good one, guys. Have
Thanks.
a good night.
Appreciate it. That's Jett Lawrence, everybody. You and Jacob just not falling apart? Are you guys?
No, we're good. He's just busier. Now he's with them. Now he lives in Florida, so he's actually even busier.
I saw him when I was there, and he was telling me his routine.
It
he's
on it.
Right,
he's on it. But
good thing being there for the Lawrence family. Bad thing being there for the Lawrence family.
Exactly.
Like it's really just 24/7, right?
No, and I'm giving a hard time, but I said, dude, now you're on the East Coast, bro. We're same time zone. This is great. And I think I've spoken to him twice since he's moved. So.
I was there during the week of Daytona, and Dylan Wright is there, and Gage Lindenville is riding there. We got some amateur kids there.
Drew Adams is
there,
yep.
Like. It's a good group of people, and they work pretty hard, and Dazzy's overseeing it, and it's pretty.
Dazzy's cool. I talked to Dazzy a couple weeks ago, and he's the.
Are you allowed to give your opinion now about the Lawrence?
Yeah,
this was a social media thing for a while.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm allowed. I've always been allowed to.
Didn't seem like it. Didn't seem like it.
No, we're all good there. That was a fun conversation, but no, Dazzy's he's the secret weapon over there. I'm telling you, he keeps that whole thing together. He's the glue.
All right. Caleb's got an idea for Triple Crowns. What's up, Caleb? What's your idea?
Yeah, I just had a quick one on like SMX, how they do single, double, and triple points. What if we did that each Triple Crown?
That's too much. Too much penalty, right?
Yeah, I was thinking so, but then you have people like Coop that can get back into it.
Yeah, but dude, if you crash out or something, which happens, it's too much.
Well, I just mean, at the end of the day, you still score the same amount of points. But each moto is counted like that.
Oh, I
Does that
see.
make sense?
I see. So you're still getting 25 to win, but you're getting got a 3 point. Yeah, that's a little too chaotic for me. I don't know, Daniel, what do you think?
It's hard because the Triple Crown, when it works perfectly, it's perfect, and when it doesn't, it doesn't. But that's kind of like the regular ones too. So, and actually, I want to make that point earlier. I'm a Triple Crown believer, love it.
Yeah.
But the Indy one definitely didn't work for a number of different reasons. But what would that track have looked like if they would have gone 20+1? Because they were even off the triple and the finish line jump having to really slow up and then just
Yeah. What
would that track have been like for 27 laps?
What about my idea of giving the top 3 bonus points just to stop the cruising?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think that's another one with it. But.
Go 5-3-2 or 5-3-1 or 4-2-1 for the top 3. So there's an incentive to get in the top 3 each race to get bonus points. I don't know.
I think they just need to change at least one of them up, scoring-wise. Not necessarily the format, but maybe just scoring-wise, just to try it. I think it would mix it up.
Okay.
My only
Thanks, Caleb. Thanks for the call.
issue with the
Thank you.
Triple Crown would just be location. They got. I think you guys talked about it on the
Yeah.
review show.
Yeah.
Glendale should be a forever one. I think Arlington could be a forever one. There's certain markets that I think would be okay with the idea that, hey, we get Triple Crowns and then we watch the rest on TV. But I know it's hard and complicated. I just don't think that soil was ready to handle it. But, I mean, that was worse this year than last year. I remember the Roxon-Barsha battle, the track was beat up, but not like this year. So I think it was just tough timing with the dirt. But, all right, it still had moments of good. I was entertained all night long, but it didn't give us that climax feeling, at the end a little bit. But it was still cool.
Speaking of climax, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. 25 years of Fly. Jason Thomas, what's up? How are you?
What's happening? I've been watching you guys, watching Jett interview.
Yeah, he was good, right?
Yeah, he's really good. I mean, I don't know how you could be bad if you're Jett right now.
Everything's rolling.
He's on.
Yeah, he's charmed existence thus far.
What'd you think of Hymas's gear, Daniel? Now, look,
Loved
we are
it.
both fly racing guys.
Yeah.
We need to get us some of that, though. Can we get some?
Yeah, I don't know. Until I get on the tee, I'm not riding anymore. I need to take a break from riding until I get on the tee.
Okay.
Because we're right around 0, I think. But I loved it. I mean, I hit JT up like right when the email came out that it was coming out, and I was like,
look
bro,
good.
I mean, but then again, I'm a huge Ricky Bobby fan, so to me, I was just like all about it. But JT, why did you guys not release it at Daytona? Why would you do it at Indy, JT?
Here we go.
Are you kidding? Yeah, I'm joking.
I know he's giving me a hard time.
Yeah, you don't have to answer. I'm just playing. But no, I liked it a lot. I think it looks sick.
No, it's cool. I mean, obviously, if we didn't have all the variables, we didn't have gear planned for Daytona, we had everything done earlier. Sure, yes, Daytona would make more sense. Everybody's acting like we didn't know that Daytona existed, but
yeah. Hey, hey guys, did you know Daytona was NASCAR? Yeah.
Our options were either not do it, or at all, or choose a race like Indy. So that's what we did.
Cool.
Yeah,
it was good.
Yeah, exactly.
And JT looked good on RDL, dude. When he popped up on there, I was like, oh, he's wearing the jacket.
Everyone's got the jackets on.
Yeah.
That's what they want to do.
Popped up
man.
on my screen.
That's right. So Steve thinks that my jacket had something to do with his jacket, which is arguably my favorite part of all of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, sure.
That's the standard moving forward,
definitely.
Steve.
Jason Thomas, Fly Racing, 25 years of fly. Check it out, your local dealer at motorsport.com. And, you can't buy the Hymas gear, but you can buy Max Anstie's gear and RJ Hampshire and Dean Wilson and Justin Brayton. Although Brayton did tell us Friday night he's done.
He did, huh?
Boots are hung up. So even though he's probably going to go to WSX or Aussie SX, he says he's done. So,
see, last time I talked to him, that was still, I don't know what the percent was. It was small, but that was still floating around out there. Maybe tapping back in. That was probably a couple weeks ago.
He was talking to Craig Dack, I think.
Yeah.
I think he was talking to PulpMX. Like, there was things in the ether, but JT
so
said,
done.
I still don't believe him.
You don't? Okay.
No. Like, it's done for right now. You know, someone will get hurt or somebody will come up with him an opportunity and he'll be pondering it again. And then we'll get a phone call like, hey, do you guys have budget? Like, there's this thing I want to do. Like, it's okay. Like, I'm cool with it, but I don't think it's 100% done.
It's never done, dude. Ask Andrew Short.
Yep.
Amateur,
Chad Reed.
amateur national champion.
Yeah, so Shorty
Andrew,
was in Texas and shredding?
Yes. Ripping at Freestone and Springeting. Like, looks good. And won Springeting. He won a championship. He's an amateur national champion.
This is like Cole Martinez winning Loretta's. Like,
dude, I wonder if he's gonna do Loretta's. I never talked to him at length, but he still shreds, man. Like, really, really fast. So
okay.
So yeah, it's never over.
Is he? I should know this. But should we? Is he still wearing fly, Shorty?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Absolutely does.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's fly guy.
Oh yeah.
You know. So
it'd be weird to see him.
Yeah, we're trying to get him more involved, do some ambassador stuff, and I mean, has been such an underutilized asset for us. But at the same time, he's been racing like the car and all these things, so it's been a little bit more of a newer thing where he's been more available.
Right. Okay, Daniel.
Yep.
Does Eli Tomac get a win this year? This is not an crazy question.
Let me ask you a crazier question. Does anyone get a win this year?
Besides Jett?
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, yes.
Yes? I mean, because I'm having a harder time with that question, which would lead me to no on Eli. But I will say, and I think
he can't win out, can he? No.
I mean, it's getting a little out of hand. I mean, he's won 3 rounds in a row, and 3 of them were Triple Crown races. I mean,
he's won 6 in a row.
Yeah, but I think, JT, you maybe said it on the review show, like Denver and Salt Lake are some environments where, see, I just don't think Eli's comfortable, and he's not at the age and part of his career where he'll just push through that. If it's not right, he's not going to take unnecessary chances, and he hasn't seemed very comfortable, but who has this year? The tracks have been jacked, so you get him on some hard pack, comfortable stuff where I think he's going to feel a little bit more comfortable, and JT, you probably, I think it was you said too, maybe the end of the year, Jett's not the type to just go win just because. Even tonight he said like he was managing that race 3 for a moment. I don't see him being extra sendy there at the end, so maybe Denver. I'd love that. I mean, dude, I would personally love for him to win in Denver, the stadium where he went out last year, in Colorado. I mean, that would be a huge moment for him and for everybody in the sport, I believe, but I don't think the odds are great because it doesn't seem close. It's like he's not knocking on the door all the time. He's knocking on the door sometimes, so I would lean towards no, but if there's a yes, I'll say Denver, and I want it. So that's my answer.
All right. JT, what do you think that all that?
Yeah, I think there will be opportunities. It's been so start dependent for him. Arlington was the outlier where he was just on the charge and making the move. But, we saw heat race in Birmingham. He can still do it. I just think he needs to be up there. And as I said on the review show, I think if Jett, say Jett rolls into Denver and he's got a 30-point lead or more, or a little less, something manageable where the pressure is not on to win, I could see someone else absolutely being willing to take all of the risks and go for the win, because I think Jett is pretty smart. He wants to win, but he has smart people. Like, Daniel mentioned Dazzy is going to be in his ear saying, listen, the goal is the championship. They've been saying that from day one. Win, sure, but the goal is the championship. We don't care how we get there. So
yeah, but
just like every year, there will likely be opportunities at the end. If you're really opportunistic, there might be a chance there.
I feel like you guys are forgetting that Sexton has been better and Webb has been better and Roxon's been better for 2 months. So,
yeah, but
don't they win Denver or Salt Lake?
Sure, but I'm not saying it has to be Tomac. I'm saying it could be Anderson.
Oh,
it could be anybody.
okay. So I was talking more the Tomac. Can Tomac win?
I think Tomac is definitely in that conversation. I mean, Daytona, take Jett out, he wins. Arlington, maybe a few more laps, he wins. Like, it's not impossible. Like, he's been fairly close.
Yeah. But
he's just having a hard time harnessing that each and every week.
Are we addressing the other people can win, or can Tomac win?
Yeah,
are we addressing both? Okay, we're addressing both here.
No, they all can. It's
he's
just
one of them.
Daniel,
He's one of the guys that can win.
It's just starting to look a certain way. That's all I'm saying. I mean, they can. I'm just saying that the foregone conclusion. Oh yeah, he'll get one. I'm not there anymore.
Yeah.
I'm more like,
listen again. If you had said Cooper Webb is not going to win in 2021, you'd be like, what? He doesn't get a win. If you had said Jason Anderson is not going to win in 2022, Coop, you would have said what? He won in 21. Coop never got a win the next year. Anderson never got a win last year.
Yep.
And these were stamp it, without a doubt, these dudes are winning.
They're on the guarantee list.
Yes, guarantee list. So there's always someone on the guarantee list, not always, but a lot of times, someone on the guarantee list that doesn't get a win. And that might be Tomac, guys. It really might be.
But there are very few things in our sport that can deflate a situation like a big injury late in someone's career. Like, I don't know of a bigger reason for decline than that, right?
Yeah.
And we talked about it all off season, like, what is it going to look like? And, I've been wrong about him being in this championship, but I feel like I was on the right side of saying it was going to take him a long time to get back. Like, I still, he's not back. I don't know if you saw the interview he did. I think it was with Kellen, maybe, where he's like, yeah, I'm not there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still working to get back. And that's what happens when you get older and you have a really big injury. Like, small ones, no big deal. Big injuries, it's really hard. And I only know because of my own, mediocrity that was my racing. When I had a knee and I had an ACL surgery when I was 31. So same. And I could never get back. Like, it was like, I felt like it was damn near impossible to get back to where I was 6 months prior. Like, my body just wasn't responding in the same way. So I don't know if that's what he's feeling, but I lived through it. So I kind of was wondering if he would be superhuman and just shrug all that off.
Yeah. I mean, and there's one other variable is there's no unchecked boxes for him. He's not like coming back because he's got to get that one last thing. Like, he's kind of done it all.
He's on the Mount Rushmore of
I mean, he's on mine. So I don't think he's on the gate that he's got something to prove. I think he's on the gate because he loves it, and I think he wants to be competitive. You can see him in practice. He's super spunky. Like, it's just like JT said, he's older. He's coming back from an injury. He doesn't have anything that's dangling in front of him that he has to accomplish, which means, in my opinion, he's not going to take the certain risks that you would need to win. I mean, the way Jett's riding, the way they're all riding this year, you've got to be willing to get pretty nutty out there, like Arlington and like Daytona when he was great. So it's to me, it's got to be the perfect environment, and everything's got to line up just right, and he can, but that's looking harder every week to me. So.
We got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs coming up as well in a little bit, and also, too, something exciting JT are talking about launching this week. But
Daniel,
but
before we get off Tomac, Daniel, is he racing outdoors or not?
If he does, I will be blown away. I don't.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
I don't
Like,
see
blown away.
Blown away.
Like,
blown away.
Wow.
It would be insane if he did to me.
Yep.
There is nothing intriguing about that.
Okay,
for him. Nothing.
JT, I did think you were nutty in the review show when you mentioned that. But then I started thinking, he needs a win to get in the SMX thing. He may not get a win. He may have been counting on getting a win to show up at SMX to get some money.
Did he need some money?
Oh, he'll qualify for sure.
Yeah, he's already
He'll
in
have so
based
many
on
Supercross
points.
He's
he'll
going
have
to
so
get
many
in.
Supercross points.
He'll be in if he skips 22.
I'll tell you.
20?
He'll
top 20 for sure.
The only way he races outdoors is if he did not watch one moto last summer. Straight up.
Okay.
Because if he
He said
did,
he didn't watch until round 6.
Is that what he said?
He said he watched.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild. He would just
He
skip
said
the
Jett
first.
was 12-0, and he's like, I should probably watch
Should
it.
check in on this. I don't see the intrigue for him, unless he just loves suffering, outdoor.
Yep.
I think he just doesn't, he's not thrilled about getting his butt kicked right now.
No.
And he knows he's really good at racing outdoors. So I don't know. I could understand the surprise in it, but blown away is not what I was expecting.
Took my first class seat, too.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's not cool.
I like that.
Listen, we asked. We were talking earlier about Kay Clayson and JT. No offense, you've been in that situation with being lapped and lapping people many times. Daniel, you were as too. We did ask Jett about it as well. But now we got actually the man on the line. Cade, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hello. I love how I have no choice.
No, you have no choice. No,
I just have to answer. My
you
phone
could have red buttoned us. You could have red buttoned
No,
us.
I would never red button a cold call.
Well, Jett said he understands Webb being pissed, but it's part of the game, and there's not much you can do about it.
You got
Cade.
played, Cade.
I got played?
Chiz,
How did I get played?
Chiz played you like a fiddle.
He did.
Oh, 100. Dude, I'm kind of hoping Chiz doesn't think I'm mad about it, because he has been arguing with people on Twitter, in threads that I'm tagged in, seriously since Saturday night, and I really hope he doesn't actually think I'm mad. But yeah, Chiz did the old veteran move and gave me the old rev coming up the inside, and I thought it was a leader, and it wasn't. It was just him. And
then you're like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna race this dude."
2 corners later, I'm trying to pass him back, and I get up alongside of him, and then cross rut, and just ruin Coop's day.
JT, that I don't think you did that, but Heath Voss and Kyle Lewis, just infamous for this.
Not getting out of the way?
Using a lapper to pass you back.
Yeah, Ryan Clark was really good at that too. He would be very opportunistic.
Right.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I've never done it, but
okay.
In the third main, Freddie and I were battling with Devin, and I look back and I see Freddie, and then I see 2 leaders as we jump the finish line, and I'm like, I gotta let these guys go by. And Freddie pulled over and sat right on my wheel, and they both went by.
Freddie, classy.
He is classy.
and then we just went back to duking it out. That's just what we did.
JT, did you do that to people? I'm sure you probably did at some point.
I really was careful to not try to do it to people on purpose.
Okay.
Because it's just such a BS move, right?
It is. It's greasy.
You're trying to not
Super
screw up
greasy.
the race, right? As Duke Bench would say, there's a race going on and you're not in it. I don't want to
Duke's famous line.
be that guy. If somebody's going to move out of the way on purpose, I'm going to respect that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like Freddie.
If it's a qualifier, it's on.
Oh,
but
yeah.
in a main event, just I don't know. I don't think it's the best move sportsmanship-wise, and I wouldn't want someone to do it to me. I know how I would feel if someone did that to me.
Yeah.
So I tried to remember that in the moment.
Did you send Coop a text, Cade?
I shot him a DM, but he definitely doesn't follow me, so he probably I doubt he's even seen it.
Mm-hmm.
But I sent him some. I was like, man, I literally was just like, man, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can say. There's nothing I can do.
Right.
If I could have been the one to crash, I would take it, but I'm sorry, and I will try to make sure it doesn't happen again. And yeah, I mean, that's about all I can do, right? And just kind of go with it. And I mean, JT, what are your thoughts? And I guess Daniel, you too. Okay.
The racers get to talk now.
Yeah, let me get the racers' opinion, because Chiz was talking about it. Chiz and I were talking about it, and my dad goes on a tangent about it all the time. They give us the blue flag so early that it's just at some point, it's just it's there, and there's no one behind me, and I just quit paying attention to it because it's not doing any good. Do you guys see that, or is it just us?
Yeah. I mean, you could definitely tell. I just try to be really the hardest part is what you were in when you're in your own battle. That's the biggest challenge of it, because you can't use sound as your best friend, right? Like when you're kind of doing your thing, you can use the rider's sound coming up and you kind of sense it. Like you can, when you're coming out of corners, you can see them coming in, so you kind of know. But when you're in your own battle, that's the toughest part. And obviously this was that. But yeah, I think they're trying to do the right thing, but also the difference in pace is, I think, really hard for them to judge too. Like they don't know if you're going your fastest pace, they may not catch you all that quickly, but if you're rolling around like I see some guys doing, they may be on you really fast, right? So I think some of that is them just not being able to judge how quickly the gap's going to close.
Yeah, track dependent too. I mean, if it's Jett or top 3 guys, they're coming fast. So I'd imagine they're wanting to give you the warning. But the hard part is when you are in a race, because then it's like, are you warning me of what's coming, or are you warning me what's here now? And you can't really look back because you're in a battle. So the racing part is what makes it hard. When you're by yourself, it'd be pretty lame and douchey to be in the way and get in the way if you're getting the blue flag, even if it's early, because they're giving you a warning of that there's some serious speed coming. But to me, I really don't blame you for this, Kate, other than just bad luck, really. And, of course, Coop gets the bad end of it. But this wasn't one where I was like, oh, my God, Kate, what the hell are you doing? Because it was so circumstantial, in my opinion. You didn't really do anything wrong other than get caught up in it. So that's my thought on the blue flags. I think they're trying to give you a warning that some serious speed's coming here soon, buddy, and you should know about it. So
yeah. No, I hear you. And that's tough, right? Like, I was doing 54s, I think, the beginning part of the main event. And those guys are doing like 50s and 51s. Like, dude, like it's on a track that gnarly is when it's like drastic for me. We're just significantly further off the pace on a track like that, I feel like, where at an Anaheim, when the track is a little bit faster and a little bit easier to ride, we're almost a little bit more on pace.
By the way, I guess I was kind of drunk because Marks did the math. Eli right now has 174 points, and 20th last year had 155 for SMX.
So he'll be in.
He's already in, probably,
He's in
and he's going to probably get a few more points for the end of the year. So Eli has top 20 all day long. So never mind. Scratch that theory about getting one race. All right, Cade. Well, it sucks to be you. You're going to be my subject for the Race Tech Rant later, but it's not really you. So stay tuned for that. But
thanks.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. You didn't want to do that, and it sucks. So
yeah, I mean, I just feel bad for Coop, right? Like I'm okay. Like I'm sore just from him landing on me, but like I'm fine.
Right.
I do. I feel bad for him. Like I think I said or I heard that it would have only ended up costing him one position, so he would have gotten 4th overall instead of 5th, which maybe makes it a little bit better.
Yeah, go tell him that. Tell him that.
But
he'd love to hear that. He'd love that.
It made me feel a little, because I was like, dude, like if I just cost this, if he goes, 8-1-1 and ends up 3rd, like then that's quite miserable.
Yeah,
for sure. Well, thanks for the time, Cade. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for checking in on me.
We did. We wanted to make sure you were, not suicidal or anything else. So.
No, I'm off suicide watch. I missed 6 mains in a row. Nobody cared back then.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
gotta do something to get back on.
Cade, you're back in the main. That's awesome. Good job. Fuck you, man. Thank you.
Right,
Thanks.
Have a good show.
All right,
boys.
See ya. That's Cade Clayson, everybody. Time for the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs. X-Brand Goggles, Choice of Champions. X-Brand Goggles, Choice of Champions.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X-Brand Goggles, Choice of Champions everywhere. The Lucid Goggles, phenomenal. Looking good out there, Lucid Goggles. You look at Chiz, X-Brand Goggles. He didn't get in Coop's way. You know why? Great vision from X-Brand.
It had to have been that.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah. You look at Freddie Norn stopping, you look at Freddie seeing clearly that Justin Hill needed help. He had X-Brand Goggles on in Daytona.
What's Cade use?
I don't know. Not X-Brand. X-Brand Goggles, Pulp Show 24 is the code to save with X-Brand. Check it out. These are rapid-fire questions submitted by Corey Moser. Daniel?
Journalist at a Washougal.
Yep, absolutely. All right.
Steven.
Yep.
Who's another industry heavy hitter you would like to get on a live show?
I mean, I literally had 2 of the most three of the most important. There's three people, important in motocross. Well, Kenneth Feld. I don't know if he would count, but anyways, I had two of them on the live show, or we did. No, that's good, man. David Luongo. It was great. He was awesome. He was really funny and outgoing, JT. Like, he was a good guest, too.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
It was great. I mean, I'm sure for some it's hard with the accent,
Yeah,
I always kind of qualify that because it's crazy. I've spent probably 4 years of my life outside the country, so I think I hear accents and it's easier for me. But as far as the information and how willing he was to engage and kind of walk into what he doesn't know what questions are going to be asked, right?
No.
He doesn't know what the reception's going to be. I give him a lot of respect and credit for being willing to do that.
Was he drinking?
No, I don't think so. No, he was. Yeah. All right.
Daniel, what has been your biggest impact on the Orange Brigade thus far?
Whoa.
Thus far.
He just reads them.
I just read the questions.
I would say my relationship with, I would call it like the triangle between rider, parent, me, as far as just navigating stuff right now. I mean, it's
the
some of
Kiefer thing, rider triangle?
I don't know. What's he saying?
Oh, he's talking about the bars, foot peg, and seat.
Oh, that's on the triangle on the bike. But no, it's this level, this 15 through 17 age. It's the family, the kid who's going through teenage years and he's chasing a pro career, the family who are navigating new things, and then me. That right there, I think, is where I'm the most impactful. That'd be it.
40 seconds. Try to hurry it up a little bit.
Sorry. Be quicker.
JT, what's the shortest time frame you've come back from a broken collarbone?
I've never broken my collarbone. Knock on wood. So yeah, I don't have a reference for that.
Daniel, broke collarbone?
Nope.
No, I looks like I'm the only one here. Imagine that. I'm the racer, I guess, out of the three of us.
Did you come back in 4 days and get fifth?
We got into it on our review show.
It's a thing. It's CIP. There's this thing. It's like a disorder where you don't feel pain.
Oh.
I don't remember what it's called. It's a big doctor fancy word, but
right.
it's CIP is there's a thing where you just don't feel pain. I think he's got that.
We have reports of him wearing a backpack the night he broke it.
I saw him the morning after the race wearing it. I can report that firsthand.
Do you know what a backpack would do on a broken collarbone? I don't get that.
I don't get it either.
We need Robert Stack involved in this, and you can Google that, kids. We need Robert Stack involved in this investigation.
Bowers,
is that Unsolved Mysteries guy?
Yeah.
yeah, that guy. Hey, so Bowers did that in Arena Cross one year, got it plated on a Monday, raced on a Friday, suffered through the night, and then by the second week, I think he won maybe the rest of them.
Dunge took 1 week off.
So Bowers did it just like this. He did it within the week. He had surgery Monday, I think race Friday.
Okay.
So it's been done.
All right.
Steve, the red carpet was rolled out at Daytona, and now the MXGP pool party invite.
Yeah.
What's next?
I don't know. Sounds like I'm pretty set up here for Majoria in June.
Majora.
I'm good. Yeah, David said I can get the swimming pool, I can get a gold pass, I can go to the restaurant.
Have you been there outside of Designations when we went?
Just Designations.
Okay.
Daniel, what's the most you paid for a pocket square?
Pocket square?
Mm-hmm.
I bought like a 30-pack for probably $29.99 off Amazon. Yeah, I got like every color and thing. I mean, it came in a little box thing. So that was back when I was stocking up for what I thought would be maybe a run and using them. But yeah, I got like 30 of them in a drawer, and it was like $29.99 on Amazon.
Okay.
They look good.
Well, Ricky's was $300 apparently.
I heard that, man. Wow.
JT, who's a retired rider that would have excelled in the Triple Crown format?
Retired rider. I think early days Chicken Matasevich would have. Like 90. He was really good. Early laps, good starter.
Mike Craig, too.
Yeah, Mike Craig, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Timmy?
No.
Okay.
Chicken.
Huh?
Steve.
Yep.
Has Whackers changed his stripes?
I think he has. Look, he had some big one, close to big ones, but everyone did. So I'm not even going to count those at Indy because he had a couple of moments. But, dude, like literally everyone did, even Jett. So I won't count those. But I don't see the old Whackers. He just looks – He's one of those guys now where if he fucks up a rhythm,
he like takes it. He's like, it's okay.
It's okay.
He's got to be willing to hit the brakes sometimes.
Yep.
Man.
Yeah. And then he just regroups and does the rest of it.
Hey, if RJ Hampshire and Cameron McAdoo win these titles, we're gonna have to talk about
reevaluate.
We're gonna have
everything.
to figure some things out.
Right.
But no,
he's been RJ this year, right? So like, I don't think anything has really changed for him. He's still RJ. It's win or die trying.
Just less of it. But hey, and I will tell you this too: if McAdoo does win this championship, it'll be one of the most incredible stories from top to bottom where that kid came from. He was an amateur absolute nobody.
Yeah.
Like zero.
He was driving Christian Craig's motorhome for a bit.
And, dude, he's in fill-ins and dropped a bunch of time. I mean, if this guy wins it, that story is incredible.
It's Troll Train-like.
Just exactly like that.
Thank you. All right.
Daniel, assuming Loretta's is the most important amateur national, what event comes in second? Comes.
Depends. Honestly, depends on what part of the roster. For little kids, like the younger kids, Mini-O's, Freestone, I mean, all of them I think are pretty equal. But for the AB kids, it would be Futures and Combines would be, I mean, in my opinion, about equal.
20 seconds. Good job.
All right, last one. JT, what track conditions do you think Jett excels at?
Motocross and supercross.
Dirt biking.
Any tracks that have dirt on them.
SMX is what I'm supposed to say.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't think there's really he doesn't really have any weaknesses. The only thing I think he will progress at is what we saw him do early in the season when he gets a bad start and you don't have to win every race. Like, don't press, right? Just work your way up, utilize your strengths, know you have more speed, and if that means you only get to fourth that night, that's okay. It's just fine. Like, you're going to be good, take the points, move on, because you know what the next week's going to happen, you're probably going to win. And I think once he learns that, and I think he is learning it, it's just going to have to be something that comes with experience.
Well, think about how he manages a race, how he'll sit there right in front of you 3 or 4 seconds. JT, he'll just sit there. Well, now he's got that in the championship. He's got a 21-point lead. He can just sit there. So that environment that forces him to get a little outside of his comfort zone and take risks, he doesn't have to, because he could get third this weekend and not care, really, because he's 21 up.
I think the scary part of your point is that when he realizes it doesn't matter, even if he's 5 points down at round 2, or like when he was freaking out at Anaheim 2, making mistakes everywhere, like, it's okay, because this is 17 races and there's so much opportunity to make up points. It's okay. Like, just, it's not your night. It's okay. Don't throw it away doing something stupid. Just take a fifth, take a fourth.
He did,
whatever it is, no big deal.
He did admit that the grind's getting to him a little bit. Like you said, it's a lot, and that's but it's still, he's really
got
good.
kid energy though.
Yeah, he's fine. All right, X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Great goggles, man. They allow you to see see riders that are hurt, all the things. Lucid goggles.
See opportunities to take advantage of riders that don't know how to play the game with the blue flag.
Fly race.
Do you guys feel like, and I did a report on this after this show, Supercross Live put it on Instagram, but like, I feel like we're at a tipping point here where he's running out of lessons. Like, it's almost like he's AI and he's running out of internet to learn. And now everybody's totally effed.
Yeah, like, Daniel touched this at the beginning of the show. Absolutely, yeah. You're right.
It's just, I don't know what,
and
like, it's a scary proposition.
And
don't forget, if you're here for competitiveness and racing.
Yeah. Don't forget, he's got the motocross thing down.
Oh yeah, he's really good at that.
He's pretty good at that.
So in case you're wondering if this summer, what this summer might look like.
hate to do this to y'all, but 44-0.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Right.
Let's just keep moving forward with the show. But yeah, we'll have to talk about that.
I just what I'm trying to think of the right movie reference. Maybe Terminator, where they're just taking in all the information. Like, they're watching every television show all at once, reading the entire internet, all the dictionaries, everything, and then you see them like level up, and then they just look around and they go,
yeah, JT, Terminator
okay,
3.
now what?
Terminator 3, what's the hell is it called? Cyberdyne knew that John Connor was going to go to the underground bunker to try to stop them.
They knew.
They already knew. They learned about it.
Right.
Yeah, it's common knowledge.
Maybe that's
But
what
I
can
feel
stop
like we're watching history right in front of us. Like this is that moment. We're going to look back in 2028 and Jett's a multi-time champion. Like I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm saying it's possible. We could look back and we're like, where did this start? Like how the hell did Jett just nobody can touch him anymore? You know, now Jett's 25 years old and he's just in the prime of his career, just crushing souls. And like, where did this happen? And I think it could be right now.
Is it 5 in a row right now, titles? He's on 5 in a row, I believe. Like he's just won 5 straight titles that he's competed in? Yep. And now we're looking at 6, and yep.
He's going to get bored. He's going to MotoGP.
Oh, boy. That's a hot take. All right, fly racing, 25 years of fly. Check them out and get yourself some fly racing. The light hydrogen is great. It's fantastic. And kinetic mesh as well. Love the mesh. It's getting hotter here in Vegas. JT, big news coming up for us. PulpMX Fantasy has been a very popular game over the years. A lot of people have played that. You can win prizes. You can win dirt bikes from Yamaha. Lots of prizes every week. It's super cool. Well, for the people that are, a little more serious gamblers, a little more bettors, guys who want to take it, to the next level and win some cash, betonline.ag. I think it'll be up Wednesday. They're starting. They're going to be the ones to bring betting for money, a real thing in our sport. They're going to be setting the odds for it starting this weekend. I believe it's up Wednesday. And we at PulpMX Fantasy, JT, we've teamed up with them. They've been in business for over 20 years. They got odds on the winner, top 3, top 5. They got hole shots as well. Big things for these guys at betonline.ag.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. These guys have been around a long time. I actually have used their platform betting on football before, so I was already familiar when we kind of created and teamed up with them. But I think they're going to do it in a different way. Like we've seen it in the past. Like people have tried, and you could bet on who wins. But they're going to have some podiums, as you mentioned, hole shot stuff, like lots of different ways. They want to be really creative. So I think they're going to explore different ways to get involved with this. Because if you look at like stick and ball sports, you can bet on anything, right? Like you can bet live in game on the next play.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so crazy.
And like
how
what color Gatorade is going to get poured out right on the head,
well,
stuff
no,
like
you
that.
can bet literally like, and don't ask me how I know this. It's a dark time in my life, but you could bet like during a commercial if the next play was going to be a run or a pass, right? Like they could. It's wild, right? So they have that technology and that speed where they can really do some cool stuff. And honestly, it's about time that our sport has kind of crossed this bridge, right? It's crazy that we haven't had any access to things like this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm super excited about what's possible. As you mentioned, I think odds will be up by Wednesday at the latest. I know they're going through their process of kind of creating them at the moment. And if you're gonna take part of this, definitely go through PulpMX Fantasy to sign up. And we're gonna have some really cool announcements there as well, some incentives and lots of things to kind of help you for helping us. So I think it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, if you sign up for the Championship League on PulpMX Fantasy for this coming outdoor season or for 2025, you're going to get a $40 credit on your BetOnline account, which is really cool. We're going to integrate BetOnline into the PulpMX Fantasy podcast, talk a little bit about some betting lines and things that Dan, JT, myself, Paul would bet on. We are going
I'm going to be betting right alongside you guys. So, I'm not going to be doing it for real money, but I'm going to be talking about it a lot and having some fun with it because I do know more than I should about these things.
Probably.
I wish I didn't know as much, to be 100% honest.
Yep.
But yeah, this is there's a lot happening here. You think about how much goes into this stuff, and the cool thing is, right? If I'm an expert in anything in my life, it's motocross and supercross racing. So to see that come to life is cool. It's something that I've done in other sports, and to kind of see it happening in our sport is cool.
So I don't know what's your early bet on Jets odds to win Seattle. What do you think they're going to be? What would you put them at? Plus,
I think coming off of 3 wins in a row, it's going to be tight. I think you're going to see something similar to like what baseball or football is, or like to win the game when they're the favorite or a fighter. Probably something like minus 110, something like that.
You think it'll be that good? You think it'll be minus?
I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll see, right? This is their first go at it.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to give you a great shot at Jett winning because he's on a roll right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you want to bet on Jett, you're going to have to pay for it. So
yeah, I think
we'll see. I don't know. I'm not a part of their process for setting odds, so we're all going to learn together.
You're betting 100 to win 75. I would bet something like that. I would think. I don't know.
I think it'll be better than that. I think
Okay.
it'll be close to even money.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be close to even money.
Yeah,
that's my prediction. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll
All right.
see how the summer is, but at least for now, I think you can probably still play into it a little bit. JT, do you think Bruno Mars will end up playing at some point?
You heard about that, right? He has like a $50 million debt. At MGM.
Oh,
he
I didn't hear
$50
this.
million gambling
Well,
debt.
he's got a residency there, so he's gonna be playing forever.
$50 million.
He's not doing well, man.
BetOnline.ag. So yeah, we're gonna give you credit for signing up as we go forward to get your feet wet into playing this. And hey, if you want to still play for dirt bikes and prizes and pay your $40, that's cool too. We're still gonna obviously keep that going as well. But if you want to take it to the next level and win some money and play some odds, and BetOnline.ag guys are going to start with this, and it's super cool to be.
We know it's not going to be for everybody, right?
Yeah,
like that's okay. But I'll be honest with you, I've been betting on sports, most of my adult life. So this is something that I was super interested in when I heard about it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it'd be pretty cool. All right, fantastic. Thanks to those guys. They'll be sharing the odds. We'll stay tuned Wednesday. We'll probably put something out on our socials about this as soon as they're up, so we'll let you people know. But you can go through PulpMX Fantasy as well to go there. And, thanks to the guys at betonline.ag. They've been in business for over 20 years. And gonna like you said, JT, they're not just going to do individual race winners, too. They're going to do more than that. So it's going to be cool to do
they want to be really creative on this. They want to have, all kinds of different ways you can bet on it, and like fun stuff, right? Like you think about like Super Bowl bets and things that are kind of thinking outside the box. I think that's where they want to go with the stuff.
Will Dan Truman, we can bet on Dan. Will Dan Truman collapse this weekend from, just working too hard?
I don't know how he does it, man. He parties and works more than anybody I know.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Can't wait to talk more about it once the odds are set. So stay tuned for that. Appreciate it. JT, thanks for coming on Fly Racing, flyracing.com. And, we'll see you this weekend in Seattle. Short flight for you.
It is. I need it, man. I've been crossing the country nonstop. I'm really over airplanes right now.
Yeah. Okay, cool, man. Thanks, JT. We'll talk soon.
All right, see you guys.
All right, see you.
Later.
All right, the lines are full. We get it, but we got to go to commercial break because Max Anstie's waiting for us on the other side. Props for Max for coming on. I gave him the out. I said, look, man, your weekend didn't quite go that well, and last week it didn't go well, so you could skip it. I'd love to have you on, but if you're you want to wait for a better week. And he's like, no, I'll come on. So
he's too classy for that, man.
Props to Max Anstie. I hope he talks shit on Lewis.
That'd be cool.
That'd be
I'd
really
like
great.
that.
Yeah. All right, Daniel Blair, Steve Mathis, commercial break. We'll be right back after this, everybody. Max Anstie, Nick Wey, and more. Coming up on the show. See ya. The cock they have there is just amazing.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross, In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions, including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
It's time to elevate your life. At LiftedTrucksForSale.com, we put you in the driver's seat of your dream truck today. LiftedTrucksForSale.com is your one-stop shop for brand new custom trucks from every major manufacturer. Full factory warranty, available financing, and a hassle-free ownership experience. What are you waiting for? Visit LiftedTrucksForSale.com today.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by FCPRacing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tallon Hawkins.
Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
It's time to elevate your life. At LiftedTrucksForSale.com, we put you in the driver's seat of your dream truck today. LiftedTrucksForSale.com is your one-stop shop for brand new custom trucks from every major manufacturer. Full factory warranty, available financing, and a hassle-free ownership experience. What are you waiting for? Visit LiftedTrucksForSale.com today.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin Adaptive Design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tallon Hawkins. Sergeant Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO. I'm Jett Lawrence, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machine parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing. Decal Works. Daniel Blair in studio with me here talking Indy Triple Crown. Thanks to Jett Lawrence, of course. Jason Thomas as well for coming on. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Off-Road Warehouse. PulpMX is the code to save. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. They got the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV racing products. They install everything they sell. The code is PulpMX, ORW, offroadwarehouse.com. The code is PulpMX. They got stores all across America. Bringing you the 7 o'clock hour here on the PulpMX Show. And Maxima and Pro Filter, Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. Oil and oil filters and air filters, Pulp 20 saves with Maxima. And the folks at Pro Filter, you look at Mitch Payton's project. Mitch Payton's team there using Maxima Oil, Monster Energy, Kawasaki, right? Whether it's 927 for the two-stroke guys or their multiple lines of 4-stroke oil. Use code PULP20 at checkout to save with those guys. Thank you to Maxima and Pro Filter. Daniel Blair here. Max Anstie coming up right away. So looking forward to talking to Mad Max about his season that's kind of gone off the rails. started well, Max Anstie brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons. They teamed up with the Honda HRC guys a couple years ago. That's going pretty well. 250, 450 pistons, full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, and more. PulpMX is the code to save. So you go to Wiseco's website, you look at the Performance Focus Racer Elite Series they got, or if you want a reliable forged replacement piston, the Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, Wiseco. PulpMX is the code to save. Wiseco is bringing you our next guest on the show, Firepower Honda's Max Anstie. What's up, Max? How are you, man? Thank you for coming on.
Oh, I'm doing all right. No worries. I actually only just got back from Indy. We decided to stay an extra day to take the little one to the Children's Museum and the zoo and stuff there, and then on the flight back today, all the flights got delayed and pushed back. So. So not long been back, but no, everything's all right.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. I gave you a chance to bail. I was telling Daniel, I gave you a chance to bail. The last 2 weeks haven't gone your way, and I wanted to get you on and just never found time, and then the last 2 weeks haven't gone your way. And most racers, half the racers probably be like, hey, fuck that, I'm not going on. So thanks for coming on, Max, because you lost the red plate and you're probably not stoked on life right now.
No, I mean it's always easy to come on and be positive and happy when things are going well because you're on top of the world. But yeah, at the end of the day, that's how this sport goes. And I mean, in all honesty, I had Lewis here the last 2 weeks and it all went downhill. It all went to shit. So I had to get rid of him.
Yeah,
took 1 minute. Took 1 minute.
Love that. That's a great point you brought up, and I will be using that with him and many others for the next little while. Hey, so I was thinking, so you had the red plate, everything's going well. You won a race last year. You were the talk of the series last year, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to look at last year. Now the AMA sucks, so we don't have the exact data. But Max, I was looking last year, your average start, which I thought was pretty good because I was going to ask you about your starts this year. But last year, your first lap position, average position was a 6th place. I would have sworn that was better, but it wasn't. And this year you're at a 9th. So it's actually not that far off. But even in Birmingham, if your bike had held together and you had some fast laps, I think you were the 3rd fastest lap of the main event last week, your starts have been killing you. So,
no, exactly. I mean, I know, I know that so in my opinion, what I think the thing is with the starts is this year on the 250 East Coast, we have a few more factory bikes. Mm-hmm. We did have obviously 3 PC bikes, 3-star Yamahas, even the Husky. I know that a lot of them are out now on the Triumph. So last year, I found myself in sometimes, I could start, and I'm not saying, some of my jumps and my starts last year were brilliant. And this year, they just haven't been there. Sometimes I would start around, further to the outside, you get a jump and you sweep in, whereas this year I've tried starting all over the place and haven't found the sweet spot with it. But I have to say, the biggest difference that I have found so far in the East Coast Supercross this year is all the track conditions have been so soft and so spongy after the gate that it's like it reminds me of SMX in a weird way. Whereas last year, even Houston was way more hard packed. Tampa was hard packed. Daytona last year, we were spinning out of the gate. I remember. My bike and my setup is really, really good on those hard-packed, I race in Australia and World Supercross. Those hard-packed kind of starts where there's less friction, my bike and my technique or whatever it is, whatever package it is working, the combination is working. Now, when it's deep and kind of pulling you down, that's where... I've been going back and forth with Marty with different things, whether it's technique or, even trying to help it with the clutch, like slipping the clutch. And we've got some, we've got a month now to go and work on it. And hopefully we go into Foxborough and it's a bit more hard packed. But it's definitely felt like this season of East Coast, the tracks have been very soft, very rutty. The whoops have all turned into jumpers everywhere. But also the start straights have just been super, super spongy and quite, I mean, whether they've been long or not, like I know obviously the first ones weren't super long, but it seemed like that has been a difference in my feeling with it, with how it was for last year to this year.
And that's a great point. You are right. Like this year, I talked to Aaron Plessinger about this after the race. I said, dude, when's the last time we had a normal Supercross where you guys could like let it go? And obviously you didn't do the West, Max. And he's like, Glendale? And think about how long Glendale was ago, because it has been, some of these tracks make you guys look like amateurs. It's been so tough.
It's been a soft year.
Yeah, like
everything's been soft.
So great point, Max. You're right. Yeah.
It's weird because it's like as far as it goes, like the start straight and the rhythm sections this weekend were literally just power. Like you were landing in ruts and you were just going, like the bike's getting pulled down.
Yeah.
But yet the whoop section and the turns and like you don't need a fast bike in the whoops. Like we're doubling the whoops. You don't need a fast bike to do a good lap time per se through there, but yet the start straight and like Birmingham was so soft and sticky, and it's just been one of those where there's a lot of good riders, good bikes, and they're light too, and it's just making it tough. And also, like someone asked me this the other day, do you prefer dirt starts or metal grate? And I'm like, well, there's a lot of different techniques with the metal grate, and especially when things start going maybe not quite as well, everyone comes out of the woodwork and tries to tell you how to change the technique.
Yeah, exactly right.
I mean, you wouldn't believe the messages that I've been getting about.
I'm sure Lewis too. Like, hey, Lewis, beat it. You don't even ride. Yeah.
Mate, sitting this way, trying this, trying that, and I'm like, mate, there's 100 different ways to start. Look at the European guys. Look at the guys with the big starting block that sit with basically both their feet on the peg. Prado with 1 foot down. Kenny with like that perfect both feet down kind of style. Jett sits really far forward. It's different for each bike too, and what gearing you have and how you set it up. But the majority of starts of all of the top guys, when you go to a metal grate, it's actually pretty easy. You literally just, as long as you don't wheelie, you let the clutch out and you hold it wide open. That's it. Like it's not like where you had a dirt start. You had to, my rut's really dry. I'm going to have to go smoother with the throttle, or my rut's super tacky right now, or my rut's deep, or it's flat, or whatever. Everything is the same. I know after the gate can be rough, but the actual jump is pretty basic. Like once you get it down, everyone is really good at it. So yeah, that's what I've been feeling.
Yeah, listen, 2 weeks with the red plate, that was awesome for sure. It was a cool story for you and your team, and Marty and Nate and Yariv and everybody. It is cool. So at this point, though, I guess Max with some time off, and then when you come back, like it's almost like, hey man, I just need to get on the podium or win races.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, I've been trying to do that anyway.
Yeah, I guess. But I didn't know if the red plate came into your mind where you're like, oh, shit, like I got to do this, or I got to do this, or whatever.
I mean, it was weird, like having the red plate for me, it was fantastic, but there was two mindsets. So one mindset was like, I know it's different, but I had the red plate in World Supercross in Australia. So I was like, right, my mindset is, this isn't like that crazy. I just need to focus on the plan. I'm old enough. Like, I just need to stick to doing what I'm doing. But the other side of it is, round one, all the guys go down on the first turn. I got a podium. You can say, if I got a bad start there, I probably wasn't getting a podium, even though I was fast. And then I went 6-8 and still had the red plate. And I'm like, man, the annoying part is I'm fastest in practice, or one of the fastest.
Yes, one of the fastest, for sure.
And then I'm winning like a heat race or going fast in the heat races, but every single time I'm coming through the pack. And then the main events, I'm coming through the pack, and I might set good lap times, but it's really hard if you're starting in 9th, where you say my average start is, to get to that top 3. Yeah, I might pass and get to around 5th. If you're having a great moto but you're still passing really good guys. So it's been it's definitely like I mean, I just needed to put myself in a position to go around the first turn in a half decent place, so I can go to work. And of course, Birmingham didn't work out. I mean, I know I wasn't right up the front, but I felt like I was making moves and going fast. Obviously, we all know how that ended, and then yeah, Indy first moto, I felt like I snuck around the inside. Thought, okay, right, I can sort of get to work here, and ended up doing the whole. You know what Tomac did? I think it was in Arlington, where like you knife the front and you almost high side.
Yeah.
I did that, went over the berm, and just ended up on the concrete and bent all my bars, and I was like, it was just one of those nights that was just really frustrating, because then the second main I was 19th to the gate.
Yep.
Came through the 6th. The last main I thought, okay, I'm going to go next to Deegan and Hymas, because they've been really good starters, but I'm assuming they're going to push out in the first turn, because the first turn everyone was kind of creeping out, and then obviously everyone knows what happened there with Deegan going down, and then I just ran in the back of him, and then my front wheel was stuck on the back of Hymas. So it was like, it was just one of those nights that it just never really went.
Doesn't it
well.
seem like in a Triple Crown, like, and this is, Coop mentioned this because he went down with Cade, right? It rolls over, good or bad. It rolls over each one. It doesn't. It seems hard to stop the upward trend or the downward trend of the Triple Crown from the first one.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's definitely like and it's weird because you've got to put yourself in a position in each main to have a good gate pick, and of course when the field's deep, it makes a difference. And like you said, each track this year, it's been weird because like people have come up to me and gone, especially when I had the red plate, are you gonna race Deegan hard, or are you gonna race this guy hard, or whatever? And I'm like, the track is that technical and that rutty and that soft that you can't get sendy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not like you said, like Glendale. When I watched it, people are scrubbing stuff and actually like, all right, I'm holding it wide open through the whoops. I'm gonna like send it through a rhythm section and a few turns. Like, if you're going to pass someone now, it's probably because they've either got arm pump or they're just fighting the bike through a rhythm section. It's like it's so technical right now and soft that you have to put all your focus on to not making a mistake rather than actually, blitzing the whoops and like, all right, I'm going to send it through the whoops this lap and hope I make a pass by the end of them. Kind of thing.
Yeah, I honestly, and we argued a little bit on this review show, because I'm like, I don't really enjoy this. I don't enjoy watching these guys that I know are great sort of look like B riders out there. I can imagine if I went out there,
like
I would
nose high off stuff.
I mean, dude, everyone had a close one. Jett had close ones. McAdoo did. Everyone, even the winners, almost went down a few times, and everyone's just. And afterwards, you talk to these guys, and they're like, dude, like you said, Max, I'm not pushing to try to pass. I'm not sending it. I'm lucky to be alive. Like that's not great racing.
We're doubling stuff. Yes. We're doubling the whoops. Like we're doubling the rhythm set. I mean, on my hot lap, I set the fastest time in. I mean, I know it was joint with Vial because he did it in the second one.
Yeah.
But the first session was slightly easier. I would say it was not quite as. It was rutty, but not quite as bad. But I went double after the sand section, and I came around and was like, oh, if I'd have got that, I could have gone way faster. But the thing is, the ruts are just so deep. Yeah. You're not even doing. When you walk the track, you think, oh, some guy might quad this or triple that. And when you get out there, you're like, no, there's like 20,000 ruts. You're you're lucky to get a triple, for 5 laps.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just been the way that's been.
Wiseco Pistons bringing you Max Anstie on the show from Firepower Honda. By the way, firepowerparts.com. Featherweight lithium batteries, chains made in Japan. Get it at your local dealer. Great prices, great products, Firepower Parts. And then Wiseco Pistons as well. Pulp24 is a code to save with those guys.
Hey, Max, I'm thinking back to your interview, right, in the moment, and that's one of the hard jobs that I had, JT, Will, is when there's a moment that needs to, where we got to talk to you, right? What were you thinking as the camera's coming up, there comes the microphone, you got to have to talk about this, your probably emotions are all through the roof, and again, I just want to say off the top, your interview was A+, fantastic, but what are you thinking in that moment? Are you like, yes, I get it, it's my responsibility to do this, or are you like, gosh, I wish I didn't have to and I could just go fume somewhere, because I know you wanted to I know you wanted to say more than you said. So what were you thinking as you saw the camera coming up and you knew, damn it, I got to talk about this?
Oh, well, I saw a couple of weeks back, I think Cooper Webb refused an interview and he got fined $1,000.
Yeah.
So I thought I better
He
not
did.
do that.
Yeah, good point.
So money ran through your mind. You went, oh, I'm not getting fined.
No. I'm joking on that one. But no, for me, in that moment, I don't know. I thought, I guess, about the young kids. In a weird way, I thought about Austin Faulkner, like how in this sport you can be at the highest of highs one day and then 7 days later be in a completely different situation. And in my mind, I actually felt, I don't know, grateful in a way, like just listening. Obviously, everyone's seen the Austin Faulkner, the Instagram that he done, and it's like, I just thought, man, if my bike broke on the face of a jump, that could be me. I could be absolutely fucked right now. So I just was, nobody wants that. No one from my team wants the bike to break. It's a mechanical sport. That's what happens. It's watch F1, watch anything. But in Supercross, usually when a bike breaks, it is not in a good spot. And for me, I just thought, well, in 7 days' time, we can completely rewrite. I mean, I didn't obviously do a great job in Indy, but,
exactly.
At least I'm healthy. I'm racing. I'm still doing what I love to do. I'm still being able to have the opportunity to go racing, and there's qualities with it. For me, it was more. If I was a younger kid or a kid looking at that, you'd think, oh wow, it's the end of the world. I'm gonna stamp and spit and shout and scream, but I still am in a position where I'm able to go racing the next week, and I'm still grateful for that. In a weird way, that kind of crossed my mind because it broke in a turn. I was like, I kind of felt relief in a weird way that if that was going to happen, I'm so glad that it happened there. So I don't know.
It's a good way to look at it, honestly. Yeah.
Could have been way worse. And instead, you got to give the interview, and instead of, like you said, being taken off on the mule or something.
Could have been worse. Could have been better. It's that the name of this sport is, that's what it is. We have a lot more bad days than you do good days. It's only the 1% or whatever that keep winning the races that are where you want to be, but that doesn't always happen. So when things don't go all your way, it's better not to dig yourself in too big of a hole, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of positives to take from each time you're out on the track, and you can either win or learn. And we went back to the drawing board, the whole team. We went back to the drawing board. We've learned. They updated things. We fine-tuned things, and all right, it didn't work out in Indy either, but we still are, racing for a podium, for a win. We're fast. We won qualifying. We're there. We just got to piece the puzzle together for the starts and all of that stuff. But again, we're not racing any slouches. We're going up against factory 250 teams, and we had the red plate one way or another. We had it. We've just we just got to figure out how to get back onto that podium in the last few rounds.
Piggyback off that, I had a conversation with Jace Owen actually probably a few months ago just about motivation. He was talking about going back to arena cross possibly, and he said something pretty cool. He's like, when you're going into a sport or a part of the sport or a class where you can potentially win, it's way more motivating than going to get 10th. And do you feel that too? Because on a 450 right now, with the way that class is, you could be a 450 guy and out there banging around 7 to 12. But instead, you're banging around 1 to 3. You're chasing wins and podiums and red plates. Does that make it easier to train, easier to suffer, easier to get up in the morning when you're actually fighting for those types of achievements instead of an 8, 9, 10?
And the purse money for 250s is at least pretty good now. It's not
to make up some of that difference. So does that make it easier to be motivated to go back to the drawing board because you're actually fighting for winning, and fighting for a red plate?
That's a very interesting question. That's actually, I I'd never really looked at it like that, because even when I was racing in the 450 class, whether it was in Europe or the few races that I did in the States, I guess I was just obsessed with the process of being better and working on myself. And in Supercross, I felt like the 250 class was a box that I hadn't, or not that I hadn't checked, but like you can't. There's no shortcuts. Like I although I'm 30 right now, I spent so many years in Europe. This is only my second full season of Supercross. You know, obviously last year and this year in the 250 class. But I did a few 450 rounds the couple years before. But I always felt like everyone that I was racing against had, already been very successful, won a lot of races in the 250 class. So for me, it was almost like I had to go back to the 250 class to learn these things, to figure it out, to learn how to, even do the whoops properly, like get through the whoops and be consistent and solid and safe on the Supercross track. As far as motivation goes, I didn't look at it that way, because when I was in the 450 class, I guess I was so caught up with like Supercross and how to be better at, going through the whoops, exactly like that, like doing the rhythm sections, making sure I can jump the quads that they jump or whatever. It didn't, I don't know, it's a good question, but I don't necessarily think, it's easier to get up in the morning and go training, because I've done that my entire life, whether that's 250, 450 outdoors or GPs or Supercross or not. But yeah, I guess it's nicer. It's nicer to go, all right, I can be a championship contender, and try and get some wins and get some bonus money. I mean, that's the whole, the nice thing about this 250 class is like, I'm eligible to do it. I see it and I hear it, obviously, I'm an older guy in the 250 class, but to be honest, as far as experience goes, I'm actually pretty level with Supercross experience to most of the young guys, even though I'm older. I was in the 250 class in Europe, racing GPs when I got to the 23-year age rule, and I was the second winningest guy to Hurlings, and Hurlings would win everything until he was injured, and then I would win a few. And if it wasn't me, it was Ferrandis or Jonas or whoever. But I got to the age limit, and I had to move up the same time as him, and I always thought, in the back of my mind, man, what could have happened if I could have raced without him being in the class or whatever. And I know that's not a great way to be thinking, but at that age I was like, man, I never achieved what I wanted to achieve. I always was like, I felt like I was going up against a god on a dirt bike, because I couldn't figure out a way to even get close to him. And then, however many years later, I get the call that, I can ride a 250 in America, racing Supercross. I'm like, what? I never thought that would even happen. But it just goes to show that you stick at the game long enough, that what goes around will come around. What is given will be taken away. I'm now eligible to race a 250.
Yeah.
I know that there's guys out there like I've spoken to Bogle. I've spoken to even Shane McElrath. I've spoken to even Savaggi with wanting to go back to ride a 250. I know that these guys, if they could, they would. Yet I didn't point out I'm actually eligible and allowed to do it. So, man, I'm grabbing it with both hands and going to make the most of every opportunity that I can.
I'll ask it a little different way then. When you were on the 450, you're on the flight, you're pulling into Indy. Are you thinking more about the process, the learning, like what do I need to do to take one more step, versus now where you're probably still doing that a little bit, but now you're flying in to win the race, and that pressure of being like a guy who can win it and have a red plate and be on the podium, and that's a good pressure. That's what I guess I mean is it feel different when you're going to win and not just going to learn and maybe take a little step here and there?
Definitely. I mean, even down to the fact of it was quite funny, because even at round one or even last year, like I never really had fans. I never really, like, the fans never really came around the truck or anything. With this weekend, man, there was tons of people, and I'm loving it. It's great, obviously, to see that progression and obviously see that you make a difference. And yeah, having that pressure is something that we all want to have as competitors. That we want to be in that position. As far as it goes with like the fans and all that coming around, Marty says he'd rather buy more pistons than posters. So I don't actually have any posters at the truck to sign, but yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a good group. You're at MTF, right? A lot or all the time? You're based out of there?
I'm at MTF.
Right,
I'm
so
literally 12 minutes from there right now.
Right, so you got Star Racing guys drop in and ride there. Triumph has come in there. Bam Bam's there. It seems like a really good group during the week, and something that you can really thrive off of and chase and get chased and all of that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the MTF crew, they built the Indy track even this last week. So they have a good deal with Star, so that the MTF crew can go and ride Star ride the MTF tracks, because there's one MTF track they have at Colleen's house that no matter how much it rains, it's rideable, and they do a great job at making it work. So when Star's flooded, when the actual MTF track is flooded, we've always got a Supercross track to ride. And how it happens, I have no idea, because there's some days I'm like, there's been a monsoon, and then we're riding by 1 o'clock. But yeah, and also Justin, also Bosch has been up here this last week. I felt like that was an area passing was an area that I, having to come through the pack, maybe being a little more assertive. I'm respectful to the guys that I race with, but in Supercross, obviously, making moves fast is what's going to make the difference between being up front or not, and especially for me if I'm not getting out the start as well as I needed to. So last week I spent 2 days motoring with Barsha, and he was riding really fast, so I said, right, you go out behind me, and I want to try to figure out how I wanted to put myself in the position of some of the guys that I'm chasing. So where I felt weak on the turns, or where I felt weak in sections, and he would send it down the inside of me. So I wouldn't have said I didn't do the best job at it last week. It's kind of scary riding in front of Justin when he's on form.
Is he allowed to hit you? Are there rules about hitting people, or is it fair game?
No, I mean, we can do whatever we want, but I told him, I said I want to learn to be more like you with the passing.
Oh, boy.
I said he can hit me. I said well, we don't want to kill each other on a jump, but I said you can hit me if you want. That's fine.
Did you guys put that on video on Instagram?
I think there was MTF put one. I mean, we
saw that
going in one into the turn, but yeah, we had quite a few motos of doing that, and it makes it fun for him. He's been riding well, and for me, I'm just again trying to learn as much as I can. So we do have a great group of guys, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
It's funny because I was talking to somebody this weekend who rode at Star, and then they rode at Baker's Factory, and they were telling me at Baker's Factory the rule is you have 2 laps to pass somebody if you catch them, and then if you don't, just that's it. You couldn't get them, ride behind them. That's the rule, because it just don't I don't know, just the rest of the rule. And at Star, the rule is fuck that. You're allowed to kill the dude. Get by, do whatever you can to get by him. So that's what they said the rule is. I don't know what MTF is, but yeah, that's the 2 different facilities have different rules. So
yeah, well, MTF. I mean, we haven't really had to talk about the rules, and now it's just me. And that's just me and Justin. I was just like, right, I want to make it interesting. Let's switch up the training. I want to. Yeah, I want to feel that. That it's like you were talking about pressure. It's just feeling that kind of thing and putting yourself in vulnerable situations. I'm just trying to, instead of just beating my laps out on my own and doing my thing, I wanted to just put myself in positions that might make me a little bit better and figure it out.
And there's nobody better than that than Bam Bam. No, there's nobody better than that.
Exactly. So it's been fun.
How noisy is that when he's behind you? Can you hear your bike?
No, so it was interesting, right? I obviously I can go pretty fast on the practice track. But the first 5 laps, when I'm in front of him, I was messing everything up. I was casing stuff, over-jumping stuff. Like, he's catching me, and I'm like, I just felt like I was a fish out of water. And then he comes in, he passes me, and then I settle down. And I'm like, bro, why am I doing that? Like, why? It's weird how the mind can put you in those situations. So just me, working that out and figuring that out makes it. Let's just say it makes it easier when I'm racing the 250 kids, because it doesn't matter how much noise they make. They're not as big and as loud as what Barsha is.
Hey, Max, by the way, brought to you by Wiseco Piston. Please check them out, Firepower Honda as well. Max, I was talking to Pipes last week or 2 weeks ago in Florida, and we weren't talking about you at all, but we were talking about the team and the progression of the team and Kenny and all that stuff. And honestly, I know it didn't end well there, but Pipes is like, honestly, he goes, Max helped us a ton. And I'm like, oh, like, okay. Like, again, didn't bring you up. He goes, he just brought like legitimacy to the program, because you did have a pretty good season on the 450. And he goes, I felt like Max showed everybody that we weren't, and no offense, these are my friends, but we weren't A-Ray and 7 Deuce Deuce anymore. We weren't just, and again, those are my friends, so I'm not talking shit on them, or maybe it sounds like I am. I don't know.
Well,
anyways,
you're comparing him to a guy who had a red plate a week ago. So
Pipes was saying, like, you showed the industry that they are a legit, top 10 team. So, yeah, he brought that up out of the blue. So, yeah.
And it didn't end. It didn't end badly with me, Dustin, and Aaron. I mean, Aaron comes over and sees my little guy at the races. We're always parked next to each other. I think it's amazing how their progression and their growth has been, and of course, like, it's great to see, and anyone that's got passion for the sport to grow and be better, and what they've done and achieved now with Kenny is fantastic, and with Shane and with Chiz and their whole crew. I see that it's not just a black and white, and it's not just, you get given these parts and this bike and you're automatically going to be a great title contender or this and that. It takes time and to make that happen. It's funny though, because you're saying that, and I kind of feel like I'm doing the same thing with where I'm at right now.
Yeah, good point, right? Good point. I mean, look, for any privateer team to have a red plate is fucking huge. That doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. So props to you and the team and Yuriv and everybody for even holding it for 2 weeks, man. Because, you're up against, in the 250 class, you're up against people who have, I don't know, twice the budget you guys have, 3 times the budget, So it's props to everybody there. Hey, we saw you show up at some motocross races last year, and we got the SMX thing happening that you kind of took part in. I heard about a schedule of the World Supercross, but what are you doing World Supercross if things work out? Do you think you'll do some motocross? Are you going to do SMX? Are you going to do Aussie? What do we know, Max? What are you doing?
I don't even know at the moment because the thing is, I've heard, again, it's all I'm hearing. I even asked Shane this the other day at the media day in India. I was like, what have you heard? Is there going to be a 250 class, a 450 class? Like, everyone is saying that it's just going to be 450s only.
Yeah, it is. It is from what I know. Yeah. Yep.
So, but then I'm like that. I mean, Yuriv asked me yesterday or the other day, he goes, are you good with riding a 450? And I'm like, well, I'm kind of going to have to be, aren't I? But, I mean, I don't really want to if I've got to race a 250. Let's say I've got to race West Coast next year. I don't really want to be riding a 450, until November and then having to switch back. As well, I know the Honda, the 2025 bike is different, so I know there's going to be some testing and things there, depending on what happens with World Supercross, and I don't know what's obviously happening in the future. So, no, one step at a time. I know. All I know is right now we're doing what we're doing. After the US Supercross, we'll have to reevaluate and figure out what's going on, and I'm not sure what's going on for 2025 yet. I mean, Marty's quite obsessed with me at the moment. Talking, he came up to me at the weekend and said, "Oh, are you losing focus because you're talking to all other teams for 2025?" I'm like, Marty. I don't know where he got that from, Steve.
Well, look, you're 30 years old. I don't think you're going to lose focus from talking to other teams. I don't.
No, exactly. I mean, like, dude, I've been around long enough.
Yeah.
I know how the game works. But I've actually got Justin Brayton. Justin Brayton was a fantastic teammate of mine, and I met him obviously these last couple of years. And he said to me, Max, in Melbourne, he said, Max, I want to help you out, and we came to an agreement that he's going to act as my guy there. So I'm like, okay, we can. Me right now, I'm focused 100% on doing the absolute best job I can every weekend, week in, week out. And it's great to have someone like JB in my corner to figure things out because, I don't know what's happening with World Supercross. I don't know what's happening after US Supercross this year, and I don't know what's happening in the future.
Okay.
It's just,
you don't know.
Thing at a time.
Right.
Yeah.
Would you do if you? I mean, look. I think a factory team. And again, not to talk shit on Firepower Honda, they're great guys. To me, you've earned a spot on a factory team. It's a really cool story. It's a Zach Osborne type of story. I think you could do it, and I think you've earned a look at those from those teams. But my question: would you do the 11 rounds of motocross? Like, would you just sign up, no problem, or are you looking for a JB type of deal?
Well, no, you got to remember, I'm all right. I'm older, but I've spent more time. I can guarantee I've done more laps on outdoor tracks than most of these guys.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
In their career, just because I've done 365 days a year of outdoors for about 8 or 9 years, so I could straight up, go into outdoors, not a problem. I would like to ride. I mean, I would like to do it on a 450 just because that's what I've done most of my time doing. But and when I did the few rounds with Firepower in 2022, we went 5.5 at Southwick, and that was great. But it's only because I know how the 250 class, unless you're on one of the main factory team bikes, it's so hard to be competitive, especially when the young kids are light. I mean, I'm 163, 164, 5 pounds. And I'm pretty sure some of these 16, 17-year-olds are, I don't know, 130 or something. That's that's got to be another 4 or 5 horsepower just with that. Yeah. So I don't know, but I'm definitely down for doing outdoors.
If a TLD called you or whatever, you're down. You're fine. You're good.
Exactly. Exactly. I'd be up for that. I mean, it's
because we all know your agent JB. He had the best deal in the sport. For a long time.
He mastered the calendar.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, the Nations this year, Motocross Nations is in England. It's back at Matterley. I can't do any better than what I've done in 2017 there, but it's still at the back of my mind. For the UK, for Team GB, for fans, man, I still would love to make that happen, but I don't know how I would make that happen and be competitive. If I want to do it, I want to do it right. It's like doing SMX last year or whatever. If I want to do it, I want to do it right and do a good job, not just go and make up the numbers. It's like our crew and our team are Supercross specialists. We've made a fantastic setup for that. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But I'd definitely be up for it. It's weird though how the age now, riders are getting older and older, and I think because of just the way that I don't know, maybe nutrition doctors, touch wood, my body feels solid. It's like I listened to Kenny's thing the other day. It's like I feel better now. He said he feels better now. I feel like I'm still getting better and better every day and every week and every year. So until that stops, I'm happy to keep doing what I'm doing.
Nice. I was going to ask you to MXDN, so you answered that as well. Man, thanks for the time. It's almost 11 o'clock where you are, so I really appreciate the time and even coming on. Listen, I've had riders tell me, I'll come on Monday, and then they get a 9th, and then I'm like, hey, what time do you want to come on? And they're like, I'm not coming on. So I've had that happen. So I appreciate you coming on. Yeah,
it's too classy. Hey, one last question for you, just because I want to know the exact definition, but what does buggered actually mean? Is there an actual definition for buggered?
Yeah. I can I'm not going to get fined if I think I've already sworn on this thing anyway.
Yeah, you said the F word.
Yeah.
We're good.
You're fucked.
Okay.
You're buggered. You're fucked. It's just a nice way of saying that.
Okay. That's what I thought, but
screwed.
I didn't know if there was an exact definition or if that's just like the way to say it. So just making sure.
I didn't know. I couldn't think of the only thing that was going through my head was to say the F-bomb, to say I was screwed or I was fucked. And I was like, so buggered is a very English term.
Okay.
And it just came out in the moment because I didn't know what else to say at that time.
So can we tell Lewis to get buggered? Does that work?
More buggered is more of like you don't. More buggered is more like you are buggered.
So it doesn't have the range of the F word because the F word could be used a lot of ways.
No, you crash your car. Your car is buggered. There's a nice way of putting it that way. You wouldn't really tell Lewis to get buggered. You would tell
he could be
Lewis,
buggered.
He's buggered. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
You can throw it around. I'm sure he'll figure it out.
I went to dinner with him a couple weeks ago. All of a sudden, he drops slowly catchy monkey on us. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And he said it's an English saying. You know what he's talking?
Slowly catchy monkey. I don't know where he's got that from.
Well, he's saying it's from the UK, so you better have a talk with him. Yeah, the fucking guy. So honestly, I wonder if you should drop him a little bit. You went over how he stayed with you when you lost the red plate. He loves Sexton now. He just loves Chase Sexton. He's got Sewer, Yeah.
I know. You can just go and stay at Trace's house. It's fine.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. I like it. Thank you, Max. Thanks for the time. And, enjoy the time off. We'll see you back when the series hits East again, man. Thank you again.
Cheers. No worries. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, bro.
That's Max Anstie, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco Piston. Thank you to those guys. Factory chassis parts. Big things coming from these guys in a little while. Discount code PulpMX-chassis. Phoenix Honda, Starling, F&H Cowie team, Rock River Yamaha, many more. Mad Parts Kawasaki. These are engine mounts that are designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. FCP. You've seen these. These are the colored pink and purple mounts. You've seen these on race bikes and magazines and such. Discount code PulpMX-chassis. Please check it out. Parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. Easy to install. Use the code and save. Race Tech Rant. Race Tech Rant of the night. PulpMX24 is a code to save with the folks at Race Tech. Love the guys at Race Tech. Checkers and everybody there doing big things. Thank you to the guys at Race Tech. And get your suspension some love. Show them some love. Use Race Tech.
Yep.
Moto Work as well.
And not just Race Tech, too, but Race Tech has Race Tech dealers all over the country.
Authorized service centers, sir.
Yeah, which I know that's the formal technical term of it, but Suspension Solutions back in Greenville, where I live, works with Race Tech, and I think that model is pretty cool for them because you're not just stuck with like a national setting.
Right.
Like all these guys are so good at their area, they understand their track. So I just want to throw that in. I think that's one of Race Tech's big strengths.
Absolutely. Thanks to the guys at Race Tech. Race Tech Round of the Night. Do you have anything? I forgot to key you up for this, but
I'm
happy. My rant, and it's not going to do anything to you people because I don't think they listen to this show.
You people?
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
Look, we had Cade on earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He took out Cooper Webb by accident. Coop's pissed, as he should be. Phil's
took him out of the title hunt.
I don't know about that. Phil's pissed.
Just say if you want to pour it on.
Yeah. Phil's pissed. Coop's pissed. Okay. Everyone's pissed at Cade. He didn't mean it. It was an accident. And Cade took us through his, what happened on his. And maybe we blame Cheers. I don't know. But my Race Tech rant are the douchebags that send Cade messages on social media. Honestly, if you're one of those people and you're listening to this show, go walk out into the freeway.
Oh,
I'm being serious. Look, I pick Cade for fantasy sometimes, and he fucks me and whatever. It is what it is. He's trying. All these riders are trying. Cade Clayson didn't mean to do that, okay? And I understand that you're a Cooper Webb fan. Cool. You should be pissed at Cade also for that, but don't send him a message. For example.
Oh, you got some?
I got some.
Oh, yeah.
Nice one, Squid, taking out Webb. Shaking my fucking head. Fucking goon. Go stick your dick in one of Jetson's donuts.
That's incredible.
That's one of them, okay?
That's great.
Here's a few other. Way to get in the way and take out Webb. Unbelievable. Sam Ivy. No wonder you don't make mains. You're a goon. Get out of the motherfucking track. Another guy. Get out of the way. Neither Max Watts. Nice one there. You were a lapper.
Are you giving names out and everything?
Yeah. This guy says you were a lapper, by the way. Here's another one, too. From Toast to Daff. Way to go, Cade. Always thinking you're a main event contender. Well, he actually is a main event contender because he's a contender to get every main. You knocked an actual main event contender out. You're a piece of shit. I hope you never make a main again. Have fun racing LCQs every weekend for the rest of your career. Watch out for the blue flag. It means your ass needs to ride to the side of the track. That's just some of the messages that Cade got. My race tech rant is try to be fucking better. Try not to be a douchebag. Like that, it's unbelievable that you hide behind a keyboard and you say these things to Cade. You would never say it to his face. You're a tough guy on social media to all these people. Do you think Cade meant to do that? Now, look, if Cade goes and takes out Cooper Webb's front wheel, send him some messages. I get it. He went for an aggressive move on Cooper Webb. Send him some messages. He deserves it. But on this instance, where he eats shit, it's an accident, you're going to send him those messages?
Do you know what I would do if I was one of them? I'd send way more now because of what you just did. You may have just made it worse for Cade.
What is with these people, man? And I saw this with the Deegan shit that I dealt with last summer, and then I click on their bio and it says Christian, father of 4.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're just fucking saying the most despicable things to me. What is wrong with the people in this world, man?
I don't know.
Race Tech Rant.
I've gotten to a point in life, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because the world is so in chaos in other ways that type of stuff actually makes me laugh, kind of. Like, I've been getting a little bit of heat.
Sure, but if you're Cade?
I know, but if I'm Cade,
you think
I'm talking back.
You are?
1,000%. Oh, yeah. You just go back. And you just go back. I mean, to me, you play into it. I don't know. That's just where I'm at. I'm so insensitive to that right now. That
I think it's pathetic. I think it's pathetic.
the harder the message, the funnier to me.
Like if your dick in one of Jeff's donuts.
That was the best one. That guy should get a T-shirt or something.
Jeez, stop it, Blair.
No, it's funny.
Stop
it's funny. Everyone needs to lighten up, man. It's funny. It's funny.
But these aren't the messages of people being lightened. Like these are actual, real.
If they mean it,
shit.
You think they mean it?
They're insulting them.
Think they mean it?
Yeah, I do.
I don't know. I feel like I would just laugh. I think comments are funny to me. I'm past the comments on social media now.
I think it's pathetic when grown men do this for a sport they watch. Again, if he goes to take Cooper's front wheel out, send him some messages.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing, Cade, you idiot? He probably deserves some messages. In an instance like this, where he's a lapper and he gets squirrely and takes out Coop, like you think he wanted to do that? It was a total accident. You go ride Indy Track, social media commenter. Go ride it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm just in a stage where I think the internet is fun, and to me, as bad as it gets, because I've been under a little bit of attack lately.
Oh, you have? Why? What happened?
I've had some opinions on Deegan that are a little bit harsh, and whatever. It's just entertainment, but I've been dealt some hard ones lately, and I like them. They're funny to me. I don't know. I'm so insensitive to social media hate anymore. So.
Well,
and I used to be
you're a better man than I am.
Well, I used to be super sensitive to any comment that I thought was like negative towards me in any way. Like I'm
sure
I
you
wanted
got
everyone.
When you were on TV, right? Like,
I mean, I would, but then I got to the point where I actually learned to like the hateful ones because I thought it was funny.
Wow.
Just the internet is a big playground to me, and those made me laugh. And if I was Cade, he had to live it, so I understand and he feels super guilty. So I understand why he
feels bad.
He feels bad about it, so I get it. But to me, I would, if I was him, I would have played back, and I would have gone harder back at him and just made it fun until they cracked and probably laughed. I would have got him to laugh.
I did go back at people for some of the Deegan stuff I was getting last year.
Did you get him to laugh, or did you just hit him
I hit him hard. Like I would go on their bio and comment on a picture of their wife or comment on their kids. Or
That's funny to me.
Absolutely. Like, listen, if you're going to say this shit to me, guess what? I'm coming right back at you.
Yeah, I just feel like the internet is fun.
I think it's pathetic. I think it's if you're a grown race fan and you're going to go on and do that, say that shit to somebody over an accident?
It was like the Jett booing thing. Like when Jett got booed at Anaheim, I was in the bowl when that happened.
Yeah.
And everyone in our little group laughed, and then when you looked around, half the people were laughing that were booing, and to me it was more like they were just playing into it. And to me, social media shit talking is almost like just a funny we're so far removed from it being serious. I don't know. That's I'm sorry, I'm insensitive to that.
Racetech Rant, racetech.com.
I think
Daniel
it's
Blair likes this shit. It's probably one of you people. Did you send Kate a note?
The donut one was me, actually, Steve. No, it wasn't, but to me, the internet is a big playground in that way. Social media, anyways.
By the way, before we get too far into this, Marks, I don't know if you can put this camera on here, but a guy named John Woods, he had this Bradshaw jersey in his drawer. He said, not doing anything. And I love Bradshaw. He was my favorite riders growing up. This is from 93, I believe, 93? Yeah, number 8.
How's that thing feel?
Dude, well, first of all, yeah, it's
thick.
John Woods sent me out of his collection a race-worn Bradshaw jersey that'll go up in the studio here, and I'm stoked.
And he just
Thank you.
gave it to you?
Just gave it to me.
Look at let me see that thing. Look at the title sponsor on the front, dude. Camel cigarettes.
But
we've come a long way.
Also, he got
cigarettes,
that at
dude.
Southwick, and Bradshaw was wearing a Supercross jersey at Southwick.
Oh, you could tell it's like kind of stainish a little bit too, but that is rad. 93, man.
Yeah.
Beast from the East.
Yeah.
There you go.
So thanks to John Woods for that.
For
really
free.
appreciate
It's
it.
heavy. Hey, that's a heavy jersey right
Let's
there.
get some phone calls, shall we?
The rich get richer.
This is the McAdoo Realist. Is this the McAdoo Realist?
Yeah. I regret the opportunity to not call myself as the Ramit Realist.
Yeah, that would have been worked as well. So go on. So you're not buying into the McAdoo hype.
I'm not buying into the McAdoo hype, and just real quick, so I'm not like one of those callers. There's another thing. I also have a future headlines for you after this.
All right.
But yeah, I'm not giving into the McAdoo hype. You guys were talking about him earlier, and how he's a different rider and all of that. And I just don't see it, man.
Okay. All right.
There's like something about him. He seems kind of squirrely. And let's just take Detroit for example.
Mm-hmm.
We all know what happened at Detroit.
That was
and
a
I feel
ballsy
like,
ride. That was a ballsy ride.
Yeah. And I feel like, Steve, at least for a year, you need to ask every rider like what they would do in that situation. It would be fascinating. And I also want to know if Kiefer has weighed in on that yet. But it's like when you do something like that and you look down and you're like, cool, there's a lot that can go wrong. Or you could win a fucking 250 regional title. Like, what is more worth it, right? Like, being stripped of your manhood, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, 250 title.
Something that goes wrong.
All day.
Yes, if your nickname is Ramit and Whackers, you're staying in it. You're staying in it, and that's why he's a points leader.
But dude,
because of Detroit.
But dude, listen, like he seems like a super nice guy, and I'm a Justin Brayton fan, so I trust his judging character.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I can see that he wants it really bad, and he seems like a really good person, and he's trying to shed Ramit. He's trying to shed a lot of things, and it's I want to like him, but there's just like some things about it that it does seem a little squirrely. Like he hasn't been, he's been in the mix and he's been a little more conservative, but he's had moments just as much as any other guys. I think that's more of like a track thing. And
yeah, this weekend he had, but
I think it's more of like a track thing. He does seem like a little more solid, but he still, like, when you hear him talk, like he's like he's just like desperate to let everybody know that he's like, he's changed and this and that, but he'll still just ride with his dick out. I mean, it's crazy.
Dude.
He's okay. So I'm going to make a crazy comparison that might not make sense in the beginning, but I hope it will in the end. So remember when Cooper Webb won his 250 outdoor championship? He had the broken wrist to start the series. He survived
Yeah.
Vegas and whatever, but he started and he had to ride just really solid at first. It like forced him to just be solid, and then he kind of got a little better, but he built momentum, and then once he started winning, he didn't stop winning, and he won the title. McAdoo came in this year not race ready whatsoever, and it forced him to be less like him because he had to be a little mellower at first because he wasn't coming in on fire. He had to be a little mellower, then better. He's gone 2-2-2-1. He's accelerating and getting better after coming off of weeks of being forced to be a little bit different due to his prep. So I'm with you. He's got to win this championship to shed the history, but he's on a progression of cleaning it up because he kind of had to start the series. So
I'm
real to me.
100%. I'm 100% with you, and I don't know if you're like trying to like correlate a wrist with whatever else, but
no, I'm saying something is holding him back from going all in, which probably causes some of his problems. So he's training himself in the moment to be more stable because he physically has had to. That's what
totally, but he's been down that road before, and you just don't know if you're going to get like Anstie luck, right?
No,
you don't know if you're going to get Anstie luck.
He's gone
and you're sitting there
2-2-2-1.
at the first.
He's gone 2-2-2-1.
He's
That's
won
not
like
Anstie
4
luck.
heats too.
No, that's not Anstie luck. But I'm just saying it's weird to think about because it happened at the first round. Like you like look down and you have to make it's like a life decision right there. Like, do I risk
No, listen,
this?
I'm telling you what. I talked to riders, and some of the guys that have no hope of winning a championship told me like there's zero chance they'd keep racing. But I talked to other guys that are like, I'm racing all day long.
If it would have been me and I saw that, I'd have laid down on my stomach till someone came and brought me something. All right, that's what I would have done. And I'm also not a champion. So
I know. Totally. It's for to me. It seems like just like what do you want to like? What kind of example do you want to set or anything? But I'm a McAdoo fan, but I do have one future headlines for you.
Doesn't sound like you're a McAdoo fan, but all right. What is your future headline?
Hey, you should DM him and just rip him to shreds.
No, I don't do that. I guess maybe I'm not a McAdoo fan, but I want to be a McAdoo fan.
Okay.
And I see you got Nick Wey coming down. So Deegan doubles down, does God dirty, misses a win at SMX Finals, or ET3 phones home for final win at SMX Finals.
I'll take the ET3 one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dylan.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, man.
All right.
Thanks for the call.
Guys.
Appreciate
Later,
it.
bro.
Thank you. All right. That's the McAdoo realist on line 3. Coming up next, Acerbis. Thanks to the folks at Acerbis, world leader in accessory dirt bike plastics. Whether you're simply needing a new fender or you want to personalize your bike, Acerbis is there for you. Check out the latest styles and colors at Acerbis USA. Thank you to Acerbis. Great stuff. Fits every time. Speaking of Acerbis, speaking of working on a dirt bike, let's bring in friend of the show, Nick Wey. What's up, NYK?
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're good, man. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
We're sitting here, Daniel Blair and I. That the caller there was he's a McAdoo realist, so not
bought in yet.
Yeah, but
Not
I mean,
I didn't really hear him.
I'm in. 2-2-2-1. He had some sketchy moments this weekend, like he did in the past, but everyone had them. I'm writing those off to the track, Nick. But to me, he looks more in control. He looks more ready to go. He looks more mature. So yeah, you work with him closely, obviously, and you have to be like what you're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, definitely like the prep coming into the season was a bit abbreviated. But last year he got to riding during the Nationals and wasn't necessarily like on form to race for sure, but did a lot of getting back to the basics, and he understands that for his value in the sport moving forward, he has to prove his consistency. So he's well aware of cleaning up some of the mistakes he's made in the past. And to be completely honest with you, mistakes that cost him in the past, some of the bigger ones, he's definitely more cautious in a few areas for sure. Like I was giving him a hard time this morning about appreciate the mature decision making by not doing a nasty turn down in the ruts on the finish line when he knew he won. love to see the straight jump.
Yeah. And he even in the third one, he was all over Pierce Brown. Pierce was a little too buck wild for him. He knew where Deegan was. I'm good.
Smart.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and to be honest with you, He had some strong races last year in Supercross, and then obviously a problem cost him kind of the rest of the season with an injury. But I mean, he was Hampshire and Cameron kept. I mean, Jett within the same straightaway a lot of times. So he's been riding well. I think that he's definitely not in perfect form because of our abbreviated prep.
Yep.
And then working through some other things that he kind of, his first turn crash at Detroit banged him up a little bit. Some things we're working through with abbreviated.
Yeah, he's got a fib fracture or something.
Yeah, just got to be pretty careful with what we're doing with training to not aggravate that.
Yeah.
If Nick, can that be a positive? Because that's what I'm taking from it is when you have someone who at their full speed can be a little on the risky side, if there's something that's kind of forcing him to be a little choked up, does that hurt a guy like him who is fast in the class? He doesn't need all that extra speed. Does it help a little, I know in a weird way, to keep him a little choked up and kind of develop that instead of just being,
I think he definitely could use all the speed he has for sure. I mean, the class is obviously like quick. I mean, he could definitely back down the aggression, right, which would probably equate to more speed, which he understands now. But yeah, I mean, even like this weekend, I was driving home from Texas, and I think I talked to him every time he was off the track. So, I mean, obviously that one was like super, you had to be very mindful of what your decisions you were making out there. Obvious to me, like even when I'm watching it through Peacock, where his competitors were better. So he did a really good job of like adjusting as he went, because for sure, like he had a moment or two in the whoops and another time down the lane where he got a little bit close to the tough block.
Oh yeah.
So like even I could see all of that type of stuff that would seem to clean up and be aware. Can't make the same mistake over and over.
I just wrote that off the Indy track, dude, because I saw Jett get crazy. So I just was like, okay, he almost had a big one there, and he cased that thing, and he nose picked into another one. I'm like, it's the track. Generally speaking, he's been great. Clean that up to me, anyway.
Yeah. I was just also like, the injury that we came in the season with, where he, his shoulders are like maybe not totally 100% still. Just it affects your right hand corners, and it's obviously in a 90 and it's grippy. You kind of finish those turns and not end up in a tough block.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of a break now. Does he get some outdoors? Does Mitch get him going outdoors a little bit, or what do we do?
Yeah, I'm gonna ride outdoors this week, and then back to Supercross for Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and then probably the next couple weeks ride outdoors at least Friday.
Yep. Okay.
So it's kind of been something that Pro Circuit's wanted to do, is keep the guys on Supercross over the years, but talked to the team yesterday and kind of broke down how many days he would ride outdoor preparation total, including press day, if we stuck to Supercross. And so they got a bike ready for him today, and he'll be riding motocross tomorrow.
Nice. Nick Wey on the show, brought to you by the folks at Chairbees. Daniel, anything you want me to get out of Daniel on Orange Brigade-wise, Nick, for you and the kid? Like, do we need to negotiate anything here? Or
No, I'm happy with the support. I mean, obviously it's expensive at the level we're doing it now. So, yeah, very helpful. Thanks, Daniel.
We're good. We're solid.
I can't even imagine contract talks with Nick Wey.
Oh, he's tough. Nick's not easy.
Oh, I can imagine.
Nick's not easy because he knows too much. That's the problem.
Exactly. He's not your typical mini dad.
No, he's not like the other ones.
No,
it's
he's like
weird.
Listen here, man. These swing arms are no good. We're gonna need 4 more swing arms. Like, I already know.
Nick, we had good talks though, right? Nick, I felt like I feel like Nick actually made me a smarter manager through our conversations. Just understanding the other side, but from someone who has lived it and is living it now just because you raced and now you're dealing with Adam and Cameron and then you have Vince, like your range is so big. So to me, our talks made me smarter at my job. I think.
Well, but to be honest with you, I'm not super versed in the amateur thing because it's so different than it was. Because like the things that Daniel and I would talk about on the phone, I'd have to go back and make like a spreadsheet of at what age did what I did, and obviously things have changed a lot. I mean, I wouldn't even know what mini senior 1 and 2 is, and like what is there super mini 1 and 2? What's the difference?
Yeah.
Right. So like until I have a kid that races it, because ultimately, like I never would have cared.
Yeah. How many bikes did T-Way have to sell at the end of the year? Like peak Nick Wey Team Green Days. Like how many bikes did you?
Dude, I don't know. We had so much stuff in the garage.
Like how's your garage now, Nick?
It's literally the same as I remember growing up.
T-Way just hawking KX80s out the back.
Oh my
Hawking.
Oh, it was great to see him in Daytona, by the way. Oh, it was great.
Yeah, we definitely had a lot of like here and there, and made the logistics work to make those spring nationals and work. But unfortunately, I unloaded some pretty fresh bikes yesterday when we got home. So
how's my guy?
Hold on, before we get into that. So I hammer out this deal in Daytona, right?
What deal?
The sticker deal.
Okay.
With Vince.
Wait, well, hold up. You need to tell the listeners what the deal is, because a lot of times, like even last year, I get like tagged into something where you're talking smack. You're talking smack, like you're getting done so wrong.
I didn't get what I promised last year, but that's okay.
I feel like you did. Eventually,
Yes.
You got more than what was promised.
Eventually, I did, but at the time, I didn't get what I was supposed to. I needed to, have a better agent, have a better contract. I'm not sure. I eventually did get what I wanted. So this year, I went in determined to hash out exactly what I need to do to get this PulpMX sticker on Vince's helmet.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I have to sign off on that stuff.
No, I believe they get stickers. They get their own spots. Do they not?
Nick, do I have any say in that part or no? Not on the helmet?
I feel like, well, you technically do own it, but I did get an addendum to the agreement where now I own it.
Okay.
Did you get your way on that one? You did, huh? Did I lose that battle?
Yeah.
Daniel doesn't even know he lost the battle.
I think I lost that one. I think he may have got me on the helmet part.
To be fair, Mathis, you got way more real estate out of talking shit than what you paid for.
So I hammer out the deal this year, okay? And it's the same terms. The kid wanted to do a performance contract. I'm like, no, I believe in my athletes. I don't.
We don't even know. We don't even know. I don't like exactly. Like we don't even know the terms of the deal.
Absolutely, we know the terms. I can tell you what they are.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Well, first of all, Nick tried to talk the kid out of doing the deal. Which I'm like, what? Huh? So then Nick walked away to look after camera, and then we started negotiating.
So
again.
you negotiated with Vincent directly?
Yes.
Oh, now I know the key to the future.
Yeah.
Now I know.
Yeah.
Hey,
so the deal
now I know how to work in the future.
The deal was sticker on the helmet, $500 cash, and Loretta's and one other race, and then one social post dedicated to Pulp, and then also included a tag in every other post, like, just a tag with all the other sponsors.
So you got to be in the list.
Yeah, I want to be in the list all the time.
But then one
And then I want
specific.
one dedicated thank you, Uncle Steve, for everything. You're the man type of post, right?
Okay.
And then helmet sticker for Loretta's, helmet sticker for one other amateur national. $500.
In which I told him, do not take the money. I said,
You
this
did.
is a bad deal for you. He talked negatively about you all last year.
I didn't talk negatively, just I didn't get my post.
I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, are you going to pay for the Wi-Fi at Loretta's?
Jesus.
It's about 500.
I'm sure you paid for the Wi-Fi.
I'm going backwards. Essentially, I'm going backwards on this deal.
Okay, so we already have a snag, though. We already have a snag.
What's a snag?
In our deal.
Yeah, you're doing deals with minors.
Wow, that too. But the snag is I was told my stickers that I sent are too big. They don't fit enough. Like, I need smaller stickers. Nick and his stickers and helmet, and unfortunately the kid has the Nick Wey curse of having having to look primo, right?
You're right. You're right. That is my fault.
Right.
100%.
Yeah.
Attention to detail.
So
I like it.
Okay, no problem. They're going to some race in Texas. Get me the address. I'll send you stickers. I got new ones from Decal Works, smaller ones. Look
No
really good.
way. You got them made?
Yeah. Yeah. So I get the address, and I wait a day, which is on me, but whatever. I next day air UPS envelope to Freestone
To the
with
track.
these stickers, $36. Okay, but I gotta get the kid the stickers, everything else. Unfortunately, it's a dangerous sport. Injuries happen. My athlete hurt his hand.
One day changes everything, Steve.
These things happen, but I get a notice from UPS saying, undeliverable. Your letter never got picked up. So my stickers are in Freestone, hanging out, $36.
No,
Bye-bye.
They would have taken your envelope, but I'm not sure they'd take next day air there is the thing. Or you probably got a deal, which is $36. You probably ship DHL or something.
No, UPS, next day air on my account. And so I had to get these stickers out, and no one accepted them, and I'm out $36, and I got to send another envelope out. I'm out stickers. I'm out 36
Did you get more
bucks.
stickers too?
I have to send more of the ones that they sent.
So you have some more?
Yeah, I have
Okay,
more.
Okay.
So already the deal.
Did you mention anything about you got a photo that you could have used for your social that already had it on there for in practice sessions in which Vincent dominated in? Of course, we're not going to talk about that.
No.
I didn't want to, get the deal going until the new stickers were on there.
Well, he found some old stash and put it on there like
I know,
billboards
but
now.
that's my old stickers. That's not the
pretty,
new ones.
That's pretty big on him. Instead of just waiting for you to go and find some old ones.
Yeah.
To me, I feel like 500's a little low for a rider of that type of character. I think you should go up a little bit. And Nick's right. He was dominant. He was ripping.
The kid agreed to it. He agreed to terms.
I don't know. I feel like you don't want to do this deal anyways. You're already negative about it. I think we're out.
Can I get my $36 back?
Yeah, no problem. I got $36. I'll Venmo you right now.
I don't have Venmo. I have Zelle though. You can Zelle me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nick jumped on getting out of this deal as fast as possible. He's willing to pay to get out
I'm
of
going to
it.
have Vincent on here at a future date once he heals up. And that's my athlete. That's my guy. And I don't, like I said, he offered performance bonuses. I don't want any of that. I believe in him. I believe in him.
Actually, I told you I told both of you it's a bad move for Vincent to exchange money.
It's why? What's wrong with that?
Well, I mean, you're already bummed on the deal.
I just want to support amateurs.
Somebody owes you $36.
His first financial deal is falling apart, dude.
That was last year's financial deal. We'll try again. That's where
give
I'm
me the
at.
stickers. I'm going to California tomorrow. I'll take them too.
I love amateur motocross, and I'm trying to support it. Aiden Kiefer and Vincent Wey, my athletes. And then, of course, Aiden wants to know where his money is, and I'm like, no, beat it. I pay your dad.
You know how you can support me? Bring your janky bring your janky toolbox over here and get in the trenches a little bit. That would be super helpful. Keep your 500. I need you to change some tires.
I've seen your garage. It's something else.
I haven't, but Nick's told me it's hard to get through.
It's KX 450s and then a lot of Husqvarnas.
I asked D yesterday if he races. Because for real, do you need this many bikes? Do you race?
You asked who?
Well, Donovan.
Oh, Donovan.
Like,
What'd he say?
Yeah.
I got a nice 80. I got him one that's pretty dialed for Mini O's that he hasn't ridden since. He rode one time since Mini O's. But then I'm like, okay, well, if he chooses to ride the area or whatever, I gotta make sure he's dialed. Because then I rewind back to my childhood where my brother has always claimed that he would have continued riding, but T-Way sold my 60 when I wasn't home.
When I wasn't home.
T-Way,
so
no.
At all costs, I am not getting rid of a bike.
Yeah.
Without consent.
Right. So Donovan, he's on a schedule of if he feels like it, he can race. That's the schedule.
Absolutely. Yeah. But he's put himself a bit on probation by DNFing a couple motos at Mini O's by riding back on the quad because he crashed. I'm like, bro. I'm like, Vincent's on the gate or something, and then I'm texting Nicole. I'm like, where's D? I didn't see him finish. Yeah, he's on the quad. Someone's got his bike. He's fine. I'm like, okay, I guess let me know when he gets back. I go back to the motorhome, and his bike is leaned up against the easy up, and his gear's all over the ground. And I'm like, I guess he's okay.
I guess he's fine.
He must be with his homies.
Wow. Yeah. That's so he's on a loose program over there.
Oh, he's loose. Yeah, he is a frat boy.
That's awesome. That's hilarious. I love it. Hey, by the way, Vince, big bikes, is that coming soon? Where are we at on that?
I mean, it's inevitable. He's 5 foot something.
Yeah. So, how old is he?
Next.
How old is he?
He's 14.
Yeah, I was still on 80s when I was 14.
It's right. He's in that. It's in the transition time right now. It's
right.
Final days of mini, early days of big. It's
so
coming.
I want to talk. Send me my $36. But here's on. I want to talk amateur motocross for a second. I was talking to Wygant. I don't remember someone about amateur stuff, and I said I was like, look, I know what it was. It was a little bit of picking on Deegan for the move that he moved down on Seth, where I was like, I kind of put most of the blame on Deegan and not on Seth, and I said. It's just amateur motocross stuff that and I'm not going to single out Hayden because he's an amazing rider, but you see this a lot with the kids. They act like they're the only ones on the dirt bike track. I think these kids need to race more. So the argument we were getting into in the press box was I said, how many times do these top kids race a year? And I said, is it like 15 times? And they're like, oh, no. No. Like, these top kids are racing like 10 times a year. I think it was Wygant. And I'm like, what? So they race less than once a month? Think about Daniel, you, me, Nick, you're on the phone. That's what these guys race is 10 times a year?
Some.
Yeah, it's some, but it's like, even in California, it's difficult to find any, like, meaningful races. Because to be fair, like, I am aware that you can be a better racer by racing.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I went to Minneo's for Thanksgiving.
Yep.
And in November, we raced one local race because that was the only one that was, like, available here. And then he raced in Texas before we raced Texas. So he's raced 3 times since end of November.
Yeah, that's not enough, right?
But think about this.
Totally, but dude, I'm doing everything I can to like find a meaningful event.
That's a problem. So think about this for Vincent. He's, say, the fastest super mini rider in the country. The fast super mini kids are also pretty fast in the 125 schoolboy class, right? Like at the nationals. So where is he supposed to race around here to find any comp? Like what, 250B like on a super mini? That's the only way he's gonna find any like real racing, probably, unless maybe one kid shows up that's decent. But
so like you
can't
no more,
find real race. Like you can't find a real simulated
like
race.
The swap moto races or like nothing. Like there's
probably the fastest one there. Period. On his
so
mini
just
bike.
nobody races anymore. Like just.
Well, like the swap moto events are awesome when the kids were little.
Yeah,
but to be honest with you, it's
85s and below, you can find some kids. But once you're on a super mini and you're elite super mini, you're not, or all the way through pretty much until you're pro. There's not a lot to do. There's not enough people around.
I was fucking shocked when someone was like, they don't even race 10 times a year. I'm like, what? I mean, what you guys are saying is making sense. Like
because you could go to a race and spend all that money for some gate drops against kind of nobody, and then I guess it's kind of cool, whatever. Or you can go and train somewhere and like work on things. So that's the problem. There's not enough. But I'll tell you.
But do you agree with me that you see some of these kids that come in and they're lacking
racecraft.
Racecraft.
You can see it's a little off, but they're all kind of like that. So
okay.
Right.
But I will say though, like probably when I transitioned from amateurs to pros. There was like same thing, Steve. Like you went to those 4-stroke nationals, famously dominated those.
Oh, thank you.
But there was before they even were 4-stroke nationals, it was like called Fall Classic.
Yeah.
So as I'm like a teenager, they would have races around the Midwest, and one being at Redbud where it was like $500 a win per moto, but you have 125 and 250 pro class, and they would be like 15, 20 minutes each. So it was like a fair length. Well, thing was that was cool for me as like a 16, 17-year-old is like Mike Brown, right? So he's national number 9 at the time. He comes to every single one of those.
Right.
Every single one of those. But then not only that, like Todd DeHoop is maybe early 30s at the time. So he would come.
Yeah.
And then even like Keith Bone, who was like older than that, but he obviously his racecraft is unparalleled by me.
Yeah.
So I'm like, trying to pass these clowns around the outside, and my dad just comes back to the trailer laughing because I'm pissed, and he's like, "What do you think's going to happen?"
Yeah.
When you try to
these
pass
are grown
Todd
men,
DeHoop around
right?
You try to pass Todd DeHoop around the outside 5 times, he's going to put you in the fence 5 times.
Yeah.
So to be honest with you, I see like Andrew Short race the Springading in the Open Pro class, and I'm like not surprised he won because it's a bit more of like a national level track where he can bob and weave some bumps. Whereas like Freestone's just rough everywhere. Like I watched him close, so he just would get frustrated, and then there'd be other kids just like all over him, and he'd be like, "Go ahead, buddy." Not trying to get clean for this, but he's like smart enough to where the Oak Hill track was fast enough to where and wide enough to where he could like miss all the bumps because he is like way more intelligent.
Yeah, he was using his brain. Big time.
Yeah, exactly. So like same. Like I haven't even really ridden much, and I bet you I could probably get 5th on a track like that because it's honestly like. Not picking on it, but it's kind of cookie cutter-ish to where like you can go around a bunch of stuff and just outsmart the amateur bumps.
Yeah.
Or Freestones, it's just rough everywhere, so it's like you don't really find a flow. So I was like pumped to see that because ultimately, like I think, a Gavin Towers is going to gain some invaluable experience by learning from racing someone that has so much experience.
Yeah. So should we just do like 11 futures for nationals? Just 11 Friday races?
Well, the thing is like a lot of some of these, like, which I don't know. I'd have to do the math on how many races I would take Vincent to a year, but obviously, like, I'm a little different because I'm working so much on the weekends, so my wife would take him by himself some. But, I mean, I would say it's probably more upwards of, like, 20 times I would take Vince.
If you could just max it out.
No, that's probably how many times. That's probably realistic. He probably races 20 times. I think that like a Drew Adams or whatever, they probably race 20 times.
Well, and I can tell you just from watching his schedule over the last 6 months, they've thrown him around to go racing. Like he's been getting gate drops wherever there is one, even though he wins most of them still. If you've probably noticed that too, he's at a lot of stuff lately. So I think that you're 100% right, Steve. The problem is there's once you're at the elite of your class, there's not many other elite ones in your class.
But are you learning even if you go 1-1? Are you learning or no? What if you let everybody go off the gate and then you?
But ultimately, Steve, it's the conditions. It's like kind of where I struggle is like, and I don't have a ton of experience with everywhere. Is just here. It's like at the races that are more catered to an intermediate or novice level. It's just so flat. Like it's the same reason why you get stoked on the Vet World Championship, the track, but I'm like, dude, I would literally never ride again if I have to. That's where I'm racing. Never ride again.
No, I hate it. I hate it. I can't stand it. No, it's unbelievably terrible. But I get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
I just like I was shocked. Like when I think it was Weege, I was just like, what?
Yeah, and some are that way. But
and then so let me ask you this also. Still another amateur motocross question. Are we at a point? And I've heard this from people. Loretta's is not a good big bike 4-stroke class track anymore. It's obviously still major important. It's got the 3 motos. It means something. But are we at the point where we will see amateurs skip Loretta's and do futures and future Supercross and no, never? Okay. So Loretta's is still
Loretta's brings something different. It's a character test. It's a pressure test.
Okay.
There's more to it than the track. You might not be able to get the best evaluation out of the rider on the track, but the moment and that whole environment is pretty gnarly on these kids.
Okay.
So it's a good test for them.
Do you agree, Nick?
Yeah, and ultimately, like even from when I was a kid, they've done a much better job with the track prep, like getting it deeper. And gnarly. I think that's what that's like where you hear some of the complaints about it's not a big bike track, but ultimately it's like very technical.
Yeah.
So it's like Kitchen has. He's excelled as a pro, where he won by like large margins in the A class. So it's not like it's a coincidence when somebody has success there.
Okay.
It's they're head and shoulders above the rest, and then you're like, okay, he's a real guy.
Yeah.
Okay, because I kind of heard from somebody that's like, hey, Loretta's is less important, and I'm like, okay, like I don't know.
I would have maybe thought that a few years ago when I wasn't there, but now that I've been there for a couple of years, I've learned to really like it a lot.
It's not losing its luster as far as that goes.
But I think something to your point though, Steve, is like obviously when you have Supercross futures and you have the combines, which I think the group is aware that it would diminish value in Loretta's if there were more of them.
Okay, so they're not going to let that happen.
Those are obviously they're just obviously indirect competition with them.
Right.
Yeah.
So for example, if you were like a kid from New Zealand or somewhere where you'd have to come here 3 times to race an area regional in Loretta's, that's obviously expensive.
Right.
But if you can come to 5 combines and just skip that whole thing, then
that's what your kid is doing, right?
Well, yeah. As I say, technically, Davies rode 2 futures races last year. Maybe both combines, and then I signed him, and he didn't do any amateur nationals, but there was a specific reason why I signed him. I mean, I knew he was going to be good on Supercross, and I think that's been proven.
Right.
So, but that's not like the mold or the model. That's a one-off deal. That's not going to be the model moving forward.
Okay.
It's got to be someone's got to be really unique to get.
Yeah, but that's like also like Ben Townley's kid. He hasn't been here, right? So like, I talked to him some. And so I'm like, the biggest bang for your buck is these Texas events or Daytona and these Texas events because you can get the most racing in a short period of time. Because he's like, I can't really like miss work where I come over 2 times for qualifiers and then Loretta's if it all works out. So it's
because it's spread out over the course of the calendar.
Yeah, because it's spread out over the year too. Because it's ultimately you're dealing with kids being bigger at each time you come back, and so then at that point you're carrying different suspension when you're him or I, better, right? So it becomes like a super pain. So I think that, say, Loretta's value is diminished by the combines for those particular kids that, like, say, a Roxon or whoever as a kid aren't necessarily going to make, probably not going to make the trip to all the qualifiers for Loretta's and probably just try to get into the combines of the futures. I think you're going to see that be more common.
Yeah, for people like
International.
that. Yeah, but Daniel, as a guy who scouts these dudes and signs them, you'll put weight into that. That's fine for you. You won't penalize somebody, Townley's kid or whoever, for not doing Loretta's.
I mean,
right, like you literally just signed a kid.
I tell every rider on the roster, and I'll tell everyone now, I'll listen to the show, I'm looking at kids that can be Supercross champions someday, and I don't really care what their path on how they get there.
Right.
If they've got the tendencies and the traits and they have it, I'd take a chance on it, regardless of where they're racing. So,
all right. Yeah, interesting. Different paths. I don't know. I think they should race more, but what you guys are saying makes sense.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
No one's ditching it just because.
Right.
It's really hard to force good competition year round.
Yeah.
When you're at the elite of your class.
Sure.
Well, and ultimately, like Cole Davies, right? He's an exceptional amateur at the moment, but really, like how I can justify my kid racing at the level he does is because he's getting help from Husky and through other partners that help us.
Yeah, PulpMX.
Yeah, exactly. Even if we're $36 in the hole at the moment, still helping out with such encouraging words. But but really, it's like that took a huge investment for Davies to come here and train to get ready for those, because obviously he's supported on some level, and then at that point he was rewarded with some more support once he proved that he was of that level. But ultimately, like my kid, I try my best to not go to this stuff, but ultimately, like, he's a great rider, but he needs to be a much better racer, like, to our point. So I'm like trying to do what I can to take him to all of these events now, because he's coming to like the age where he's going to get onto big bikes soon, and he needs more race experience rather than just being like an Instagram banger kid.
I'm surprised Townley would ask you anything. He knows everything. You just got to ask him. He knows everything. Super smart, Ben Townley. Nick Wey on the show, brought to you by the folks at Cherubies USA. All right, what else? Is my athlete there, Nick? Is he around?
I was going to say, how's my guy?
Yeah,
how are we? What's going on?
Yeah,
he's here. I don't know. I'm working on my mountain bike at the moment. I got a slow leak in the front. I did the sealant pump, got it locked and loaded. We're dialed.
You has Parabino's been hitting you up to go to these freaking trails that he's been sending it at?
No, there's a bunch of trails. There's a bunch of trails in the neighborhood here, but
can I talk to my athlete? Is he around?
Hey Vince, are you available to talk to PulpMX and Daniel?
Absolutely.
Well, he's talking smack already about the deal. He said he sent new stickers, $36. So tread lightly here. He's going to get you. He's going to trigger you. Please don't swear at him.
Not like
I'm reluctantly handing him the phone.
All right, Vincent Wey on the PulpMX show.
What's up, boys? Who am I talking to right now?
PulpMX and Daniel Blair.
All right.
How's the hand?
What's up?
How's the hand?
It's getting better. It's a little sore, but
what?
it's always gone down, which is a good sign.
How'd you crash? How'd it happen? Take us through it.
Okay, so I was going over the jump, right? I hit the corner. I'm like, dang, I hit that corner nice. Go over the jump. Was probably going a little too slow for the scrub I did, and then my front wheel, like as I was scrubbing, hit the top.
What? You scrub? You told me you weren't scrubbing.
What? I scrubbed, and then I was backwards, but it wasn't like a big.
He
scrub.
scrubbed too much of a scrub.
You scrubbed too much? That's how you broke your hand?
No, I did not scrub too much. It just ended up crashing while I was scrubbing. You know.
Just right.
Yeah.
Dude.
Just right scrub.
Dude, how many times do I got to tell you? Jumps for show, corners for dough.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about how sick I hit the corner.
He had already done the corner.
Yeah, I mean, listen, kid. Don't stop watching Stu videos and all these other, like, we don't scrub. We don't need to scrub.
All right, yeah.
So when are we back riding? How long? What do we got?
Probably another 2 weeks, maybe. Week and a half. I have no idea.
Dude, so you did it in practice?
I did practice. It was like the last lap of practice.
Oh, okay. The last lap. Damn it.
Of the last practice.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, man. So we did our deal in Daytona. We're still good, right?
Wait, hold on.
Still good.
Vincent, you're worth more than $500, dude.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
No,
That's
the deal's
what I
done.
said.
The deal's done.
He's pretty phenomenal. I think he's worth more than that.
No, he's not. The deal's done. And Vincent, I sent Next Day Air stickers to Texas, $36 Next Day Air, and no one.
I know that is very disrespectful. My father never told me you did that. I would have gone and picked him up.
Oh, thank you. Thank
we
you.
were there.
I would love to still been there.
So we have the problem then. It's not my athlete. It's the dad.
No,
It's the dad. It's always the dad.
Yeah.
It's always the dad.
It's the, Vince, I need to get your number, Vince. And because I know your dad, are you in control of your Instagram? Is that always you or is that sometimes your dad?
Sometimes it's my dad, but whenever, my Instagram pops off, it's me.
Okay, so if I DM you for your phone number, you'll give it to me?
Yep.
Okay, because I need to deal direct to
Me
the
too.
athlete.
I think hey, when we start talking 2025, call me direct, Vincent.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so what about this $36 that I spent?
Well, that's you're gonna have to cut off on the budget for the month. Like no more. I don't know.
Starbucks.
What's your go-to?
Starbucks.
Starbucks, yeah. Less Starbucks.
All right, I could probably try to do that. But
Yeah.
these stickers are the appropriate sizes. They were brand new, so yeah. Like I'm out the
Okay.
stickers. I'm out $36. So I want you to know that I still believe in you as a sponsor, and this is a small setback, but the $36, I don't know if I can get over that. It's a
big deal.
It's a big deal.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
36. That's a lot of Starbucks.
Hey, what are we doing on the downtime? What are we doing?
A lot of therapy.
Yeah.
A lot of running.
Oh,
a lot of
are you a
gym.
runner? Are you a runner?
I don't know. I'm not a big runner, but
Yeah.
I like to mountain bike more. But I only got one hand, so there's that.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
Are we treadmilling or are we actually jogging?
Jogging.
Oh boy, it's hilly around your house too.
Yep, real hilly.
Have you ridden with him at all, Steve? Have you been out there when he's out there?
Oh yeah, Glen Helen. We were out at GH one time.
He'd blow by you down the downhill.
Yeah, he's way faster than I am. It's so depressing. Yeah.
He was giving Nick the business at Paris a few months back. When
No
I was
way.
There. Nick was sweating when he came off.
Really? Was your dad
Little bit.
sweating?
He hasn't ridden since.
Since that day?
No.
Wow. Yeah.
Not once.
I saw that coming from a mile away.
We have this video we're making with Kiefer. It's coming up. I'm racing Kiefer. I'm on my 450. Kiefer's going to race a modern 125, YZ 125.
Chris.
He's going to race a 1990 YZ 125, and then we're going to race on a big wheel 85.
All right, where's the track at?
Mesquite.
Okay, so Chris is really fast at Glen Helen.
Yes, he is.
Really fast.
But-
He's pretty exceptional there, so you probably have a little bit better of a chance.
But I have
Since
more
your home turf.
more hills in Glen Helen than Mesquite, so I don't know if I can. Chris, I feel like Chris on the 80 and me on the 450, I'd yard him pretty good up some of those hills at Glen Helen.
You suck.
Yep.
So I don't know. So I told if Chris beats me on the 85 big wheel, I'm riding out into traffic. Like I'm done. Do you think he will?
Yeah.
Do you
you
think?
on a 450 and he's on 85?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. There's 0% chance.
What? That he beats me?
No,
or that,
I mean,
No, he'd beat you. 'Cause
no.
he's way
I don't
faster
think
than me, and I could beat you on an 85.
wait, Vincent says I beat him.
Vincent, no way. No way.
450.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
It'll be close.
Ugh.
Wait, what
Modern
85 is
a
it?
modern 85?
Yeah, a new one.
Oh no, he'd beat you.
He's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Stock suspension and everything?
Yep.
Okay.
Because I could, and he'd smoke me.
When Vince, when are we getting on the 25s?
I've been riding
He's
one.
got one.
Yeah, it's fun.
When do we race one? Do we wait a little bit? I don't know.
Maybe some Mammoth qualifiers
Okay.
around here, maybe a couple areas.
All right.
He's getting a 250 soon.
A 250? No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Send
It's
it
on.
out.
How old are you, Vince?
14.
Okay. Yeah.
It's about go time, man.
Yeah.
It's scary.
Yeah, it's really scary. All right, buddy. Thanks for the call. Get your dad back on the line, and then see if you can get my $36 out of him.
You're worth a grand.
Okay, yeah.
You're wor-
$36.
And then I need to send you that five.
There.
I need to send you that $500.
Yep, do that.
Do I send?
Okay.
Do you want it now, or do you want it around Loretta's, or when do you want payment?
ASAP.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. But
All right, nice talking to you.
I'm going to send it to attention you, so don't let your parents get a hold of that.
Oh, no, I got it.
Yeah, because I can see your mom getting that money and buying some shoes or something.
Oh, yeah, some drips, some Dunks, Jordans, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
All right, well,
Okay.
thank you, Pulp Nation, for the support. And, Daniel,
Yes.
See you boys later.
See you, buddy. Thank you. Well, he hurt his hand scrubbing.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I was like, I walked over to him really slow, and then he really had a lot of blood all over the machine, and I'm like, where you're laying right now leads me to believe that you were like damn near upside down.
He was pretty far from the landing. He left an imprint in the ground.
Oh, so he cut his hand like there was blood everywhere. Oh, shit.
I mean, he cut his chin.
Oh, his chin.
He got
okay.
stitches in his chin too. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know any of this. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we did our team track walk right after the practice.
Oh, you did?
And he wasn't there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he wasn't there. And then we got to the part of the track where it happened, and I was like, oh, this is exactly where it happened. Now I know why he's not here.
Oh, man.
Yeah. He left a mark in the ground.
Bummer. How would he have done, Daniel? What were you expecting of him at Texas?
Winning.
Win?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Checkers are records, and unfortunately we records.
Yeah. No, he's this is year Super Mini.
Yeah.
Number 1, I think.
And Super Mini, it's a 105?
Oh no.
No, it's confusing.
They're
Can I break it down for
They're
you quick?
112s.
Yeah, please do, because I don't understand. They used to be 105s in my day.
Yeah. I think even maybe in my day it became a 109 or something along those lines. So then now the Husky KTM gas comes as an 85 with bigger wheels, 19 front, 16 rear. You buy a 105 kit, so cylinder, piston, head, ECU. Then you got your 85 to 105.
Okay.
But if you want to make it, which is the Class Max, then you send off your crank. I send mine to Crankworks, and they change the pin location to get I don't know how the math works, but you end up getting another 7 cc's.
And they are unreal.
And so that's the limit. 112 is the cc limit of the class.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
why
does the AMA or MX Sports, why don't they just make it a 105 and save all these parents money and time and effort? Like why 112?
Kawasaki makes a 112 they sell.
There we go.
For
okay.
sale.
All right. So now I'm figuring this out. All right. So they're in Cowie's in their pocket and saying, we're going to do a 112. Could you make that the rule? MX Sports AMA says, sure. And here we are.
Yeah, I don't know how. I honestly, like I said, I didn't pay attention, nor would I have if I didn't have a kid who raced this.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely versed on it all now.
So
I don't know how it got to there. Like I don't know. I think Yamaha may have a 112. I don't know.
I know how it is now, and we should probably just move on from this topic.
Oh, because you get mad.
So I have a personal belief that
I don't really know why, but my dad Tom somehow thought back in the day I had 2 KX80s in '88, race bike and a practice bike. My dad thought putting in the 105 kit in the practice bike would make me better on the 80, so my practice bike was a 105. So I practiced on the 105 all the time, then I jump on the 80 and, like whatever.
Yeah.
And then at the Loretta Lynn's of Canada, like the big one. No. It was different tracks every year back in the day. It moved across the country. My race bike, the 85, blew up. And we were this close. I'm holding my fingers close to running the 105. No one would have caught us, probably. But we didn't do it. And so then we had to put a stock piston in and a stock cylinder, all that stuff. And I got my doors blown off. I think I went 7th or 8th overall. But I think back often late at night, what if we had just ridden that 105?
What could have been?
You chose the moral high ground.
We did.
Yeah.
We chose
the moral high ground.
We did. We chose the moral high ground, and I may have paid for it at the Loretta Lynn's of Canada in 1989.
Cost you your career.
Maybe. Some say.
You're fifth at best at the 105.
Probably. I bet you I was probably racing against 105s. I mean, I don't feel like the CMA.
You're the only one that wasn't running.
I don't feel like the CMA was really on top of things back then, So.
No. It's a complicated class. Just put it that way.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Sounds like I want nothing to do with it.
But the thing is, though, is that I feel like needs to be said is that people make it out to be more than it is. It's obviously like fairly expensive and labor intensive to get an engine built. But you can be pretty competitive with like the basics, and these bikes will last. Like you can get 75 hours out of the bottom end.
Can you put
on one of these 112s?
Can you put bigger forks on? Is there such a thing?
Well, there's kit forks. I think they're 5 mil longer. Is that kind of bigger?
I was thinking bigger diameter, but okay. I don't even know. Yeah, how that works. Like WP or something. You know, like some weird forks.
Not like bigger, but I mean longer. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's kit forks.
All right. Okay.
Good.
And I wouldn't say that it's like people make it more complicated than it is if I didn't know better. But I am also the guy who has a lot too much stuff, so I understand.
Yeah,
but again, I am always like, ever since my kid rode a 65, and then like Mitch would help us with whatever, I would always like take time to run C12 versus pump gas when they had to dyno the race bike,
right?
Or like me oiling the filter too much versus the pre-oiled one. So then I'm like beside the track talking to my friends who also have sons that race my son, and I'm like, you don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need it.
While he's testing different applications of oil in the filter.
Understood, but I wasn't like trying. It wasn't my idea to be dynoing it.
Yeah.
I would always be like, no, I don't want that. And he'd be like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not helping you unless we do it right. And I'm like, okay, I'll see you down there.
And then Nick knows he's got a sickness, so he doesn't want to pass it on to the other fathers. Like, listen, I got a problem. Don't let it be your problem.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nick Wey, brought to you by Cherubies. Thanks, man. Thanks for calling. I wanted to talk amateur stuff. Daniel's here. I thought it would be appropriate to dive into that a little bit and try to get my $36 back, which my athlete told me to, just don't drink as many Starbucks.
And contact him directly.
Yeah, and contact him directly.
Sound advice.
Probably. So we'll see you this weekend, or when you back up with AC and Joe.
Yeah, I'm coming this weekend with Adam and Joe.
Yep.
It looks like it's going to be wet, yeah?
Yeah, probably.
Is it still?
Probably. I don't know. I don't look weather on Monday and start judging, but yes, I think so, right? So it should be are we gonna see Joe better?
I will say that Joe is a more rounded athlete than ever.
Okay.
He's made significant gains on all areas. I feel like he's gained a lot of confidence through testing stuff through outdoors, and which has trickled over to Supercross.
Okay.
Obviously, I would like to see him ride a dry track, but I do think that you're going to see a different Joe until you get back racing.
Okay. Well, good. I hope so. Yeah. Thanks for the time, buddy. Always good. Always good to catch up. Thank you.
Yeah, always nice to catch up with you guys too. I mean, you don't owe us $500. I guess I owe you $36. I mean, like I told you, he'll run a PulpMX sticker if you care. But I would love to see you, honestly, I would love to see you buff a pipe and maybe show up one day at Loretta's. Which I would make part of the deal. I would make that part of the deal, like you showing up somewhere. But ultimately, I don't know if that's what's best for you personally.
Why?
You go to some of these events and then you start talking to dads and you get everybody wound up, and then ultimately you may get you
might get beat up.
You may not. Yeah, you might.
Yeah. I have some passionate thoughts about the amateur motocross scene in this country.
A lot of them know it.
Yeah.
They know.
Well, listen, they should know, because some of that stuff that's going on is fucked. It's buggered.
Oh, it's
buggered.
There's some stuff buggered for sure.
Yeah. But no, I worked for you as your mechanic one year, and your son is awesome, and I want to get on that early. I want to get, your son is like Google stock. I'm going to get in early as a supporter.
Investor.
Yep, an investor. I believe in your program, and so yeah, I'm looking to get in early on the ground floor of an up and coming rider that when he turns pro, I'll be there.
You gonna still be doing the same job?
No. I'll just be a quiet supporter in the background.
Okay.
Yeah. Believe me, I'm already struggling with Evan, so I already.
We could use a practice mechanic at any time, honestly.
No boy.
I'd love to pay you.
What? You bring him up to Mesquite, and I'll show him.
You remember the last time we rode Mesquite? He passed you up the hill on the 80. I gave you a hard time the rest of the day. I'm like, he is 4 foot nothing. He passed you up the hill on 80. There's one thing you can't do is get passed by Kiefer up the hill, dude.
No, I hope not.
The downhill, no problem.
Right.
Downhill, no problem. But I'm gonna need you to execute the corner at the bottom of the hill and just let that big dog eat.
Yeah, you're right. I've gotten better. I feel better with my riding. I'm in a better spot. So.
Everything else you can make an excuse about, except for getting passed by an 85 up the hill.
Bring them back up. It won't happen again, I promise you. You bring them back.
I don't know.
Hey, you're on the tee now.
Yeah, I've been taking tea lately. Testosterone. I have. I've been on the tee. Daniel's getting on the tee.
I'm getting on it on Monday.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So you.
I'll let you know, Nick.
You bring them by. So I've been bicycling more. I lost a little bit of weight. You know. Yeah. You bring them by. You bring them by Mesquite now again for that rematch.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Talking cocky hasn't worked for me in years.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring stickers to the race in Seattle for the kid.
I was saying, or I could take him to him tomorrow.
Why? How will you see him tomorrow?
I'm going to California.
Yeah, but are you going to the Way household?
I can meet up with them.
Okay.
They're nearby.
All right, maybe I'll do that.
Need to check in on my rider.
Save myself another $36.
Do whatever feels good, Steven.
All right. Thank you, Nicholas.
All right. Well, good to see you guys.
Okay.
Good to talk to you guys.
Yes.
Obviously, look forward to catching up again. Maybe I'll see you this weekend.
Oh, I bet you will.
Maybe I'll see you before the week's over, Daniel.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I could actually use a ride from like the storage area for the motorhome because I call my wife and she gets hostile that I take too long.
Let me know when. I land tomorrow at 9. Come and get you.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Later.
See ya.
Have a good night, guys.
All right. That's Nick Way, everybody. I'm not getting my $36.
No, you're going to lose another. You're going to get 500 out the door. The kid he's on it.
Yeah.
He said ASAP.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, he's now.
Ethica. Thank you to Ethica PulpMX 20 code. Ethica hooking up Travis Marks, Tallon Taylor.
Hell yeah.
Tallon's
Tallon
even
had a new shirt on.
Tallon's even rocking it tonight.
I had to put 2 on because I don't know. I don't know why I put 2 on my way here, but I had to try both on. And Yar's upset that hers didn't make it in.
Oh, I got yours. I got hers.
Oh, well, don't tell her.
Oh, no. Was it a medium?
Yeah, I don't think any of us are wearing mediums.
No, but I didn't know. Maybe it was
definitely not.
Courtney or something. I don't know.
No.
But
The thong, though, that one's mine.
I got the medium.
Nice.
It was
Wait,
just
what?
misplaced.
Nice.
Ethica PulpMX 20 is the code to save at Ethica. Thanks to Foz and everybody there. Ethica employees, friends, athletes, artists, and customers are the core of the brand and the reason they exist. Great products. I really like the Ethica stuff.
It's good. I'm wearing Ethica right now.
I wasn't on the Ethica bandwagon because of certain people. And that's no longer happening, and so now I'm on the Ethica brand.
I don't know.
PulpMX 20 is the code to save at Ethica. Thank you to those guys. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Orange Brigade is looking for a president.
Team manager?
This is awkward.
That's one way to find out.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. You can upload your resume for free today. If you're a company in the industry looking for some good people, go to MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, put your job listing on there, and there's millions and millions. Well, thousands and thousands of people. Let's go. Let's just say that. Thousands and thousands of people. Check it out. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Full-time job in California. Inside sales rep for just one product line. Inside sales rep in industry California. Full-time sales based on experience. Your compensation is 1 to 3 years of industry experience preferred. We're seeking industry experience inside sales rep for dealer direct sales of Torque and Just One racing brands in the U.S. market. So please check that out. Lots of good jobs on MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, and that's been the job of the week. All right, Daniel Blair, we still got some more time here. Got the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon coming up as well. But, Daniel, 250 East. You said earlier you're on the bandwagon of me and JT and Weech, Vial, Hayden Deegan, Cameron McAdoo. Yep. The points are... Hold on, I should have pulled this up already.
16 down, I think, is Deegan, right? 16?
Well, I just closed the thing, so that's really great radio. Go ahead, Daniel.
It's tied up top with Cam and Tom.
Okay, now that I got a 5 internal server error on the AMA site, so that's all great. Awesome. AMA, keep at it, AMA. Do I got to start talking about the 0 points again? Did you see this 0 points tweet I did?
Yes, I did.
Can you fucking believe that? Can you believe these people? Just when you think it doesn't get worse, they don't keep track of Triple Crown laps led. They don't keep track of Triple Crown wins. Just when you couldn't think they could get any worse, with the advent of the 0 points now in 450 main events and 250 main events, now we have guys that don't make main events that have 0 beside their name. Where you're like, oh, this guy made the main event. Nope, he just has a 0.
Just randomly got one.
Okay, I feel another rant coming on. I'm not going to do it. What the fuck are the points marks?
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
Cameron's got the red plate.
I
Vial's
can
right
find him.
behind him, and Deegan's 16
Okay.
back, I think.
I think McAdoo's up by 2
It's tight.
over
Yeah.
Vial.
Because he won and took it from
Check
him.
Racer X. And then Hayden's who's third?
Hayden. I think
No.
16.
Hayden's
oh,
fourth.
Pierce might still
Pierce
be in there.
is third, I think.
He's like 10 points
Dude,
out of the
I
title.
know.
Dude, what
It's
if
nuts.
he wins it?
It's nuts. He really could. And then Hayden's in fourth.
Yep.
So we're kind of discounting Pierce Brown, we think, for the title because that's the way we are. He hasn't won a race yet. He hasn't got on the podium either.
He's weirdly stacked points, and he's right there. Which, hey, sometimes that's all you got to do is stay in it until you catch fire. But
tell me what you're thinking. Break this thing down.
Man, so Cameron seems due. He's been good for a while, and it's funny Nick mentioned that, but
he's 11. Pierce is 11 back.
11 back.
Deegan, yeah.
Deegan 16 back.
Thank you, Marks.
So Cameron to me seems like the closest to being a Supercross champion on a 250 because he's been good in that class for a while, and he's on the upswing right now. So to me,
I'm with
he
you on all that.
feels like the favorite here. But Vial is also the two-time MX2 world champion who is riding on tracks that are gnarlier this year in a way that suits him.
Yep.
These aren't hard-packed, supercrossy, jumpy type tracks with big giant whoops. These are gnarly, ruddy.
We got some sort of noise going on. Somebody's mic is on and they're making noises.
I think it's Daniel's.
His chair?
No, I think it's
Mine?
Daniel's mic. I don't know.
I haven't done anything.
Okay, all right.
My bad.
All right,
if I
carry
did.
on. Sorry.
Awkward.
So Vial has got the championship pedigree that the others don't have, so I
Yep.
trust his management. But I do think Deegan's ceiling is the highest of anybody. So if he just gets mad dog after the break, and don't forget, he had a hurt wrist too, and they didn't want to play into it that
much.
much.
I'm going to tell you, he won a race.
I know, but he's still not his very best. He's going to be his best when he comes
said
back.
this week on the podium he's able to practice now fully.
Yeah,
Just sound like this week.
And he's throwing the East-West out there in the interview as a thing he wants, knowing that he needs it to probably help him here a little bit. So I don't know. I mean, I'm flip a coin, but I could make the case for all three, but I still have a feeling that Deegan's going to catch it here on fire and
So he's
string
your
off
pick?
the ball.
Yeah, he's your pick?
Yeah.
I like what you said earlier about McAdoo. It just Hayden's time is coming. We know that. It just it seems like it's McAdoo's time.
It does.
Things are working out. He rode around with his cock and balls out, and he's still, in the points lead. You give him a fifth at that race or whatever, and he's got a huge points lead.
So with 4 or 5 left, though, I could see Deegan winning 4 of them. I mean,
really?
Yeah. I'm a big believer.
Are you just trying to get rid of those negative comments you said?
No, because I'll triple down on my comments if he says something stupid on the podium or acts up. Like, I have no problem saying what I say about him on that side, but on the bike, I think he's a phenom. So I've felt that way the whole time. So I think he comes back after the break. He's going to be really hard to deal with. And if they can keep the noise out, all the other stuff that's been kind of polluting this season, I think he's going to be difficult to beat.
The podium speeches are unbelievable. Like, it's like wrestling. Like, I said that in a review show. Like, I'm here for it. It's so bad to me. Bad acting. Either way. It's bad acting either way. The real Hayden Deegan is in the middle somewhere, right?
Yeah, but
like he's just a normal human.
But that's probably being found right now. That's my thought. So the first one, I didn't like the Faulkner interview because I felt like it was insensitive to the fact that Faulkner got just jacked pretty hard and you won because of that. And I felt like it was just, I thought it was a little over dramatic, the celebration stuff. So I was like, I don't like that. And then the Birmingham stuff was just like a combination of a whole bunch of like, dude, what are you doing?
Right.
But if you eliminate all that stuff and you just focus on the riding, he's pretty gnarly, and he was hurt, whether they like to play it off or not. He did not come in prepped 100%. And if he gets it right, he's going to catch fire, and all this stuff probably is helping him find the middle, which is where he is, because he definitely swung the other way this week. That was very good the other way. The truth is he's probably more in the middle.
Yeah,
he just hasn't found that yet, but you got to ping pong off the edges a little bit.
Why can't we just be normal?
Yeah, he's a kid. I don't know.
Why can't we just but Tom Vial's a kid.
Jett
Lawrence.
He's not Hayden Deegan.
Jett Lawrence was a kid.
The kid's been a somewhat movie star his entire life. I mean,
the excuses of just a kid to me, I don't really go with that.
It's a different type of kid. The kid's had a light and a camera on him his whole life.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the problem. Is he's got the camera on and he's got to be somebody he's not.
I think
he's out for blood and it's ready for war, and then it's thank God. Like, that's because of the camera.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Danger zone.
A
That's all.
A lifetime of being performative a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and then you ping pong off the edges a little bit of whatever is going to probably help him find the middle. In fact, him getting smoked by some people in the media, including myself, probably ends up helping him find the middle, which is going to be what I think he can be, which is a combination of corporate and militia, because they are militia. Like, it's in there, but they're also pretty corporate. They're working with Yamaha and Monster and Parts Unlimited. So if they find the middle, it's pretty powerful, because the brashness is cool when it's controlled. So I think this is all him finding where he's going to be, which is the middle, and then the focus will go back to the bike where he's a phenom.
He's a great rider. He's going to be a champion. I don't count the SMX champion. Sorry, not sorry. He's going to be a champion, and it's going to happen. But I'm here for all the drama a little bit, and I'm shaking my head at the same time. So,
Hey, being on this side of it, it's fun and entertaining. That's all I have to say. I'm not mad when guys actually, when Jett was saying all his stuff too, I thought it was great because it's fun to talk about. So for us, bounce off the walls, man. We love it. But for him, once he finds the middle, I think they're in trouble.
But man, it's going to come across as a hater or whatever. But I mean, I said this. We're a season and a half in. He's got one Supercross win. When you compare him to some of the people that are putting him in with some other people, like some of the greats, you're like, that ain't
Here's
it.
what I'll say though.
That ain't it.
And their age is 1 year. They're a little off in time, but Jett's first year broke his collarbone and was out. Didn't win any. Came back the next year. He was fast and he won, but he was crashing all over the place that year too. It was his third year when he just pretty much said, "All right, I'm done with you all."
Well, Jett won near the end of his second year.
He did,
so we'll
and that's
see
that's what's supposed to happen here. If
right.
he ends up coming back and winning this thing, that's earlier than Jett did.
Yeah. Yep.
Not in age, but in timeline on the track, because Jett was younger when he came in.
Yeah, no, we'll see. So, and then Vial and Brown tail behind those two, you'd say?
Barely. Vial, I don't want this to come across wrong for Pierce, but I need to see like a podium to believe, because he's been escaping drama to get these points. Like, go stick a 3 on the board and then we'll talk about it. But Vial is legit. He's a good starter. Without that crash in the first one, the whoops, I mean, he may win that thing too and go 3 in a row himself. So, no, those are the 3 for me, and it's going to be good. And then on the West, it's the same. It's Jordan, RJ, and Levi.
Yep.
Those 3. That's a sick battle too.
It is.
Let's get those 6 together on a showdown here pretty soon, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. When's the next showdown? Foxborough?
Foxborough, I think.
Foxborough's one? Yeah, I believe.
Or Nashville is.
Nashville?
Nashville is. Yep, because I'm going there as a spectator.
Hopefully Mark's
pure spectator.
Mark can tell us, but I guess no. I guess he's too busy with other stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Here, let me get that for you.
Listen to me.
Tom's on one. Tom's got a hot take for Sexton. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. Hot take on Sexton. I know he was hurt last summer, but I've been thinking this since outdoors. As long as Jett remains healthy, Chase will never win another title.
Yeah, that's too much of a hot take. That's too much.
I mean,
that's my take.
Daniel's kind of got to go. All right,
I'm telling you, I'm scared that Jett won't lose till he goes to MotoGP. That's when he loses, when he leaves. That's how I feel.
All right. Thanks for the call, bud. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
guys. It's a hot take for sure. ArenaCross, arenacrossusa.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on. 1 round to go.
In Vegas.
The weekend of St. Louis. Arena Cross USA, for more information, it's at Orleans Arena, so that'll be great if you're in Vegas. I know Danny's going to make his return there. Marshall Welton's racing. Kyle Peters was on the ropes.
Denny Stevenson?
Denny Stevenson's going to be there, not racing.
Okay.
KP was on the ropes. Brees had got it down to 3 points, I think.
More than on the ropes, dude.
And
Daytona, when we were there, he was not making that main that night, and he got the gift of all time that kept him in it, and then he kind of bounced back after that.
He did. So he grabbed a 450. He came back to Daytona on a 450. And I talked to Brees this weekend about it. I'm like, dude. And Brees was like, I blew it. And I'm like,
he did.
I'm like, it's 8 points? And he's like, yeah. I go, what do you think? And he goes, oh, he's got it. And I'm like, okay. Like, dude, because it's a single point from first down. So it is hard to make up 8. But full props to KP. Grabbed the 450 and rebounded. He won one main in Daytona. two mains, I think, over the weekend. 8 points now. Brees crashed. He said he was fourth, threw it away. And he said he put stock suspension on for the next weekend at Daytona.
You didn't need any suspension to be good on that track. It didn't matter. That track was so gnarly. It didn't matter.
Yeah. So arenacrossusa.com. Please check it out. Kyle Peters going for a fifth title.
Fifth
Arena
straight.
Cross. What did you think of that? You helped us on the webcast.
I had a blast.
What'd you think?
The whole night was super fun. Obviously, it was just an industry hangout. I was there with Janalfi. Got to hang with you guys. Truman and Myrtle were in the stands betting off every race, just odds and even numbers. I mean,
they're just doing odds and evens.
Oh, they were like, it was a violent exchange of betting over with no strategy from either one, just going for it hard. It was a super, super fun night. And yeah, I mean, I had a lot of fun that night too because Crockett Myers won that night. He's a Husky kid.
So Kitch texted me and said, "Hey, can I come on the show with Myers, Crockett?" And I'm like, what? And he goes, "That kid's rad.
He's cool."
And I'm like, oh, I didn't even know Kitch was buddies with him. I didn't know anything about this, but he wants to come on with Myers. So
yeah. No,
should we do that? Like, is Myers a cool kid? Like,
yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's and he rides for the Husqvarna team, and he got a win that night, and he did it.
And he's an amateur still? Or?
Kind of. I mean, well, that's the thing is, and that's where my support ends is at the end of amateurs. So what I did this year was helped a team in the GT series and helped a team in the AMA series because they both had kids that were futures eligible. So for me, I'm not going to go and sign Brees or sign a guy like that or Alessi because I'm an amateur. But the end of my program will tap into futures. So if I have a Chandler Baker, Tyler Millette, Jaden
Baker
Clough,
and Crockett on the same team?
Yeah, so Crockett ended up being a fill-in rider, I'm pretty sure because of injury, and now he's on that team too, and obviously got a win. So if they are futures eligible, then I would like to help them out and help them be in Arena Cross. I think it's a great pathway for a lot of these kids. A lot of them don't know where to go when they don't, say, make it in amateurs and get a factory ride.
Yep.
Arena Cross is a great landing spot. It's been that way for decades. So for me, I like helping those riders. So he was really good. Yeah,
March
good
29th, Orleans Arena here in Vegas. Final round, 8 points. Brees, KP. Anything can happen though, man.
Hey,
anything can happen.
I did the TV one year. I did it by myself, just play-by-play and analyst. The entire thing. The year KP went undefeated.
Oh yeah,
that was the worst thing I've ever had to do. I literally had nothing to say ever. It was the same thing every month. Well, here we go. It was undefeated season, and I did the whole thing by myself.
You and Brayton are doing the GP series?
We did the GT
it's
series.
All
We're done.
Up now? It's done now?
We're done.
Okay.
Yeah. Michael Hicks won that one.
Yeah, Hicks won that one.
Which is fun, too, because Brayton, obviously, he's just getting into the game.
Yeah.
And it's funny because he's doing Race Day Live and Arena Cross as the analyst. That's the exact same thing that I did in the very beginning.
Good point.
And now I'm like the Robbie Floyd for him. I'm like teaching him how to do it. And then we're like trying to beat our record, like, because we do it all voiceover.
Yeah.
So we're like, all right, how quick can we do this one? And we almost got it under an hour.
Okay.
The whole show.
Yeah.
Because, we go through the whole thing. So it's been super fun, not only for me to keep doing it, because I still like calling racing, but to help, like, coach and teach him and I don't know. I feel like Robbie was for me.
Yeah.
So it's been like really fulfilling for me. So
you like KP's going to do it? 8 points? I think so.
Yeah, he's got it. He's smart enough too. But he was on the ropes big time. He was falling apart there a little bit, and he was beat up at that first Daytona too. But no, he was good when he needed to be, and that's what champs do.
Absolutely. Arena Cross USA, March 29th, Orleans Arena. Please check it out. We probably can give some tickets away. We should do that.
That'd be good.
We can give some tickets away.
Vegas produces
figure that out.
good finales.
And then Danny Stu, our buddy Danny Stu, who does all the social stuff for the series and the video cameras and all that, he is going to be in studio in St. Louis after St. Louis after the final round here Monday night.
Sweet.
So that'll be great. All right, a little bit more on the show tonight. Janky Mike, what's up, buddy?
Steven, don't hang up on me. I'm not that weird guy who calls with a stupid idea. Well, it might be stupid.
Okay.
But now I'm just talking about Triple Crown for, like, let's take McAdoo, for example, right?
Yeah.
Nobody was happy that, I mean, everybody's happy he won. But, like, he's in third and he's chilling there, right? Like, no need to go any farther.
Right.
What if in the last race, let's say he made it to third, that's all he needed to get first place. For every additional position he gets an extra point.
Yeah. Does he lose a point if he loses a spot?
No, he still gets first.
No, but if he gets a point for moving into second, but then he gets passed again, does he lose that point?
Yeah, it goes back to first.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, I'm just an idiot. I'm a welder. You work out the details.
Yeah, I can do all that, Janky Mike. Everything good with you?
Yeah, everything good with you? Good?
Yeah, hanging in there, man. We had Jett talking about the VIP experience that you did earlier this year.
Oh, yeah, I did that. Yeah, well, it was a good time. People should do it.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, Way. You have a good show.
Thanks, Janky.
I don't hate that the format sometimes works out to where you don't have to win the last one. We have a championship where the majority of the time, the guy wins the title the week before. So if we're going to put up with that as how we do our title, then we can't be that
not
upset
everything
about
needs
a triple.
fixing is what you're saying.
It's not that big of a problem when we have a championship where guys cruise around the last night if they want to because it's already over.
Right.
So if we're going to allow that, then we can't be that mad at this.
Right.
That's my thought.
Fair enough. Absolutely. LiftedTrucksForSale.com. Thank you to those guys. Skip the hassles of do-it-yourself customization, like waiting for parts, poor ride quality, etc., etc. Elevate your own journey at LiftedTrucksForSale.com. Each vehicle in the search engine features premium components, easy financeable through your local dealership, and best of all, retains a factory warranty. So you go to LiftedTrucksForSale.com. You search for your truck. You search for your dealer. You search for top brands like Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, and more. And all in stock and available at your preferred local dealer, LiftedTrucksForSale.com. If you're in the market for a cool truck with all decked out with all the accessories, LiftedTrucksForSale.com is the place to go to. Thank you to those guys. Also, Renegade Race Fuels, bringing you the 9 o'clock hour. PulpMX 24 is the code to save. For the cleanest, coolest, and most consistent race fuel on the market, grab a can of Renegade. We'll see you on the podium. Racers who win, pour it in. The best part is this is they're excited to be the race gas company to ship directly to your door. PulpMX 24. They won championships with Brayton and Will Hahn. You know who Will Hahn is? You recognize that? Okay. PulpMX 24 saves. RenegadeRaceFuels.com. Please check out those guys. It'll ship right to your door with that code. All these codes are available on PulpMXShow.com, by the way. So please check that out. And let's go to Mason on one. What's up, Mason?
Hey, I had a question. How many times does Cade need to get in the way before we start yelling at him like we do Vince Freeze?
Well, are you thinking about the Sexton thing?
The Sexton thing going back to Daytona, him and Eli Chase getting in the way there. It's happened a few times now. I don't know if it's because I'm paying more attention because he's been burning me on my fantasy team or what, but it seems to be getting in the way.
This is one of the DMers right here.
Yeah, did you DM him, Mason? Was that you?
No, I know.
Okay.
Didn't DM him and call him, tell him to stick his dick in Jetson's donuts?
No, I just put him on my don't pick list, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds reasonable.
Okay, I don't know, Mason. Yeah, like...
Not even close.
I don't feel like
Not even
it.
apples and oranges.
Yeah, like Freezes, you know?
It's different.
He's taking
I don't
dudes
think
out.
it's intentional with Cade, but
It's
it
not.
seems to happen from time to time.
Well...
Didn't I call Cade Baby Chiz?
You did.
Let's call him Baby Vince.
Baby Vince?
That's
Okay.
cooler. Baby
I will take
Vince.
that.
We good?
Yeah.
Mason?
All set.
All
Yeah,
right.
I feel
Baby
much better.
Vince.
Thank you.
Baby
Done.
Vince, we'll do it. Thanks,
Sorry,
man. Thanks,
man.
Mason.
Sorry,
All right,
Cade.
Have a
see
good
ya.
night.
That's going to stick, dude. I'm so
it's called
sorry.
being a fucking friend. You should try it sometime.
Oh,
Sorry.
boy.
I don't think they'd get a blowjob before the main event.
You miss Uncle Jim?
Love Uncle Jim,
Yeah,
man.
he's great. St. Louis live show coming up, everybody. Tickets for sale on PulpMX.com. Adam Cianciarillo and Daniel Blair. I don't know whether Blair's going to be a total host or a guest. Does it matter to you? I don't know.
No, I'll just hang for a little bit. I'm working. I'll be preparing to dominate futures the next day.
No,
so I'll need my
around?
sleep.
Okay,
Yep.
all right. Daniel Blair and Adam Cianciarillo will be guests. Kiefer, myself, JT will be there. So check it out. St. Louis Moto Museum. Tickets for sale on PulpMX.com.
The place cool?
Yeah, it's really neat. Get there early. LCQ tickets, again, available. You can win a YZ450F. We are lagging behind in sales, and I blame you.
Oh, okay.
He's working.
Oh,
I was gonna offer something encouraging and uplifting, and then you said that, and I think I'm gonna keep it to myself.
Oh,
now.
okay, goddamn. What are you offering?
I mean, yeah, we've always thought it's lagging behind, and then it doesn't lag behind at all.
I know. It just feels like it's lagging.
No,
I mean, it feels like that. I feel like every year we've done it now.
Human beings are procrastinators, man.
Yeah.
You don't need to
100%.
have it out for that long. If you just put it for 2 days, dude, you'll fill that sucker up.
Right. Okay,
That's
well,
how we
listen,
work.
we got to get this raffle done. We got to get this money to these riders. So what I'm doing for this,
Yes.
and I'm going to break the news.
This is
Yeah.
I love this.
Okay.
This is good.
So we had a race last year. It was 10 minutes plus a lap. I think what we're going to do this year, I'm going to try to do it. I'm trying to get 6 or 7 minutes, but we may just have 5 minutes. We are going to drop the gate. So the gate order will be in the points.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry. We're going to draw for gate order 3 different scenarios. That'll be the gate order.
Okay.
And once we figure that out, it'll either be 1 to 22, 22 to 1, or 1 to 11, or 11 to 1, 12 to 22.
Okay.
So 3 different ping pong
for the
balls.
gate pick for
the first race.
The first race of the 2 races.
Yes. And then we are going to have a race, drop the gate at 5 minutes or 6 minutes or 7 minutes. We're going to throw the checkers. Now we're going to take that order.
That's Moto 1.
That's Moto 1. We're going to put the first place finish for Moto 1. He is going to start 22nd on a staggered start, the length of the straightaway.
It's called a bounty hunter.
This is Arena Cross talk?
No, the bounty hunters back at Pipes, dude.
Okay.
Madeira, Hanford, bounty hunters.
Okay,
cool.
so, and then 22nd will be at the front of the gate.
So reverse
front
order.
Of the line. We're going to throw the flag and do another moto. So, and then we're going to add up the 2 moto scores, Olympic-style scoring, second moto tiebreak. That's your winner. That's your winner.
That is next level amazing entertainment. I
Absolutely.
Can't wait.
I can't wait
because here's the cool part is the first one's a legit race, and of course you want to go get the 1 on the board, put the 1 on the board. Then you got to go 22, and then from there you're managing like the couple guys in front of you that you know mathematically are in a good spot too.
Yeah.
So those 5 in the back that have good scores from the first one are going to be in
It
their
is
own
go
world
time.
through the pack, and probably a guy who goes
3-3?
4-7 could 4-6 could win one of these things because of just the way it goes down. And if you screw up the first one and you crash out and you get 16th, okay, well you could probably get to first and at least win, get some accolades. You know, everyone will love the fact that you win the second one and maybe pull a 3rd overall or something. So to me, it's more chaos, more madness with the best people to do that with.
Yeah.
So I can't believe how good you nailed this one.
It's going to be great. I can't wait. That is the LCQ race format, and top 17 in the LCQ points get in. 5 wild cards, and then we'll go from there, everybody.
You know that I have legitimately no reason to be there whatsoever, and I'm coming out just for that.
Really?
I may fly home red-eye after. That's why
like
I'm coming. I have no reason to go to Denver. But that, I was going to come anyway, but now that you said that, I am more excited than the flight I was already going to take for
Verb Moto's going to stream it again for us.
And I'm still a podium interview guy?
Yep. Cool. Verb Moto guys are going to stream it for us, so that's awesome. So looking forward to that, everybody. Buy the tickets. Get it going. Support these riders. Grant Harlan, unfortunately, snuck into the top 17 because he didn't make the main event in Indianapolis. So unfortunately for him, he scored really good points, and he snuck into the top 17 now. So
that's bad for everybody, huh?
What?
The comp?
Yeah.
Good.
Cartwright's winning right now.
Yeah, give me the names. Give me the 5 names right now who are.
Okay. Point standings right now. Cartwright, Slosher, Tristan Lane, Cheyenne Harmon, John Short, Jeremy Hand, Mitchell Harrison, who's made mains now.
Oh, yeah.
Rod Bell, Simonson, Anthony Rodriguez, Josh Hill, Reitman, Australian kid, Cade, 13th, Robin, 14th, Harlan 15th, Moran 17th, and on 17th or Moran 16th on the bubble in 17th, Jay Starling.
That is going to be really good.
Yeah, it should be spicy.
Yeah, a 5-8 might win it.
Yeah. So stay tuned for that, everybody.
Or what did Raynard get that time? Did he go like 11-1 or something weird?
For what? The win?
Robbie Raynard back in the day.
He went 8-1 for the win.
8-1.
Yeah.
That's
all right, Daniel Blair here in studio, main event moto. How's the media stuff going? Good? Main event and YouTube stuff, and you've expanded some things?
I expanded. I got a new YouTube show this year. It's called The Daniel Blair Show. Super flashy name there.
Great title.
It's been a lot of fun. It's a lot different than anything I've ever done. It's a 10-minute show.
10 minutes?
Just a quick show.
No guests?
No, it's just it's a monologue show with B-roll, and it's way different. I wanted to do something.
You do that yourself?
100%. Well, me and producer Joe, of course, but no, I record. Me and Joe have this crazy relationship where we just trust each other. So I send him files, audio, video clips that I do, and then he edits, puts it all together, puts the B-roll, and I wake up Thursday morning and I'm like, what did he do with it? And then it's out. And
so you know how to do the video camera?
Oh, yeah,
all that. You're all good.
Yep, I do all the video, audio.
Show me how to do that.
Super
But then
easy.
I wouldn't. It's called job security, Steve. Why would I
Yeah,
do
he's
that?
the last thing he's gonna do is teach you that.
No, I'm out.
I could do a YouTube show.
Those short videos you do on YouTube every Thursday, you do a good job with those. Like
Thank
I
you.
read through the comments, they get a lot of love. Like that's probably one of the more popular little segments in our sport right
He
now.
doesn't have the social media trolls on him for those? Tallon?
No, I mean, there's always a few, but honestly, you get a lot of love in the comments. Like, there's people are loving that.
I'm okay. So it was a.
And do you pick one topic?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
And I mean, I'll let you all know this. I'll let the cat out of the bag here, but that's all written. I write it. It's scripted, and I do it all on a teleprompter. So none of I don't. That's not just me. It's more about the writing. I write a script myself, and I edit it and make it the way I want it. It's kind of creative, and then I've learned how to do that. I wanted to learn how to do a teleprompter, and first couple episodes that you could see my eyes.
Bought a teleprompter?
Yeah, like a little mini one.
Okay.
I know how to operate it all, but my first couple ones were all with my you could see my eyes because I was learning, but now I could do it so much better, and I wanted to learn that because I already know how to just talk off the cuff. I know that, but I wanted to open up my range and do something different. So I put more of the pressure on the writing than even the performance part. So it's a lot of fun. It's different. It was a challenge, and it's gone actually super, super well.
Oh, that's
So,
good.
yep.
Do you find yourself balancing the Orange Brigade stuff?
Yeah, like I said,
be careful.
Told you.
A little bit? That's what I meant.
No, because
No,
I'm fair. I've always been fair. I mean, even last year, I was working for KTM while I was in the booth. I mean, and no one really could put that together because I've always been very fair. And it doesn't mean I'm not a little on the edgy side when it comes to funny and humor and stuff. You're
definitely edgier since you left the NBC booth.
Yeah, that part for sure. I mean, I was way more protective there of just, I don't know, being out of line. But I'm kind of warming up and finding myself a little bit. So no, it's been no problem at all. And I really like doing it because it's something different, and I like new challenges, and I'm not running out of energy. Like I said, I need some tea. I'm definitely bogging down physically a little bit,
bro.
But mentally, I feel sharp as I ever have, probably because of doing this, because I've never been a writer like that, and now I'm writing and crafting and carving and having to think up creative ways to be entertaining. So super fun.
It's awesome. Good to hear. Main Event Moto and YouTube. Main Event Moto on YouTube also for the Daniel Blair Show?
It's the Daniel Blair Show presented by YouTube or presented by Main Event Moto. So,
but do I go to Main Event Moto?
No, you just go to YouTube. Right? What are we not talking
You think
about?
he's going to start his
The
own
channel.
YouTube show?
Your
He can't even
channel
figure
is
out
Main
what
Event
he's
Moto.
channel. Main
saying.
Event Moto is the channel.
Yes,
Sorry,
it's not a Daniel Blair channel to watch the Daniel Blair show.
It's the Main Event Moto podcast channel,
Yeah,
and the show is
got it. Okay.
Show.
See, I knew what I was talking about, Marks.
Yeah.
I think you guys were both confused.
I think your mom.
I've had a couple.
She probably is. Yeah.
I've had a couple of writers reach out after the show with not a lot of happiness. So.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Because
well, I
like to say some things. I'm
a
little provocative and
Yeah.
like to be entertaining. It's fun. Sometimes it
Fuck
feels
'em.
stuffy. I just want to be playful and fun and entertain.
Fuck them. All right, everybody. Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets
Still alive.
at Tallon segment.
There we go. Motorsport.com. Great guys. The #1 online ordering place in the world. OEM and aftermarket parts. Great return policy. Dedicated team of gearheads there. Big dedication from the gearheads.
Super dedicated.
Yep.
Just
Motorsport.
not for Steve's returns.
Motorsport.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX to help us out. Great prices. Great policy over there. These tweets are submitted at PulpMX Show from Motorsport.com, guys. And Tallon reads the best ones.
From Shane J. Borden. Tomac always seems to be fast in Seattle. If he doesn't win this weekend, in your opinion, how low does his win percentage chance drop?
I mean, I'm already there. Like I said earlier, we don't know if he's going to win this year.
And I don't peg Seattle as being the one or one of the ones.
Like Salt Lake, Colorado.
Salt Lake and Denver to me is, I mean, to me that's all Eli right there. Those would be the two.
Deep House Pafiel, Stephen Daniel, I get that RC is the GOAT and one of the most respected in the sport, but is it time for him to move on from his position in the booth? His takes this weekend were far out of touch, and for the first time it wasn't fluid with him and Jason. I think it's time for a change.
Well, whether you think it's time for a change or not, he ain't changing. They love him. I mean, he wants to do it. And so that's it. That's the way it goes. He's better than he used to be. I've said that to him, and I mean it, because I thought some of the analysis, especially when he was pit reporter, was horrible. He has gotten better. Is he perfect? No. But I wish he'd throw more like I'm fucking Ricky Carmichael. Like, this is what he's got strong opinions. So I wish he would give some more. But in case that guy's wondering if he's going anywhere. Daniel, is he going anywhere?
I don't think so.
Right.
All right. We touched this one a little bit, but from Allo, DB, any new winners, or are we good with the 5 we have so far?
I mean, it'd be Eli or Jason would be the 2 that haven't, right?
Mm-hmm.
Denver or Salt Lake, Eli.
Kenny got one this year.
Kenny got one.
Right?
AP got one.
Yep.
Coop, Chase.
On YouTube, JCal gave us $10. Thanks, JCal. DB,
Sweet.
how is South Carolina compared to NorCal? Likes, dislikes. I'm planning to make the exact same move.
I mean, it's super subjective because it fits me and my family at this moment in life. But, I mean, South Carolina has been the absolute best thing that's ever happened in my family was moving there. So that's for every reason.
You have no dislike then?
I don't like the Charlotte airport that I have to go to sometimes. See, I'm in South Carolina, but
Right.
it's an hour and a half, so I have to go there sometimes for convenience, and it's inconvenient. I think it's one of the worst airports in the country.
Okay.
That's it, though. Other than that, it's been a perfect transition. I love it so much.
All right. Wow.
So I just thought about this, and it kind of makes perfect sense. Did you steal Randy's ramp so he couldn't ride and you can become the new fastest man in Piedmont?
It's a really good tie-in, though. But what happened was that he let me borrow it, and then I had it for a while, and then he started joking around that I wouldn't give it back, which wasn't the case. It wasn't that I wouldn't. I just hadn't. And then I got tired of being called out for not giving back a borrowed ramp, and I just claimed it as mine.
If you're going to get accused of it.
Yeah, if I'm going to get accused, then I'm just going to take it.
Yeah, this guy's JCal411 on YouTube. JCal, if you're going to do the move and you're fast, please move to Piedmont.
Please. Piedmont's 30 minutes from me.
Yeah, go to Piedmont.
But no, Greenville, all the locals are probably going to freak out that I'm saying this because they don't want me promoting. But if you're going anywhere in the country, just look at Greenville, South Carolina. Just take a look. That's all I'm saying. It's best place in the country.
I know. Like, I just think I'm a West Coast guy. I wouldn't go to California, but Oregon, Washington, Nevada here, we love that. Idaho.
Greenville.
I don't want to go East Coast at all. I like a place to visit, like no problem visiting, but I just
our summers we have a hot go for a month or two, and our winters can be kind of cold, but we also have like 3 to 4 months of fall and spring that are perfect.
I would like
it's like 68 to 72 for months.
I would
it's
like
perfect.
I would like the seasons.
And then it rains and thunderstorms come in like every other night and just kind of like wet the ground.
Would either of you guys move to the East Coast?
Probably not.
This is the furthest thing from East Coast that I've experienced. I've been everywhere else in this country, and I never really went to the
you're in
Carolinas.
South Carolina. It's not the furthest thing of East Coast.
I've been saying that I've been all up and down all over the East Coast, wherever, and I never went to South Carolina until I pretty much went and looked at it and moved there. It's low key,
Tallon,
unreal.
Move? Would you make the move?
I would move there or anywhere on the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
I just kind of want out of Vegas, but I'm also stuck here. So,
like I like the East Coast, but like everyone I know is over here. Family, friends, like everybody.
Right.
So
yeah, I have friends everywhere. But
if you move to the Greenville, you'll have me,
and
you'll have Randy, Robbie Green, and Eddie Ray.
Shit,
Robbie's a friend to everybody.
Robbie's the best. So we'll be your friend.
Yeah, if you rank Robbie and Randy, Robbie beats Randy.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Robbie 1, Harvey 2,
Harvey 2,
Randy 3.
This one guy I met at the bar.
Yeah,
a couple weeks ago. 3.
The homeless guy.
4. This one guy that punched me in the face. 5. Then Randy's about 6.
Okay.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any desire to move to the East Coast. Like I said, love to visit. There's nothing nicer than Florida in March.
Except for Greenville.
Okay, maybe Greenville, but yeah, I'm not moving.
That's good. No, it fit me and my family perfectly. That's all.
Russell gave us $10 on YouTube and says, Steve, as a fan of the stands, I always loved the electronic finish line board. It was another great way to get quick information. Why did they take it away? Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, what?
The finish line board used to have it used to be like a TV screen on the finish line where it says finish line. It used to be like,
oh, like electronic?
Yeah, it had the riders. Didn't it have the name and numbers or something up there, right? I think.
I never even noticed that.
It at least had the lap leader or like the race
Did
leader.
it had something up there, right?
Was,
and now it just says finish line. I don't know. Good question. I'll ask somebody, Russell, but no guarantee I get back to you.
From Beaks and Talons for I'm Travis Marks.
Mm.
The Pulp live show was awesome, but the recording skipped every 2 minutes. It was still listenable, but I did miss some good jokes. Other pods have been unbearable with this problem. What does Steve need to fix this? Do we need a GoFundMe?
Other pods. I've literally had like 2 pods in like 2 years. So
It's every time you record a show not in this house.
That's not true.
It's
That's not
pretty
true.
close to true.
That is not true.
What's
at
the
all.
common denominator?
I literally
I'm
just did
always
a
in
show
this
from
house.
Gainesville. I just did a show in Gainesville. No problems.
I can think of a few where the audio's been bad this year.
No. Not this year.
Okay.
I remember like a couple of years ago
Yeah,
there might have been one.
No,
but
I've had a few that it really boils down to restarting the computer. The program that I use to record, if you once in a while just acts buggy. And if Marks was any kind of computer program, he'd help me fix it, but he doesn't care. He probably sits back and laughs.
Pretty sure I told you to restart the computer.
All right.
The 100 hours he already works a week isn't enough.
This live show though, Mark. So it's a USB drive they plug into a mixer, right?
Mm-hmm.
We need to go to the USB drive and listen to it on another audio source or audio program, or no? Do you think it's just screwed up on the USB drive?
If it's like, if you plug the USB drive into that computer and try to play the file from the USB drive, I guarantee it'll skip.
So it's not the program using the...
No.
It's the file itself.
Yeah.
Because you tried to play it on your phone. I tried to play it on this computer.
Yeah, but that was the completed show from the sound program.
Oh.
So I'm dragging...
I see.
I'm opening the program on a USB drive.
So that's exported from your thing.
Yes, it's exported. Exactly.
Okay. Well, let's do this after the show. We might have a fix. Maybe. I would bet it still skips.
I think you're right. But let's try it.
File,
let's try it. Yeah. All right. Moving on.
Fresno's Smoothest. He says he has 3 things for you.
Who?
Fresno's Smoothest.
Yeah, but for who?
It says Steve, but DB's here too. Race duration 20 minutes plus 1 or 25 laps, whichever comes first. Qualifying, first session is 12 minutes, 2 minutes free, 10 minutes timed. Second session 10 minutes and you're done. Starts, he wants to keep the hooks, remove the grates. Close starts, which I'm thinking like first turn, don't do a long run into the first turn. Makes it close and more parity.
Sure, sounds good, man.
That was a lot, but hey, let me ask you this: whole shot devices or grates? If you had to choose to get rid of one, so you keep the devices but go back to dirt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I don't know which one I am. I just thought of that when he said that, but one of those two.
I mean, look, Max told us tonight. It's easy. It's easy. The start is easy. Dump the clutch, and as long as you don't wheelie.
I wish the dirt was there too, because it makes your gate pick that much more important, and it'd be more meaningful.
More skill. It puts more skill into starting. Absolutely.
And honestly, it's hard to take out technology on the bike. Hey guys, we can't use this little tiny hook that really does help.
Right.
But man, the grates did take away the choice of, man, that gate don't look good. That one looks slick. That one, you know what I mean?
Even the dirt week to week, like you're getting the same jump off the line.
Yeah.
Like there's no throttle control, clutch
that
control.
One seems. What's the reason for the grates? Maintenance?
Yeah, maintenance.
But that's what we want less of. Is we want no maintenance. Like let them go. Let the gates go.
I don't know, man.
What about anal bleaching?
From Jimmy G, with the early success of the Triumph 250 in Supercross and the decent test reviews, could Triumph land an A-tier rider for next season? Who would be a good fit?
Oh, yeah, they're trying. They went after Kitchen this year. They went after Voland. Look, Harrop just podiumed the MX2.
Yeah.
The bike's legit. The team's good. Yeah, they're gonna go. They got Savachi Outdoors.
That's actually gonna be fun to see him on an outdoor 250. I like when dudes like that drop in there and just intermix with the guys. So that'll be cool.
Rogers MX93 DB. Did you ever find out how F1 stole your voice during the Vegas GP?
Dude,
what happened?
So I got a bunch of DMs from a bunch of people. Bro, F1, no way. I'm like, what? And I click on this link, and it's like a clip of an F1 race, and one of the commentators sounded like 95% the exact same as me. Even like some of the word, like, I mean, I had to double take it. I was like, what the hell is this? And it wasn't me. But just to be funny, I reposted it and put, had a great time at F1. But no, that wasn't me. That was some dude. I have no idea who that was. But it was cool. I mean, it was weird, but it was kind of cool.
I don't like that one.
Okay.
Smorsky for DB. If Jett keeps doing the things we think Jett does, is there a conversation in the near future where JS7 is not on Mount Rushmore?
Oh, boy.
I think people are getting a little ahead of themselves.
Well, yeah, I mean, the trajectory leads him to the mountaintop. But that's going to be a weird one, too, because it's already a little bit, I'd say, crowded on the mountain. Like, I mean, some say Stu, some say Eli, some say neither. It's Dunge, because to me, it's Jeremy, Ricky, and RV are the three automatics. And then the fourth one, to me, is the debate between Dunge, Eli, and James. If Jett comes blowing through and just breaks all whatever, then there's your fourth, and that probably settles it.
So anyone before the 90s just doesn't matter.
I apologize, but I don't have the same attachment to anyone before Jeremy. I mean, Bradshaw for sure. I loved Bradshaw, but Jeremy to me was the first superstar for me as a kid growing up.
Well, Bradshaw has no major championships.
Yeah, so
I feel like
to
it'd
me,
be like Stanton before.
Stanton would be one, or RJ, Hannah. I know those guys could be in the conversation, but I personally don't have that same attachment. So.
V8 Racer 13, do you think Deegan has been struggling due to the pressure put on him trying to live up to Jett? It seems like he's busting to win this title and move to 450 next year to replace Eli. The more things went bad, the more he overtried, compounding the damage.
That's just youth. I don't think it's got anything to do with replacing Eli or going to 450.
Go back and watch Jett's first year and a half in Supercross. It was wild and squirrely and a lot of heart and not a lot of thinking. And then he quickly figured it out and just owned them all. So that, to me, there's Trey Canards don't come around all the time where they pop in and win their first year. That's not normal. I think he's doing exactly what a young phenom would do, which is bounce all over the place while he's figuring it out. That's what I think.
Sorry.
Wow. Moto Bacon for Daniel, since Steve's on his phone over there. At the time you made your decision to leave your position announcing for Supercross, you said the reason was too personal to discuss at the time. Are you able to speak on it now, or would that burn bridges to divulge the actual information to the public?
I'll tell the story someday. Just not right now.
Jimmy Mac 41, another one for DB since Steve's playing on his phone over there. Do you share the same thoughts as DV about Tomac's bike looking soft, particularly in the ruddier conditions? Indy didn't make it look any better.
I got to admit, I call myself an analyst. I analyze the sport. I don't look at the bikes as much. I never really have. So when DV says that, I actually am more just learning from him. I don't have like a different opinion. But him saying that, I did pay a little bit closer attention this week. To me, the front end seems like it drops low. I mean, I don't know how he gets to his setup, but I don't analyze that part of it as much. So I wouldn't think I'm an expert on that side of analyzing. Like DV is very detailed. Stu is very detailed about the bike. I was kind of one of those ride it how it was kids. Didn't really know the bike as much. So, and I still to this day, even with my riders, on our KTM Husqvarna Gas amateur race team, I don't pay attention to the bike as much. I count on others that are better at that to do that. So I don't have a deep opinion on that. I just trust what DV said. I think he's smart. So I bought it all pretty much.
From Jacob Henry 120, in light of Shock's awesome heat race win at Birmingham, what's another random surprise heat race winner you remember? Mine is Tucker Hibbert from the 07 250s.
That's a good pull.
Tucker Hibbert.
Yeah. Random heat race winners. Michael Alessi, 450s, MCR days, the crying.
That's right.
Yeah, that was a big one. Jeez, I don't know. I think Isaiah Johnson won a heat as a privateer back in the day, like in 99 or 98.
Yep, that was my first year, 99. He was a Yamaha 125.
Yeah,
Isaiah.
And he won a heat, and I was like, holy shit, beat factory guys. So, yeah.
From Maxwell Z, in light of the Chisholm in the 90s question, what old rider
Wait, are you with me on this?
What?
Drop Chisholm. in 99 on his
current bike.
And he works everybody. Whole shot device, start, 450, 2 strokes. He blows through the whoops. He jumps all the rhythms. He just works these dudes.
DB pushed it back to like 93, but.
Yeah.
Did I?
No.
DB. Or, sorry, DV. Yeah.
99. So that would be, I'm thinking back to Anaheim. McGrath had a flag off the back of his helmet. Thinking about how they looked. I mean, modern, he would have won that night.
Take him in a DeLorean.
He would have won 99.
88 miles an hour. Chiz pops out.
Today. Whole shot and gone.
Right. By the way, did you catch my hard-hitting Gary Chisholm interview after the race?
Yeah. I like Gary.
Gary's cool.
He is. I like how you just said, you're loaded.
He is. Gary's loaded.
and he was still buying Kyle dinner.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that part of it. Actually, weirdly, I like that part the best.
Yeah, me too.
Talk to the dads more.
I know, right?
They're cool, dude, when they're around still.
Yeah.
He's like, he's got 3 more years in him.
Yeah. Gary's just like, I'm keep going.
Yeah, this is fun. Let's keep going, boy.
All right, Maxwell Z, his was kind of the opposite. What old rider pre-1990 do you think would do the best on today's equipment?
Lachine, Bailey. They had great style.
Bailey.
Looked really good.
Bale.
450.
And he said pre-90s.
Oh, pre-90s.
Dogger. You watched Dogger? RJ was good too.
I caught the end of the 80s is what I caught a little bit of. I was young, and I actually watched it back as I got older. So I like Johnson, Wardy, Omer. That whole era. I think 1990 was the coolest season maybe ever, in my opinion. So it was my first one I ever cared about as a kid. But rad guys on the gate back then.
Another one from Jimmy G. Daniel, did they have dragon backs when you raced? How scary were they, and are we missing them now?
I hated them. I'm little, and I didn't like whoops that much, and those are big uphill whoops over a jump. So I hated them, and I don't hate the fact that they're gone, but I don't think they need landing. See, at Anaheim 1 this year, they had that long dragon's back up out onto the flat, and then they took it out. And that kind of bummed me out because I thought on press day it was sick. There's no problem with dragon's backs. It's if the landing is death-defying. Build us a nice 5 or 6 uphill set, whoop off onto the flat. You have some options on how to get off that thing. You could either hop off from the second one or the last one. They should have dragon's backs with no landings. It'd be a rad part of the track if they had them, and it would be a separator. It would, and it wouldn't be dangerous. So to me, bring them back, get rid of the landings. We're all good.
From Jared, best Creed album.
They're all great. Actually, I don't know the last couple, but I mean, you got to go My Own Prison. But then My Sacrifice is their best song, and that was their second one, Torn, I think.
Yeah, but My Own Prison's probably the best album. It's hard to beat the first. I don't know if that was their first.
I think
it
was
their first?
I think so.
You never know. Some of these bands they have one before that you never heard about. But yeah, probably that one. My Own Prison.
From Justin Markey, do riders on factory teams ride each other's bikes to find a setting? For instance, would Eli or Cooper ride each other's bike if they don't like their settings?
The team may do that, or the team may say, like, not when the other guy's there, but sometimes I think. Yeah.
In 09 when I rode for Geico, Will Hahn was on KTM, and we did motos on each other's bikes. And then he ended up getting onto Geico and winning a title. It's weird how that happens. He liked my bike, too. Super weird.
LL Cool James 425. What is a rhythm or track feature that needs to make a return, and what is one that needs to go away? It was nice to see the table-to-table at Indy.
Yeah, that's good. Always good to have. Get rid of the triple. We're done with triple.
Hey, honestly, I mean, back in the day, the triple was like, you want to get your ticket right there. It was like, oh my God, look how high they go.
Right.
Now it takes up space.
Yeah, it takes up space. It's easy as shit. Get rid of that. Make a 45-foot double like they had at Birmingham if you want to do that.
Which is fine. And then put in a dragon's back with no landing.
Yep.
There you go.
Or table-to-tables are good.
Table-to-tables are
God,
hard.
I saw something on Instagram the other day of Stu going 4.43 or 4.53. And it was big old tables, banana landings.
Just big to big.
He's so up there, man. Build that rhythm again.
Yeah.
I blame Corey and Ross. I really
they do a great job.
No, I blame them.
I know, but I hate when they get ripped on.
I love it.
All they've done is pull miracles for years, dude. They're miracle men. And then they get one track wrong. It's like, these track guys suck. It's like, no, they don't. Give them 1 week off. Indy was a little rough. That's all.
Indy wasn't a very good design. It wasn't.
The design, there was everything led to everything.
Right.
It was terrible, but
all right.
They're awesome.
All right, last one. Shane Borden for 250 East and West. What rider is the most prepared to win a championship this season, and then be ready to ride 450s by 26?
Kitchen.
Yeah, there's
because apparently RJ is just never getting off, and Jordan's never getting off, so it doesn't matter. So RJ wants to move up. Levi wants to move up, so I'll go Levi.
I just got a text message from a team manager in the sport, a respected one, who says, "Dragon with the landing filled in." Thumbs up emoji.
Dragon with the land. Oh, so just like a table.
Dragon with the landing filled in. So you don't kill him on the landing, but you still keep the dragon.
Right. What about dragon? What about dragon
horrible.
to dragon?
Huh?
Dragon to dragon. They used to have that.
Oh, dragon
Yep.
to a dragon landing.
Oh, dude, bring it. Bring it back.
Yeah. Get rid of like the sketchy landings, like where all the consequences are, but bring all the technical stuff back. Like make it techie. Remember the little 3.53s that you actually had to hit because they were a true 3.53?
Why do we have just 3-footers and 5-footers? Why? Why don't we have
2s and 6s
twos
and 4s?
and 6s and 4? Why are we stuck on 3 and 5?
Because
who decided that?
I don't know, but I'm telling you right now, get Travis Pastrana on the phone. St. Louis 09 was the weirdest shit of all time, and that track was so fun and hard. I don't think there was much passing that night because there was like slingshot wall berms and stuff. But honestly, I think that if you just took away all the rules and the tradition of tracks and you started over, you could make some weird tracks, and maybe that's what we need to screw Jett up.
Yep.
Would it be more dangerous if everything wasn't as uniform? Like everyone knows how Dirtworks builds the tracks and how the whoops and how the triple and how everything's going to be.
They do that on purpose, absolutely. So the riders are like, hey, we have.
So they're not surprised by things. Because whenever there is something that's oddly built, like they all go down on it. Yeah, but if that was the thing, if the thing was, hey guys, we're going to surprise you every week now. Stop riding your same track every single day, 100 laps in a row, doing the exact same thing. We're going to start surprising you. Get creative. I think it'd be more fun. I think it'd be more entertaining, and it'd be cool to see guys have to figure stuff out. Because right now, they don't figure much out. They just do it. So.
All right.
Yep.
Next one.
No, that's
Motorsport.com.
horrible.
Thanks to Motorsport, guys, for coming on board. Appreciate that. Jett Lawrence, Max Anstie, Nick Wey, Vincent Wey, JT. Best interview tonight.
Vincent Wey.
I'm going to go Jett. Marks?
Vincent.
Tallon?
I actually like Max. I'm not just saying that to be different.
They were all solid.
Actually, to be honest, they were all good.
I got the A-level guess for you, Blair. That's what I do. All right, Tallon and Blair, I'm going to name off the sponsors. First thing that comes to your mind.
I'm going to try to be different, too, because I always say the same ones.
You always say the same names, too, of people, right? Don't say names.
We made a rule you can only say like one name the whole way through.
Okay.
Well, we kind of did.
All right, Tallon, you ready?
I guess.
Motorsport.com.
Tallon.
Fly Racing.
Ricky Bobby.
Decal Works.
Oh, I can't say Sean. I already used one.
$36 overnight in an envelope.
Steve's Graphics that I got shipped to my house.
Daniel Race Tech.
Suspension Solutions out of Greenville, South Carolina, the best place in the world.
X Brand Goggles.
Champions everywhere.
Renthal.
Paul Parabinos' little defensive lineman's son. Have you seen that monster?
Yeah,
he is a boss, and
ready.
I am taking an active role in this kid's career.
Okay.
I told Paul, get that kid playing tight end. Look, he might end up slimming down. He's big now, but if he slims down, he's going to have to catch the ball. Paul agreed. They got him catching the ball. So little Parabinos is playing offensive line, defensive line, and tight end.
Concern level for the Cowboys for you?
When you have nothing left to feel, you don't feel anything.
Okay.
That's probably.
Are you still chasing broadcast in other sports? Like I know you did cornhole. You're kind of just done. That was it.
Yeah.
All right.
You sound like me when I try to get into hockey pods. All right. Okay.
Not that I wouldn't again, but right now, no.
Tallon, Michelin,
Starcross 5, Starcross 6,
Cherubies,
Lone Wolf. Sorry.
Okay. Firepower, batteries, and chains.
It's really hard to not say names. I've never been on this side of it.
Yeah, he who laughs last now, doesn't it? Okay.
WPS, Western Power Sports.
Maxima USA.
What's the premix called?
There's a bunch of them.
No, it's numbers.
927?
800,
Yeah,
927?
that.
All right.
I know that's more cool.
SC1 is my always go-to, but 927.
Pro filter.
Maxima.
ORW.
MFAB.
OGO Power Sports.
The Rig 9800.
Renegade Race Fuels.
Purple Can shipped to your door.
Atlas Neck Brace.
I want to say the new. What's the low profile brace?
The Vision.
The Vision.
Okay, Guts Racing.
McKenna.
FMF.
Flying Machine Factory. The
Wor-
drop that I get every week.
Works
or every
Connection.
month.
Eric's retirement. Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah, the start hook, the Pro Launch start devices.
Yeah.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
I just want to say Balin.
Orange Brigade team manager job opening as of this afternoon.
I scope that website probably like once a month just to see if there's anything somewhat local or remote.
Okay. Hopefully nobody from motorsports listening. Get data.
Chuck Shirley.
Okay.
He'll know.
WUSA.
It's so hard to not say names.
I've been dropping names every time, but just new ones. Say it.
All the pro wheels in the pits.
Intense Cycles.
Steve Mathis
Okay.
rides one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wiseco Piston.
Factory Honda.
MTX Braking.
The red ones are better than the gold ones.
Nice. Good job.
Yeah.
Peter. Yeah.
That's nice. Right
Troll
there.
Training.
John Wessling.
LiftedTrucksForSale.com.
I have nothing. I don't even know.
He gave Chris Betts a truck.
Really?
Yeah.
I want a truck.
Okay.
Should have been the 9th caller like 2 months ago.
Damn it.
Ethica.
My sweet new shirts that I got. Very
Factory
comfortable.
Chassis Parts.
Motor mounts for rigid bikes.
Yeah.
Is that right?
For any kind of bikes.
I just know that on rigid bikes, they help the bikes flex a little better.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy. And
What does he think?
I would love to know. I would love to be in that mine for
it's
about a half hour
fantastic.
and just see what's in there.
big boobs.
Thanks, DB. Thanks for coming, Daniel Blair.
Anytime, man.
Yeah, really fun. Good to have
time.
you as always. Indianapolis Triple Crown this weekend. Seattle. Give me your winners.
It's raining. Let's go. Aaron Plessinger gets a second one and stops the streak. And then 250 West, Julian Beaumare pulls out his jet ski.
Oh,
and
the Orange Brigade guy has
Yep, got to
spoken.
stick with my boy.
Okay.
Juju gets his first pro podium this weekend.
I asked for a winner, sir.
Oh, and he wins.
Okay.
He wins too.
Fair, as well.
Yep.
Got it. All right, everybody. Well, yeah, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Good job as
Anytime.
always.
Thank you.
Good work on Main Event Moto, of course.
Thank you.
And everybody tune in for Daniel Blair YouTube show as well. Every Thursday?
Every Thursday. Actually, it's moving to Wednesday. It's coming
Okay.
out Wednesday
Moving to
morning
Wednesday.
at
All right.
6 a.m. Eastern,
Well,
and that's the new time.
Also, I'm coming up with a YouTube thing, 5 a.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. So everybody stay tuned for that.
4-minute abs.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
You doing that by yourself?
No, I'll do it.
Okay.
I got a webcam. I can figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. How hard can it be?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, hey, I'm dumb with technology, and I figured it out
Thank
quick.
you.
It's
Thank you.
fine.
Marks, thank you, buddy.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Good job.
Thank you. Good job. I
yeah.
got to thank you and a good job tonight.
Are you in on Thursday? Okay.
We'll see.
All right.
And an apology today, too.
That's what I meant was an apology. I got an apology and a good job
I heard
today,
it.
So
Yep. I heard
what
it.
a good day.
Tallon, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yep,
Are you
thank
in
you.
next week, or is the other guy in?
I think I might be out.
Yeah.
Who's the guest next week?
In studio?
Yeah.
It's Voz and Kiefer.
Oh, nice.
Voz from Ethica.
Yeah.
And then and Kiefer.
Like
Oh, if the Ethica guy's in, Tits is going to make sure he's here for sure.
My calendar says tits from 5 to 9:59. So
10 o'clock he's out.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds about right.
I'm enjoying Kiefer's in the amateur world with his son.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying watching it. His son is doing really good, and
Yep.
Chris has got his head on pretty damn straight with it.
Yep.
Like lives in reality, but also knows like there's something there. Because I think there is. I think the kid's good.
Yeah.
So I think he's realizing it too.
Okay.
That's right.
So.
Being realistic, and Kiefer's your buddy, and we all like Aiden.
I mean, to be honest with you, Kiefer is more of an acquaintance than a friend. We're not like super close friends. We're like a good acquaintances, and I'm not just saying it to blow smoke. Like his kid is riding phenomenal. It's not all put together yet, but it's huge.
Like potential to get a Supercross ride?
Possibly. I mean, not that far away from getting one this last year, and maybe next. I mean, he's not a Supercross ride, but a ride. I'm telling you, he has a legitimate chance to be a good pro, straight up. Yeah. Where it goes from there, I don't know, but he's going to be a good pro, I think.
Is Vince better than that? Is potential right now? Vincent Wey? Yeah. Like, are you?
Vincent's like elite.
Yeah. Like he can be a pro race winner.
He could be he'll be. I mean, I would predict right now. I don't know how far it goes, but I would say.
Yeah, you never know.
I feel confident that Vincent Wey will win Supercrosses.
Really?
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh
wow.
yeah.
That's cool. I didn't. I don't follow that.
No, he's elite.
Right.
So.
Okay. Awesome. Good to hear. Thanks for coming in, Daniel. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for listening and watching. Thanks to Pookie. Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Roto. Some thanks to Moser. Not much. It's Moser's home race this weekend. But yeah, thanks again. PulpMXShow.com for all the codes and everything to save. Thanks to the sponsors. Thanks to you people. For Daniel Blair, I'm Steve Mathis. See you next week. Now I'm talking shit on the great Tim Ferry.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.